Capture the flag.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2024. You got Golden Boy and Walshy here on the call, and we got a great match lined up for you to start things off here. On B-Stream, it's going to be Optic Gaming going up against ITB into the breach, some EUNA action, and honestly, Dave, I want to see what this ITB team can bring to the table here because they've been doing pretty all right,
More than pretty all right.
Yeah.
You kidding me? Like, I think there's a lot of predictions that I've been sleeping on, myself included, where we tend to continually look at them as like, oh, we might consider them the second best EU team behind Quadrant a lot of times, but I feel like results have arguably said otherwise throughout the season. ITB have had some very strong matchups. They've had some strong showings.
Yeah.
And this event so far looking great as well. Feels like Trippy's the only one awake right now here on the Optic Gaming side. Only one with the 4 kills on the board, and the rest of his teammates were at donuts until Formal joined the breadstick.
Yeah, and just an update on how ITB had been doing.
Huh? I haven't eaten yet today. So I'm just doing food references.
Fine. Listen, guys, we kind of came into this one hot, all right? Probably not ever supposed to be up here, so we're just rolling with the punches. And Dave hasn't had his oatmeal yet.
That last kill was a slice of pie.
Oh,
pie.
Delicious. It's a scrumptious, delicious piece of pie. Oh, boy. All right. Well, take a survey, though, of what's been going on over here, right? So far, I mean, ITB having to hold off on some of the defense here on their base and fight off some of the Optic players that are looking to make this push happen. But there's actually an attempted flag pull being made here that we're seeing happen courtesy of Trippy off screen. But you got a couple weakened members there, and Trippy knows, wait a minute, there's still going to be someone there. It's Jimbo, so I don't want to run into his bandit quite yet.
Yeah, Jimbo just maneuvered so far behind enemy lines here, and they're in a position right now to say, all right, we can't force this one in. I like the way that Trippy just abandons that flag and realizes they have to get kills before they can move across the map.
Yeah.
Still numbers down on their side, about 2-on-2, and Trippy still wants to just take up more ground. That's why you see him pushing out to the center of the map. He doesn't want to just get pinned on one spot on the map.
Yeah, and especially because that overshield's coming up right now. So you do not want to sacrifice that, but it is going to be a big win there across both sides, I think, for ITB and Optic to try and prevent that. And then Formal's going to stop him as well to grab that overshield up top. Finally, though, it's going to be Chick who gains possession of that. And I was saying that it was going to look good for a moment there, and it was, because honestly, if you're both teams, you're kind of, I mean, look, if you're ITB, you're mad you didn't really get to use that overshield to the best of your ability, but if you're Optic Gaming, you kind of just like, all right, well, we kept that away from them. Kind of prevents us from being able to worry about it.
In the end, it was a win for ITB there, as they're the ones that were able to get that flag recovery, get back to even ground. Yeah. So that's ultimately what they were looking for.
Yeah. I'm always focused on, like, the smaller micro objectives, which is probably why I lose all the time. And I think that part of the reason why, some of these players are just so damn talented is they're able to parse that. It's kind of like what we were seeing there in that flag from Trippy earlier, right? Like, he knew, hey, I can't do this, right? A lesser player would have just forced the issue, but not him. He would put that effort to make sure that he is doing his due diligence to make sure that the rest of his, rest of his base, rest of his location is going to be secure here. And speaking of, though, you got Dead Zone now having to deal with this, and ITB want to clear out their base because Dead Zone's trying to cause some problems with that flag down toward the courtyard. But he also has Jimbo right in front of him and 2 players behind him. He's not going to be able to stay alive for that one.
No, and he was just committing to that point. There's sometimes when you have to make pushes, especially the objective, and you don't have a clear guarantee path or knowing how it's going to turn out. So some points you're just like, well, I'm going to die here, but can I get this extra melee? Can I get this extra flag toss off? And will my teammates be in a position to take advantage of that?
Yeah.
And sometimes the answer is no. And other times you surprisingly get that yes. You're like, wow, the extra toss brought this flag closer. My teammate was able to secure that kill. I got the melee on.
Yeah.
And then the flag continues. But it's all about giving as many opportunities as possible for your teammates.
Yeah, and it's also for your teammates having that understanding, like, hey, this person has the capability to be able to do something like this, so that this way I could, play off of that, right? And that's where you start to see teams like Optic, teams like FaZe, Space Station, they have thrived for so long because of that familiarity and that trust within one another. And, you could probably make the case here for, some of the guys in ITB because, they've been playing together for a super long time, but big win there for Trippy.
Yeah, every single team here, they're all about getting those small little advantages. And that's one thing why you see games play so differently in matchmaking. People wonder, like, what's the difference between playing high-level matchmaking and this? Is people get to a point of frustration saying, hey, I can create 5 or 10 different opportunities, and they might not get taken advantage of by teammates. Yeah. Whereas when you're on these top teams and you have that coordination and you have expectations of each other, more often than not, many of those windows will be capitalized on.
Yeah, there's nothing better than playing well-coordinated Halo. It's a fun feeling, especially when you make the plays happen, right? And at this level of play, these players, they make it happen all the time, but Formal's got a lot to work with here. Chick in front of him. Some shots are going to be coming from behind here, too, in a moment, but Formal might not be dealing with that one. It seems like you're going to be cleared to go. 2 players down for ITB. It's going to be first cap in, and Optic Gaming managed to lock in their first here. It took a little while for them to do so, and a double kill off the boot from Formal is now going to continue the momentum for the green wall.
Yeah, and I like this Formal just repositioning instead of just overextending into the courtyard. Decides to take over the util. And here's where the squeeze happens. This is a position where Formal does not need to overextend the flag. In fact, he's going to get picked off here if he does that.
Yeah.
And that's difficult to know inside that moment in time. He's not seen so much action, so just assuming it's safe. But generally, as a team pushes through, you realize you're going to have a big battle at the flag, and you cannot overextend.
Yeah, you really can. And now Dead Zone, he's doing the same thing that he was doing beforehand. Oh, I love that insta, but it didn't really get to do damage to that player coming in. Good timing from Bootum. You know, inadvertently, I would say, prevented himself from getting nuked there. But he does manage to stay alive, and Dead Zone couldn't really get that flag off of the platform, so it doesn't really push many of the players forward toward the courtyard, so they can focus on some positioning here and try and see if they can get themselves back into this. Because right now, Optic Gaming, I would say, been, you know, outside of the scoreboard, have been firmly in the driver's seat, especially when it comes to just control of the map too. And ITB need to figure it out.
Gosh, it's POV. It's so fun and interesting to watch Halo on MNK. You know what I mean? I'm old school.
You're only ever exposed to me playing it, and I'm not very good.
But I've been playing, you know, Halo on controller for 20+ years now.
Yeah.
And so to see, you know, a player do it on MNK at a very high level, it's impressive. And just, it feels weird because you're used to seeing other titles played in that fashion, but not Halo as much.
Oh yeah, anyone who wants to have the debate and talk about why you should play KBM on Infinite, I'm willing to have that conversation with you because I think you'll really enjoy it. It's just so fun, but it's also you have a degree of freedom too that you can do a lot of really wild things. But what also is, I think, impressive though is how Bootum, even in those situations where, you know, he's going up against the best players that have ever played the game, guys like Formal who have been playing for such a long time, and he's still contending with them, toe to toe, right, on KBM. Massive accomplishment for that young man, but just goes to show the talent that's on this ITB roster now. An attempted flag pull was made here on the ITB side, but ITB do manage to get 2 down here, and it's going to be Trippy having to deal with another player. That's going to be a trade out now, and it's going to open things up in the back of the base, but Lucid's going to be up top mid, so he's going to give him the coverage here, and at the very least give him some time to work with.
Yeah, Lucid just laying down some shots, being a difficult kill. I feel like that's always a good mark of a solid player is, are you forcing the opposing team to use at least 2 people to kill you?
Yeah.
Are you not just challenging the death every single one-on-one? Are you able to avoid that first engagement and force them to have a second player with a secondary angle? Yeah.
It's all about the, you know, again, we always talk about it, but it's those micro plays that you make, and Halo's all about that. And good calls, though, that were being made for Optic. They got themselves another overshield here. 2 down for ITV, so Optic Gaming looking pretty. He got Dead Zone on the push. He's trying to identify where these players are, and he has plenty of OS to make this push happen here. 3 players, 1 tucked away inside of the fridge here. I think 2, as a matter of fact. Big kill connection happening, and now the flagpole is going to take place here, Dave.
And also great spacing there from Dead Zone, making sure not to trade out that melee, so that if a second player was coming over from that fridge ramp, Dead Zone wouldn't have been no shields. In fact, he still had a little bit of OS and would have had the advantage going into a fresh 1v1.
Lucid tried to get a little clever there, but instead, ITB looking to see if they can do the same thing. That flag's got to return. This could be flag cap number 2 here, and Trippy's going to be on it. Mighty's is in a position to do so, but he's got to make that return happen, but he can't do so. Instead, it's going to get touched again, so the flag's still going to be up for grabs, but someone should be in the vicinity to make this return happen in a moment here. But look at the pressure.
Yeah, this pressure is insane from both these sides. Lucid doing everything he can to stay alive there. Does not need the force to get that touch just yet, but looks like just taking his time, getting the touch, and just staying alive on top of his flag.
And with Lucid one shot, he's in a precarious position. Good news for him, though, doesn't have anyone that's going to actually try and contest him here. The problem is that he's going to continuously deal with some flooding members in, which he ends up doing so and ends up losing that battle. So Lucid's dead. That flag's getting returned, and they are looking at a flag cap here, but they got to get this flag across the map, and they haven't made a lot of progress to do so. There could be a potential cutoff on the other side from Trippy, but I don't think he's going to get there in time, and that's flag cap number 1, but maybe a counter cap here for Optic.
Huge play by ITB. Watching that just from Lucid's POV, you'd expect that that was going to be a cap going in favor of Optic, but obviously so many members of ITB winning their engagements, winning their fights against Optic, and eventually getting that recovery.
Yeah, I got to give credit in that situation there. Big battle one, though, for both members of Optic Gaming, Dead Zone and Formal. They're going to push this flag down, bottom, mid, and it's looking good. Smooth sailing. We should be able to get this lead yet again. No one in the vicinity to try and stop them, and that's Optic answering right back, countering ITB, getting that first one on the board.
That's so draining and so difficult. You get to the spot where
so
like,
much
all right,
work.
got the cap, and then 20 seconds later, it's like, oh, they're back in the lead again. We enjoyed the tie game for about 20 seconds there after getting that tying cap.
Yeah, it just felt like all that effort, right, went down the drain. Granted, you did get that flag cap, you got a point, but it's a tough pill to swallow.
I know we got a minute and a half left, but one thing I wanted to call out from Lucid there that I saw earlier that I want to go and test myself is, it was interesting. Lucid, most players, when their flag's being recovered, they run over to the flag, they panic and grab it, and try to get like a melee off.
Yeah.
Instead, Lucid just ran into the circle to contest it, fought the battle, and the flag wasn't drained at all. So I was almost questioning if you have an enemy player and you know, one player for each team inside the flag circle, does the flag just stay still or does it drain?
Actually,
and I think it was just staying still from what I can tell.
I think it does stay still. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like treating it like a hill, right? I would assume.
Yeah, like a guaranteed, just that contest mechanic. So that was just unknown to me because I just assumed every single time somebody was in there, it was just going to guarantee
like
drain
no
a little
what.
faster or go back to the state of draining. But
yeah.
We can evaluate that later as we got 40 seconds
Time to go to the vibes,
ITB
yeah,
to dig this one back and see, you know, can they push across the map? Formal pushing back like this is actually a little scary.
He's
is
an
playing
opportunity.
too far defensive. Now Formal is not going to be a factor during this flag run if this flag moves fast.
And they have to make
That's
this
the
flag
danger of playing too much defense.
Oh, they got to get that trade, and they do so. They're successful in that one. Chick's going to bring this one across. He's one shot, and he's secure. He's inside of blue util. He's got coverage. He needs his teammates there for some coverage to help him out now. But Wootum, he's waiting. Where's the push coming? He got Formal down low. He's got no one around him to help him out. He's surrounded by Optic members, but they're still going to push this flag anyway and get the second one in. And that's going to be a tied-up situation. We're going to OT right at the nick of time. Optic were right all over them, but could not stop them.
What an unexpected run as well. Like, as soon as you stop that very first sprint from them to run across the bridge, you're like, all right, they're not going to do it again. But instead, ITB just committed. They had somebody that spawned, went right on their flag, somebody sprinted over from the util and just met in the center and got that tying cap.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there from ITB to dig deep in that moment. But now they're going to need to find an even further level to dig to, because this is where Optic, in these clutch moments, they will punish you. You got 5 minutes to work with, but guess what? You got Trippy. He's got himself that BR as well as that overshield. It's going to be drained, sure, but that keeps it out of the hands of ITB. They're okay with that because they can continue to just push forward. Granted, they got to be mindful because it feels like the bandits are starting to heat up here for ITB.
Trippy still being a nuisance over here in the util. This is sometimes classic Optic play. Sometimes they'll toss the flag out, bait, go for that round of slays, and then get the new grab. But sometimes also, if they get those kills just like that, 3 down for ITB, and the flag continues moving. Both Lucid and Trippy meeting on that flag. So the second that second Trippy was picked off, Lucid picks it up and continues with it.
Can he get there in time? He's got to go and move forward, and he manages to just push it through the end zone. Gets that cap 3-2. Optic go up 1-0 in this series. And just when he thought that ITB had them, they were nowhere near picking up that kill in order for them to stop that flag cap, and Lucid just marched it on in. Granted, he died at the end, but boy, oh boy, he did everything right. Optic did everything right in that OT, and that is going to be all she wrote for map number 1. 3-2 in the count, Aquarius. We'll catch you guys for map number 2 right after this.
Slayer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2024, live from Seattle, Washington. Optic Gaming going up against ITB, and Optic is up right now 1-0 after defeating ITB in Aquarius CTF in OT with a score of 3-2. And now ITB have to respond here on Slayer Recharge, but this is a good map for them to do so here. I think if they can, find those openings, this is very, very doable for them because they've been playing some pretty good Halo.
Yeah, great start here. 3 kills,
And
Jimbo with camo. Now, it feels like most times we've been seeing camo on these maps, feels like camo players gets like 1 push.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Feels like players play a little too slow or passive a lot of times in these standoff scenarios. And sometimes just too aware. Like, I can't believe that player just almost got that melee off in control. But regardless, 2-2 exchange there. ITB happy to trade out in a scenario like that.
Yeah. And granted, they would have probably liked to have been able to accrue some more here, but if they keep playing the way that they're playing, they might be able to walk away with this win. The double kill there for Mighties, and he started this map off quite nicely with 4 kills to his name, and he's got himself that shock rifle, so let's see what he could do with it. Looking to zap some fools. He's going to try and find
I like this position. I wonder if he connected with that. It seemed like it was almost spot on.
I think he did, but I don't know if it counted because, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you shoot through the shroud screen, you don't get the hit marker notification, right?
I am not certain on that.
Yeah, I haven't, to be fair, I throw out a shroud screen, the last thing I do is shoot, so I guess I gotta go ahead and
I feel like you would still get the hit marker.
I think
no
you
matter
should, right?
what. Yeah, I don't think that would be.
I never paid attention to it, so it's just one of
I'm
those
not
things.
spraying wildly in there, but yeah, I'm not 100%.
All right, well, look at this here. An 11-6 score line right now for ITV means that they continue to maintain this lead and in a fashion that I don't think that Optic were necessarily expecting to start things off here, right? Given how, Optic in the slaying category, they were absolutely roaring in map 1, connecting with so many shots. Really, Wootem had a couple of moments of brilliance in that Aquarius CTF game, but it is certainly now a different script here. And if anything, it's gone to show that ITB, man, this team is layers, Dave. They have the talent, they have the potential.
Absolutely. I mean, they're off to a good spot right here, but there we go. Sometimes also 3 kills, I guess a 3 for 2 in another neutral fight there. There's a lot of times where you feel like as the game slows down, sometimes these teams, especially like a squad like Optic, thrive in those situations as they can set up their pushes, they can set up plays there. But as we just saw during at least that last exchange, it worked out perfect for ITB. And when I say perfect too, it's like a 3 for 2 trade, like not that great. It's like you come ahead by 1 kill, but those kills add up.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. And right now they're adding up in the favor of ITB, and Mighties is on track to, have a pretty great start to this game here if he can put some kills together with this shock rifle. Currently sitting at 0 deaths right now. But Optic slowing things down, waiting to see where this push is going to come from. And now that they have identified where that snipe is going to be, we'll see how they move around the map to try and respond.
Also, non-stop sniper going in Mighty's hands. I wonder if that's a decision, or it's just maybe the way it's been going since he is 7-0 to kick off this game. Also not being afraid to just jump right into control where everyone's at during a slowdown time. Last person I feel like I've seen do that is someone like Renegade, who just flies on in and things work out.
Yeah, had he gotten that shot off, the first shot that he connected on, I think it was Trippy that was inside of bottom control. I think that probably would have been the go button for them to make the push happen. But instead, it just could not find those connections. In any case, though, I mean, they're fine with the way that this lead has been building for them, as they've found a decent amount of success at the early parts of this game. 6-kill lead right now, and kind of flipped possession of control here. Previously, Optic, they were the ones that were kind of pinned over toward this side of the map now, but it's going to be ITB. But it's a different kind because both teams are really just trying to jockey to see where those openings are going to be. And it comes, well, it doesn't come in the form of that trade, that's for certain. But you got a little bit of a 1v2 happening over here, and another player down low as well. So this is a great situation for ITB to find themselves in.
And Chick just going to trade that one out. That's going to be 3 down for Optic. I believe we saw a couple down for ITB. I didn't see the deaths, how early those ones flew out, but still around that 7-kill lead that we've been seeing, around that 10 to 17 mark, and then also here against ones at the 23 mark.
Yeah, it has been quite impressive so far from ITB to maintain this lead that they've built up in the early parts of this game.
But it just shrank right there. Like, it feels like as soon as Optic got one time where kills went in their favor, they are just flying across and they eviscerate that lead. 7-kill lead down to a 2-kill lead just from 2 exchanges.
Yeah, and that is the power of Optic Gaming, right? That is what's made this team so good for so long, but it's also what has contributed to each of these individual players' personal success in their careers, because they can just find that next level, and every single time they do so, it gets more and more challenging to play against them. So if you're ITB here, this is where you got to have these conversations with one another. All right, we had a 8-kill, 6-kill lead at one point in time. It's now they have the lead. What do we do? How do we respond? Because right now I'm seeing a lot of players from ITB kind of struggling to get together because of the fact that Optic are doing such a brilliant job of just isolating these fights and taking advantage of them.
Yeah, Lucid trying to run away with the shock. Hits that running shot, decides to make a double plus killing spree. And are they going to be able to turn this into a camo grab? I mean, there's enough time for all those players to spawn, so it's going to be a fair fight again for it. But the unfortunate side for ITB is they're all stuck in elevator.
Yeah.
They're not going to have multiple angles to challenge this camo from.
Yeah, they know exactly.
Look how much map control Optic have right now.
They're all over them, right? And they have so many tools. They have so many nades. They have guns. Now they have the camo. They have everything that you could possibly want in this instance here. And they're picking up those kills. Lucid, he heard someone that was going to be right above him, so that was the reason why he's just taking his time. You can see where those players, man, they're like panicking because they do not want to run into Lucid here, and he wants to get up to this top control, but it seems like you know, his feet aren't really getting placed. Maybe some
hands
oil,
a little sweaty.
Put some oil on that.
Can't grab onto that.
Oh, man. But, man, what a switch around. It was a 6-kill lead for ITB. Full control of the map. Mighty's was looking like a superstar. And I also want to keep in mind, since Mighty's first death at 7 kills, he has pretty much just been neutralized. He's only been able to get 2 for 9 at that point. So he really has been struggling with that output, and it has reflected on the scoreboard across the entirety of the team, not just Mighty's.
Yeah, the bigger difference here has been obviously one that Mighty's control over on that shock rifle and how he's going on that great spree. But secondly, how ITB haven't been able to roll those kill advantages into something larger, unlike Optic. Optic were many a times getting 2 or so kills and then rolling and getting those last 2 members and then getting the new spawners and just doing more favorable exchanges instead of just a long drawn out neutral position, getting a couple kills and then waiting for everyone to be back.
Well, now as time continues to tick on down, Optic Gaming can just chill. They really don't have to do much, right? I mean, the pressure will be on ITB to have to make these pushes happen. And if anything, Optic are going to be relatively prepared for it. And you kind of see the way that they're playing, you know, for one another here as well, right? Like Formal and Lucid kind of tag team a bit more, even though Formal did, you know, head down low, right, to give Lucid this control position here. He's still in a spot that they can respond in this area quick. Man, he got that stuck. Yes, he did. He stuck him right on the toenail. Sometimes you got to trim those, buddy. It's all right, though. Happens to the best of us. 36-29, they continue to add on to this one, and even with their best efforts, they got to take out this this Camo player, excuse me, which, and they are successful in removing him from the equation. I believe that was Camo there.
Yeah, they eliminated Camo. That's Jimbo taking out the Camo player. I didn't see exactly who it was from the Optic side, but Camo off the map, but still damage has been done. 7-point lead here for Optic Gaming. And there's also not that much time on the clock. We kind of lost track as like how slow it played at some early and middle parts, and we're getting to a spot where ITB, they don't have that much luxury of time. Yes, it's playing time still to like close this, but you can't just, if you make one bad push, you're almost just charging the rest of the time. Yeah,
you really are, and you cannot make that mistake against Optic. And with ITB now with shock rifle control, right? Like, sure, you know, it's fine for them because they have a gun that, you know, Mighty's had found a decent amount of success with. But you could tell, Dave, that like Optic aren't really like trying to turtle here. They're really just taking the fight to them where they know that they can because they have those advantages, and they're fine with these trades because the lead is so sizable. Playing great just really containing them. ITB just don't really seem to be able to break out of this at all, and every single time they do, they go into a fight with 50% shield, 70% shields, because Optic are just constantly tagging them, and all that time that just gets drained, all the the points where they get frustrated, and that's where you make mistakes. That's where Optic capitalizes on them, and with 9 kills left, Optic are pretty much on the border to do so.
At least the only silver lining there throughout the last exchange is that shock rifle's back on spawn. I feel like if ITB have any real chance here, they need to get a full new shock rifle and see what they can do. Get it back in the hands of Mighties. We saw what you could do at the very beginning of this game. Can he go on another miraculous run at the end? I would say it's not out of the question, but it's going to be difficult. Yeah,
I agree with that. Mighties did get possession of the gun just a little while ago, but the issue was he could not find any of the Optic members because they weren't making their, the pesky little foreheads available to shoot. Which is always a tough one. And now that Formal's got this camo and he's just running around the map, he's got so much intel. He saw 3 players from ITB, and now he's going to look to handle business up top. He'll get the stick too. The guy knew that he was basically cooked from Jump Street. And 4 kills remaining. Optic Gaming are going to wrap this one up here with a pretty little bow. And ITB have to be so frustrated because they started this one off, Dave, so strongly and just crumbled in the mid game.
And they're just going to have to go back to the drawing board. We'll have to see what they can do here on game 3. I mean, just 2 more kills that Optic are going to be able to trade out. They're going to be holding some corners, making them difficult kills, either a melee trade or draw a player out from ITB out in the open that one of their teammates in Optic can just finish. There's the 49th. Where's the 50th? And there it is. Chick is going to be going down in control. Maybe not. That's what trying to get the finish. Does get it on to Chick. So that's going to be 50-41 for Optic, taking a commanding 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, very well done. Optic Gaming looked like they were in a position to potentially lose this Recharge Slayer game. But in that mid game, man, they dug deep. Big camo grabs, big shock rifle plays, huge connections from Formal and the likes of Lucid. Everyone on Optic contributed exponentially to that success, and that gives them a 2-0 lead. When we return, Map 3, can Optic close it out, or would ITB find another level?
minutes remaining. Enemy flag returned. Stronghold. Captured your flag.
Welcome back to the B stream, and you might think, hey, you don't sound like Golden Boy. Well, I can only apologize for that, or say you're welcome. It depends on what angle you come at it from, but it's going to be on set and Bravo to take you through game number 3 in this series between Optic and ITB, and an interesting previous game as we head into live fire strongholds here, Andy, where ITB have a fantastic start, but I think by the end of that game, they learned the lesson on how to play when you do have a lead. Optic really did well once they managed to establish that lead from the mistakes that ITB made of just not letting them back in that game.
Yeah, Optic never really looked back. Even when you saw some decent pushes coming out of ITB in the late game, say the Pipes pushes, they were always trading. And even if it was a 3-for-2 trade or even a 3-for-1, they were, unfortunately for their side, always trading, and they let the game slip away. As you heard Wes saying on the desk, if you were watching it on the mainstream, or maybe you heard Golden Boy and Walshy mentioning it as well, you really can't be trading at that mark. ITB, though, off to an early trip cap.
Early trip cap, little repulse here. Bottom middle is going to get the trade. Jim picks up another one, and it's a really good start here from ITB. 4 dead for Optic Gaming in this triple cap. We know how punishing it can be, and it's been a fantastic start, and I think a response coming in from ITB as well after how that last game must have been extremely difficult to accept, considering they got themselves into such a good position at the start.
Yeah, and they even managed to keep things close, but as we saw, just kind of getting repeatedly ripped by the shock off a spawn. When you talk about plays from Mighty's at back A, just couldn't escape the angles, and he gets taken down. So ITB definitely want to remind everyone why they're here in the winner's bracket, how hard they worked to get here into the winner's bracket, and they want to make sure they have their best showing here in their first match of the day.
Well, 3v3 on the map right now. Optic focusing their attention onto trying to flip B. They know the pressure's going to come in, and Mighty's getting that pick. Now the contest comes in. He looks for the second, looks for the stick, and gets it as well. Now, can ITB step toes in and get this reset? Unfortunately, 3 players have fallen for them, so Optic will essentially complete the task that they set out to do, which is flipping B back in their favor.
Jimbo was on scoreboard. We'll see if he can get out of it alive. Looks like based on the feet, he's able to do that. Might have gone window, but he has a lot of presence and pressure. And they also find themselves just trading here for the most part in a 2v2.
Mighty's challenging. Lucid on the back of green. That was 4 dead again for ITB. It was a fantastic start for ITB, but now Optic have the opportunity to do to them what was done to them previously. That was not a good sentence.
I was struggling through it, let me tell you.
I think everyone was struggling to understand what it meant. Including myself.
Ooh, little QT coming in from Lucid. He's the only one that can use that. You can follow him. We take a look here at the AC hold, still scoring for ITB.
Yeah, really, really important there for ITB, actually, considering they went 2 or 3 dead. They've managed to not only get the kills they needed, but they managed to turn one of those strongholds back over. Difference maker on the map right now is Formal, though. He has a sniper rifle in his hands, and even though he just got punched in the face by Lucid,
what are they playing at?
What are they still staying alive somehow?
He's just making a hard mode. Gives him a little love tap, and now Formal finally gets his shields back. And would have loved to have heard the comms on that one. Unfortunately, on the B stream, we don't get those, but would have been very. I'm actually going to ask him about this.
Oh! Maybe it's fired him up. The Tomb comes in.
Maybe.
Unfortunately, it's going to be last player alive, and ITB will fall. Lucid gets what he wanted, essentially. New sniper this time.
He's like, you know what? I'll just let time do its thing. I'll be patient. The sniper will always come back to me, and that's his.
Time is unbeaten, as always. As Optic Gaming will have a BC hold for now, and will also go into a lead.
Wow.
Lucid's really good with this, and I know I say that a lot. And he's really good with it.
Really good at the game, too. 3 dead. Mighty's is your last player alive. He's back mud, and they know it. Oh my, Wutum was spawning.
God bless you, Wutum.
Had spawned.
Triple cap here for Optic. They do flip C, and they stop the bleeding, but...
Uh-oh, no. I was worried Wutum was going to get peeled again. It was a significant lead for ITB, 70-30 or so. Now they actually trail by 30. Tease it up. Oh, no. Lucid just going for style points now? Is that what he's doing?
He's just trying to find the most offensive way to take down European players. And he's finding new ways to do it. He's redefining what it means to be NA better than EU. This is quite the run from Lucid.
I'm not going to lie. Those were, man, when you talk about kind of repulse style clips, he's making this look a little bit too easy, if I'm completely honest. Those are impressive plays coming out of him. I don't understand how he stayed alive through it all.
Wutum struggled a little bit in this series so far as well. We saw him in the last game, didn't have the best of games. This time he's 4-10, so just struggling to get a little bit of a foothold. I think Optic Gaming's play style kind of sometimes he'll fall into that trap a little bit. He's always trying to be aggressive. 2 players on the big door trying to push out towards B, but the damage is so good. But here comes Wutum on a little bit of a flank, gets some damage down himself. Trippy will clean up one top middle, which is going to even those numbers up. And now the focus for both teams is on to B and the conversion of that. ITB taking a lot of damage from Trippy and Dead Zone cleaning some of that up himself. So Trippy did a really good job just anchoring Nest there, get those shots in.
Still 2 dead here, and they're going to continue scoring. Trippy's going to just take a route. Ooh, actually, look at the route that he took and the way that he decided to take it. Actually, there's still players spawning back tower as well. It's nicely done. It should lead to a lot of Optic Gaming control. Trippy takes such a great route. Eventually, he's taken down, but just like that, it's a 100-point lead, 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, Optic are going to get that camo as well, so Formal's going to pick that one up as the battle commences and eventually comes to an end. Even though they have this camo, you can see that ITB, though, are playing the other side of the map. They've managed to flip B, so they have a BC hold here, so they have tower in their control. It's up to Formal to find this first pick, and ITB are playing this one close together, playing tight, and even though Formal gets that 1 kill, you're worried if the trade was going to be coming in, but he plays that pillar, waits for that camo to come back, and now he can reintroduce himself to the fight.
I like this from Formal. Just one little shot on the sandbags as well. Should be able to eventually, I love how patient he plays this. Eventually knows that he's going to get the support he needs and he can continue challenging, but they're going to slowly start to work on B yet again. And for all intents and purposes, essentially still a 100-point lead overall.
C being flipped here by ITB, though. They've got a 2-2 split across the map themselves. Now you're going to see the flood of lightness from ITB. They're trying to be aggressive. The QT comes in, but not going to be good enough to keep Foreman alive. Chick down to no shields, and even though Lucid will come in and clean up, both of the ends of the map are owned by ITB right now. ANC is in their hold, but Optic are spawning at A, and will be able to flip this.
Lucid right away does really well, because what you just saw was he was last player alive. He needed to win that one to just make sure that things stayed calm at B. And in doing so, the team can now quickly move to A. I think he's going to win this one without trading, I thought. But Wutum saves the day, keeps Mighty's alive.
Mighty's just saw the sneak coming through as well. He's going to be able to help Wutum in this situation. Wutum gets the trade himself, but they need to think about strongholds here. Need to think about working on A with that sniper rifle in their hand. You can see that ITB just got kind of lured in again there to the B push that Optic had made. Sniper is going to be down as well. Chick is trying to defend here. Not just the entry point in towards A, but also maybe where that weapon is going to be going.
Look at Optic. They don't even care. I love this. They don't push them. They're going to force Chick to make the play. Love this. They're just going to hold the angle and eventually...
Oh! That's one way to get out of that.
Chick hits the get out of jail free card, emergency eject button, and it works for him.
Formal finds one, though, to even those numbers up, and Chick now trying to make a solo play and needs to make this solo play. 3 players are dead, and Formal somehow...
Of course he does.
Knows exactly the routing, the timing, the pace, everything you need to put into the recipe to make a delicious sticky cake.
Dead Zone, by the way, largely been a little bit quiet so far this weekend as far as the matches that we've casted. We haven't seen him popping off, but he's 20-10 in this game.
Oh, wow.
Unreal stats coming in from him, and Formal's also just adding to the tally. 232 on the board, not long to go before Optic Gaming 3-0 sweeps.
Yeah, ITB might be thinking about their next round in the elimination bracket because Optic Gaming have looked extremely good in this game. And to be honest, in this series as well, as the Optic you expect to see, and with 9 points left, there has to be some desperation plays coming in. 2 dead, make it 3 dead. ITB, nobody is going to be in position to get in one of these strongholds, and Optic Gaming will close out 3-0 in our winners quarterfinal. They will progress, and ITB will fall down to the elimination bracket.
Renegade keeping tabs on him, passing that information over to his team. He's being cleared here though. It's good work from Cloud9 as they can continue to push forward. Time's going to start to play a factor here. That plasma grenade's not going to hit Royal 2. The second one will though. Running out of time. We have seen miracles in the past on Aquarius. Can Cloud9 do it? Can they do the unthinkable here? One flag capture away from defeat. They need 3 without reply just to tie this one up.
And Sab has been a key focus for me in this series. He's 13 and 16 at the moment, make it 14 kills on the board. Throughout the season, going up against FaZe, he is averaging 0.5 KD. He has really struggled against this roster. To see him a bit more comfortable in this first game means I think he's learned a lot about how to play against FaZe Clan, because I think as you practice, as you learn, you really need to be looking at the players you're going up against and the play style, and how does that affect you as an individual? Are you doing enough? Are you getting caught out too often? As I say that, Sab is going to be the last remaining player, and this flag's going to be moving again for FaZe.
Manny top P drops down front base, avoids the gun of Royal 2 for a moment, but not long enough as Manny will eventually fall, but Suspectors managed to even the odds just a touch. Snake bites behind enemy lines once more. Really has been a serious issue and concern for Cloud9. The flag's been tossed out. 1v1 Manny and Renegade. Manny comes out on top this time. They need to keep winning 1v1s just for their confidence that maybe game 2's story can shift a little bit, because they truly are running out of time here.
I would dare say it's near impossible to get 3 flags back in 1 minute 40 against FaZe. We've seen 3 were scored though in very quick fashion when FaZe did it themselves. But sadly, it doesn't look like they're going to be making those kind of mistakes. Suspector's going to try his hardest though to put that first on the board, to give them at least an opportunity, a chance to get those 3 back-to-backs, but you can see where Royal 2 and Renegade are currently positioned. They're going to make it almost impossible.
You can see Spectre was caught between 2 mines, caught between 2 members of FaZe. Royal 2 sitting in his base and Snakebite behind him doing damage. Double kill for the General. Starting to roll forward now. Gets that flag return just to dash the hopes and dreams of Cloud9 of having some sort of miracle comeback. He's been in this base so much that he's almost a landlord, charging Cloud9 rent just to come back to their own base, and he continues to bully.
Great there for Cloud9, chance to move the flag and maybe get this 5th and final one in. That would be just FaZe Clan defined right here, wouldn't it? They like to just make sure they dominate in as much of a fashion as possible, and sometimes that is by getting as many flag caps on the board.
Renegade doubled all the way back. Wasn't rewarded with the kill. 3 go down for FaZe then. I think they start to feel like this one's already done. Even if this flag gets pulled, so little time remaining now. This is just a consolation prize for Cloud9.
Flag returned.
Yep, this game's over. There is not time for Cloud9 to do all of it. It has been a brilliant Aquarius CTF from FaZe, especially those 3 back-to-backs. I definitely want to go back and analyze and see just how they did it, but a lot of it was down to Snakebite. But it's Renegade who will take the plaudits as he gets his 30th kill on the board, and FaZe Clan will take game 1 here in the winners quarterfinals.
Time, you know, the designers start working on, say, the Bandit or other weapons like the Ravager, it kind of shifts the attention of the engineering team to look at the weapon and see if there's any problems with it. We did find one problem with the Ravager in general, which was, I think it was the QA team gave us this bug, surfaced it to us, but basically when you have all the fire on the ground and you shot, say, a rocket over the fire, it was actually blocking and exploding the rocket as it went over.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody really expected that. I don't know if this was intentional or what, but it didn't feel good to have your rocket explode in the middle of the air. So we ended up having one of our engineers look at it, and yeah, sure enough, there was a physics object material that just kind of appears where the fire is and was exploding the rockets. So yeah, I think we learned a bit there and we're able to solve that, and you know, you won't have that happen anymore.
Yeah, that fire effect became very useful. You know, it's also putting up objects.
It's also just like a wall, right?
Yeah. The flex fire, I know we touched it a tiny bit, so I'll go through this one pretty quick. We just wanted to up the ready uptime. We made a change to the S7 earlier this year, and we just wanted to make sure we mimicked that with the flex fire, so it could pull up really quick and you could start being effective with it as soon as possible. Then the Impact Commando, this one, making sure, I do want to give a shout out to Halopedia. I did steal this image from them because they had the best screenshot I could find of the Impact Commando, even from our internal resources. I was like, I like theirs a little bit better. But yeah, overall design, we felt like the bloom was a little bit too strong, and it made it harder to actually secure those kills and land those final headshots.
Yeah, the previous iterations of the Impact Commando, it'd be, you know, that after that first shot, you would fire, the bloom was at, you know, max spread, and you'd have to really wait for that to reset in order to be effective, so.
Enemy halfway to victory. Team nearing victory. Defeat.
Back in the day, you just wait for that moment to push through. We see Renegade trying to take an angle here, and this should be an easy lineup, but that is a missed opportunity for an easy kill there, and Renegade will know it, but Snakebite is able to at least clean up some damage elsewhere, and Renegade makes up for it.
He lined that one up perfectly. Took a little off the top and the sides. That's a fresh fade. Back to Whirlpool he goes. Septify almost stepped out a little bit too far. Would have paid for it too. Camouflage now scooped up. This is a terrifying combination in the hands of most players. More so when it's Renegade. Septify gets shocked to the core. He continues rolling, double kill for Renegade. The world's his oyster right now as he soars forward towards Sab. He's positioned top elevator, he drops down. He's not long for the world either. And a headshot for good measure when it didn't even need to be.
Well, Renegade is locked in the moment. He hasn't actually said a word, so I'm convinced that the rest of the team must be coming for him. And I tell you what, let's find out. Let's go to a listening with FaZe Clan and see how they're feeling about this 7-kill lead.
Yo, one bottom here, one bottom here.
Bro.
BJ, I'm gonna leave you.
I can watch it. They should be a lot bigger.
Yeah, they're all trapped. Bottom in. Yeah, C-Pod on you. One. Nice.
Top here. One bullet shot down.
Bottom here, 3 hits in. In turbine.
Turbine weak.
Bottom A.
I'm gonna hit this. Can we fight this?
Back in.
Yeah, no. We leave here. We leave.
Good call.
In red.
I'm with John.
Two bottom A.
Yo, John, we should hit it.
A lot of nades top tower. Okay,
that's fine. Yo, pipe there. They're wrapping red. I'm gonna leave John and go bottom A.
You can watch my cat. Weak bottom A, Step. Step's one at bottom A.
Top A cat,
Top A cat coming. He's really weak on that. Nice kill.
Good trade. Yo, one shot, red bar, bottom mid. Nice.
Yo, grapple's up now.
You did.
Grapple weak. He's weak with batteries. Might have it. I think he has grapple, bro.
I'm trying to get to Greg over here.
Yo, we got camo on 20, guys. Camo on 20.
Shroud out. No. Top A weak.
Yeah, I'm holding glass.
Camo 15. They're probably just going to wait for camo with grapple.
Do I have shotguns?
Few resets,
Okay, I heard that. I got you. I got you push him.
To the right, so we went to the right.
Camo 5.
Yeah, you can see the corner, Brad. I have
Ego in this game. I am ego in the fucking.
Yeah, John's challenge.
Top red.
Bottom A, one hit Manny.
Neither weak. Two turbine.
John got it. Nice, John.
Nice, I'm living for you guys. I'm gonna live. Yo, one top red. We should kill this guy.
Bottom shucks for a bit.
Yo, gonna be bad ledge.
Nice, John has camo shock.
Now.
Turbine behind me. Okay, we're going.
Brad might die here.
Brad, me down. Trade it. Top A.
I'm hitting bottom A. So many good.
Neither one shot, Manny.
Go on.
Keep playing yourself.
Bottom A, Matt. Mangler door.
That's my village.
Yo, Manny's unknown. We lost Manny.
Okay. Septify's BR.
Actually, a great listening and great insight from FaZe Clan, and they do seem very locked. The communication is on point. Very upbeat as well, very confident. I think that's what you want to hear as a FaZe Clan fan. It has you thinking good things maybe around the corner here in the Halo World Championship.
Oh my God! Good things happening right now. Never mind around the corner as Renegade locks in a triple kill, killing spree, and he continues to roll.
Only the triple, though. You can see he was desperate to search for more. An 11-kill lead now for FaZe as they look to try and make it 8-0 throughout this season on Recharge Slayer. And Cloud9 just doesn't look like they've been able to find that recipe to try and break down this.
There's a lot to digest during that incident as well. Some of the good things that I was listening to, it wasn't, listen, we always expect one shot here, blah, 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 blah. But we're starting to hear things like, I'm watching your glass. Can you watch me? Can you keep me alive here? That's the perfect communication that you expect to hear from these teams. FaZe Clan start to play like that. They're a terrifying outfit. Renegades in pipes, getting another kill. 13, 5, and 4. He has only died 4 times in the Slayer so far.
Heard a few times as well, each player kind of hyping each other up, just saying like, nice job when they get a kill. I think that's very important when it comes to chemistry. Maybe goes underappreciated on a team, just boosting your squad mates' morale. You can see Renegade just now is so confident in terms of every fight he pushes, and maybe that's off the back of the confidence from his team in himself. It's another kill. It's another easy fight for him, and now FaZe are only 6 kills away from securing this victory.
Cloud9, their Slayer woes, again, they continue. It's difficult, and it's tough to keep harping on about it, but when it's a glaring issue that you have, and there's 2 Slayers in every series, something's got to give, improvements have to be made, and FaZe Clan were not interested in giving you any opportunity. They doubled their series advantage.
Something that FaZe Clan's
amount of bumps, you know, that bump up that you want. And so we had to do some engineering work here to make sure that we weren't pushing people around too much. And like that was mostly when people were on the ground, right? They had their feet on the ground. We didn't want to knock them around. And so Ryan Albin, who we've given plenty of shout outs to because he's been doing so much good sandbox work, he made that happen for us.
Yeah. Ryan is my go-to person when I need something implemented or whatnot. So yeah, we added in a grounded and airborne scaler that we're able to function differently. So you're only impulsed while you're airborne versus if you are grounded, the grenade impulse won't affect you.
Yeah.
And that was a behavior that we had looked at when we compared Legacy.
Got it right here for you.
Right. And yeah, we found
some games it'll bump you, other games it won't when you've got your feet planted. And we noticed Halo 2 Classic, it didn't bump you. So we're like, all right, let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
And kind of embrace that a little bit.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking back at some of these, when you do the legacy comparisons on all this, it's just like, you almost forget sometimes, and then you go back and you see, and then there right there is highlighted the airborne scaler, the grounded player acceleration, so we're able to put that at basically 0 there, and the airborne instantaneous acceleration, which is how players impulse. Able to tune both separately, not all bundled together. So
super important to have that granular control.
Yeah, and I understand that we gave you a per grenade scaler, right? How did that actually end up? Did every grenade end up with the same value?
Yeah, that was actually something that was implemented for all grenade types through our game. Yeah, it's their damage effect properties. So we're able to tune them not just for grenades all up, right, per frag grenade, per plasma grenade, spike grenade, dynamo grenades, all grenade types. So it was something that I had requested from Ryan, and Ryan pulled through as always.
Yeah, you can see here, just in one of our dev environments here, just testing out different jump heights. What's an appropriate height when we're looking at those other games? Sometimes they'd launch it very, very far. Like Halo 2 on host, people were getting launched. I was like, oh my goodness. So we were like, all right, let's give them a little bit of a good boost. This might not have even been a perfect jump because you can get some serious air right with the grenade jumps nowadays. But this was close to what we were aiming for. Is another kind of third, 133% there.
Yeah, grenade jumping, the actual mechanic of doing it does take a little bit of practice, being able to time that upward trajectory while the impulse is in effect. So here we can see the before and after videos, this front jump there on Aquarius. Now you can get up there.
Yeah, real nice. Super thankful and appreciative you guys were able to make that happen. Got to time it right, though. Got to time it right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. Thank you, Colin, Cleet. Did you guys have anything you wanted to say to the crowd? Anyone watching online? Any thank yous, shout outs?
Yeah, like I said, I think I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to be on the Sandbox team, learning from engineers like Ryan and designers like Cleet, and it's been a blast. And thank you so much to Skybox for being in the crowd and watching online and supporting me coming here. So, yeah, thank you, and thank you, John. Yeah,
yeah, definitely. And yeah, I just want to echo that. You know, I do appreciate all the help and all the advice and mentorship that I received from the folks over at Skybox. That's working on the competitive insights and moving over to Sandbox stuff. Got to venture out to meet new people and work with new people. It's been great. I do want to give a shout out to my wife who's watching. Chloe, thank you.
Let's go. All right, thank you so much for watching and joining us in person. Hope you all enjoyed it. We have an awesome rest of the day planned for you. We've got plenty more to come here on the community stage.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy halfway to victory. team scoring. Enemy 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 team nearing victory.
and they've been successful because of it, and now they have been scoring. It was all a battle to try and force Cloud9 off of some of their more advantageous spots, take them and take the fight to them on some of these strongholds, and now they're closing in on a series win.
Cloud9 have got to take risks. No more errors can be made. Suspector's no shield, he can't move, he's pinned back. And as a result, FaZe Clan clean sweep Cloud9, and they march forward.
Well, the first potential banana skin on FaZe Clan's journey towards retaining the Halo World Championship is comfortably avoided. They'll head into the winner's semi-finals. SSG or
Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Enemy has the ball. the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has 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 the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Round one. The ball. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Hello everyone, you thought this one wasn't going to be casted, but Gaskin and Jersey have arrived. We just finished casting the main stream, and we thought, why not? We'll jump on the B stream like mad lads. It's Into the Breach versus Complexity, and I'm very excited for this one, Richie. I didn't know what we were going to be casting. I sat down so quickly, but we are now into the elimination bracket. Of course, Into the Breach losing earlier to Optic Gaming, and Complexity find themselves in the elimination bracket after their poor play performance, where they lost to a Halo Esports.
Yeah, you mentioned during your rabble that you thought this wasn't going to be casted. There are definitely people listening now that were hoping it still wouldn't be casted after hearing our voices.
They were like, these guys have arrived.
We can only apologize. We are put on what we're put on. So anybody that isn't a fan of our voices, our accents, or where we're from, maybe, all we do is apologize for our past personalities.
It does seem fitting, though. It's Into the Breach. ITB are playing, so there's going to be a lot of Europeans watching. So I'd like to think that some of them like us, but most of them probably don't. Anyway, Complexity have a nice early lead here, 39 points up, 29 points up. Good math.
One person I know that is definitely watching this series is Rutum's mom. She will be at home cheering on the boys, hoping that they can get a victory here against Complexity. Of course, it being elimination round one, which means if you do lose this series, unfortunately, not only is your tournament over, Dan, but your season as well.
Season's over, tournament's over, and it would be top 12 if you lose this. But of course, progressing would guarantee you top 8. I mean, there was once upon a time that top 8 for a European team, we were screaming and shouting about it, but now it seems like we have moved on. As soon as we had a top 3, we were like,
our expectations are, the floor has been raised,
top
unfortunately.
8?
Top 8?
No.
Well, ITB, I mean, their expectation hopes would be minimum top 6 with what they've been able to achieve throughout this season, but of course, going further than that, they still want to break into that top 4 and be able to show that they, like Quadrant, can actually match with the biggest teams in the world.
And interestingly enough, Complexity and Into the Breach at one point or another this season have both finished top 6. So you really have 2 teams with the capabilities and the possibilities of finishing top 6 playing here, and one of them going home at top 12, which is truly terrifying.
Yeah, and really Complexity's fault. If you look at pool play, and I guess ITB will be left scratching their head saying, well, why are we facing?
Would you say they dropped the ball?
I would say
dropped the ball.
They did drop the ball, which actually there was a few times where Complexity didn't drop the ball during pool play, and maybe that was one of the reasons why they went down to Akabe Esports. But Akabe did lose their matchup in the winners bracket as well, so they'll be dropping down to the elimination bracket. Maybe Complexity, if they can get through ITB, might have a chance to revenge a little bit later, depending on how Akabe Esports do. But it is a 50-point lead now. ITB have just not been able to get control of this ball at all, and time is starting to dwindle away.
With the way brackets work, Complexity wouldn't really match Akabe Esports again, correct?
I mean,
if you play each other in pools, you're on opposite sides.
There is still a way they could match, but they would both have to get all the way through.
Really far. Yes. To like the elimination finals.
It is very unlikely with the 2 teams that we are talking about that they would match up in the elimination finals.
Not impossible, just improbable is all. But Chick and Jimbo, they've combined to get a couple of kills for their team. At the moment, though, it is Complexity to hold the lead. 62 seconds to 12. And with 40 seconds on the clock, it's Into the Breach who are in real peril of losing round 1 here.
30 seconds left, so there's still hope for ITB, but I think that now Complexity are going to be able to just play around this ball. Use gold to their advantage. 2 are dead for ITB. Jimbo does have camouflage, so he can be the one that maybe breaks in and grabs this ball, swoops it up from under the nose of Complexity, but more than likely this round should be over.
You can see they're trying to spot out the camouflage player, recognizing that he's going to come eventually. Ryan Newman spotting him out, planting pistol shots, continue to fire at him. They've got the ball in a really tough position. Expertly done by Complexity, it must be said. Chick's going to try and get there. Ryan Newman's putting some of the deadly tea bags in there as well, so the tea's getting a little bit flavorful. Will that come back to bite him? We've seen Ryan Newman doing that before.
We've arrived at a series like this, have we?
I don't mind.
In game 1, round 1, we're seeing a little bit of baggage.
In early from the start. First one's free is what you might say.
Wow. That is going to dictate how this series goes. Boy, am I excited for it, because you better know, if you're going to drop some bags in round 1, if ITB do come back, they will be dropping the baggins back to you. I saw Wootum stand up and flip the bird.
He's been letting people know.
He has.
It was shades of Stone Cold Steve Austin's what I said.
And his mother's watching.
His mother is, but well, hopefully she didn't see that on the socials. Because her son, as far as she's concerned, is a little angel.
I think she would encourage it,
She probably would.
She'd be like, yeah, go on.
I've seen the way she answers some trolls on social media. She definitely, he takes right after her.
Well, the early round, sadly, for ITB is going in favor of Complexity. They're not quite able to match the Slays at the moment. You can see just the stats on your screen. You don't need to be a mathematician to know who is leading in terms of Slays. Complexity have a heavy lead right now.
I'm just really glad that's not a requirement for this job, is being a mathematician. Because Lord knows I wouldn't stand a chance.
53.
Good from you. That's some good. See, I can't even fact check him. Just go, okay, that sounds good to me.
I feel that way about a lot of things. If I just say the number,
if you say it with confidence as well,
not many people are going to go back and fact check it.
no one's going to carry the one.
By the time they start counting it, there's already another couple of kills on the board.
Yeah,
so
you were like, at the time it was that, of course, yeah. Subject to change. Constantly flowing, always evolving. As is the gameplay on our screens right now. As Chick tries to get a trade, try as he might, he fails. He does not succeed, and Wootum does fall as well. So Mighty's the Dutchman, last man standing for his team. Backs away towards single stack. Huss not interested in letting them survive. Will chase that one down, will hunt them down. Complexity starting to piece something together again. Into the breach. They've got to be careful here, because this game can get away from you very quickly. Something Complexity are very good at doing is being difficult to play against, particularly in a game type like Oddball, Dan.
Yeah, I think Oddball really fits the playstyle of Complexity. I mean, Ryan Noob and his way of playing Halo, there's always been
memes around it that he used to say that the likes of FaZe didn't play Halo correctly, and I know that's old now. It's old news. I'm sure he doesn't think that anymore, right? Who knows? But his ideologies and the way he likes to play the game, I really do feel like Oddball fits his style. Kind of set up, break setup, push, break setup, set up. It's all very methodical. But ITB have been able to have a great passage of play here. Chick maybe is going to be under a little bit of stress though from several players.
It's important to mention even Chick as well, because the way his season started this year, I shouldn't have said season twice. I've kerfuffled myself, but I'll continue to stumble forward. Chick, dropped by Quadrant, deemed surplus to requirements. Gets on this Into the Breach roster, and they've really seen instant success because they have, tournament after tournament, they have improved. It hasn't been leaps and bounds, it hasn't been immediate, but they have definitely just grinded away, chipped away at the issues and the problems that they had. And they are a real tough test for any of the teams in the HCS here today. They'll be continuing to do that to Complexity now. Breaking Shot's going to throw the ball bottom middle. It's immediately scooped up by a member of the Into the Breach. So, Mighty's gets Rhino down to no shields, continues to apply damage to him, apply pressure, call him out, but then leave him alone because you recognize you can't get the kill.
I think it is great to see European Halo in this spot where, back in the day it was, you'd have an English team, you'd have a French team, well, you'd have a lot of English teams, you'd have French teams, you'd have Finnish teams, you'd have Dutch teams, and there was very little crossover with them playing together. And then you look at the ITB roster, 4 players from 4 different regions.
It's continental breakfast.
It really is. Whatever you fancy, there is a little bit of it in ITB.
There's something on the menu for you here. We've got a French, an Englishman, a Dutchman, and a Finishman. There's a joke there somewhere about them all walking into a bar.
I mean, depending how they do at this tournament,
they will be in the bar.
We might see them Sunday. Depending how they do today, we might see them Saturday.
We might see them in the bar.
Well, 3 are down on the side of Complexity. This has been a far better round from Into the Breach. 4 dead. There's going to be some good time here. Jimbo has the ball. He's 11 and 21 is Jim. It's not been the easiest first round, but it's started to make up for it here in round 2. And of course, Jim has always been the more objectively focused player in this roster. Surrounded himself by a lot of young guns who are good with their guns. And they're looking to close in on this round 2 now.
You see Jim, he has the right idea. You're playing a game and you're 11 and 21. Give me the ball and let me have the maximum time. As I say that, Ryan Noob charges in, gets himself a triple kill, breaks the setup wide open, and Into the Breach were never really comfortable. They had 3 players positioned in tower, not really putting down enough damage, and as a result of that, the Complexity could roll in, take what was theirs, and now they can start to score. ITB need 3 points, but it is important to note they have to be very careful here because a couple of pushes don't go their way. All of a sudden, this game's all tied up. All of a sudden, this game is over.
If you get a little bit antsy, start desperately trying to push towards that ball, and it's kind of happening. 3 are dead on the side of ITB. Complexity still holding said ball. 20 more seconds required for them to take the map here. ITB, all 4 of them up. This is the push. They have to go now. Otherwise, this will be the round for Complexity. Wootum gets the opener, though.
A big pick from Wootum. 89 seconds for Complexity then. Ball carrier is forced to drop it and do damage. Ball's going to be played then. Mighty's down to no shields. The ball's been played. But fortunately for ITB, it's being played into the hands of ITB. Chick's got hands on. He will secure the round for his team. 1-1, we go again.
And it was a little bit ugly at times, but ITB bounced back after a round 1 that was somewhat dominated by Complexity. I think that's going to do wonders for Into the Breach's confidence. 26 kills on the board for Wootum. The best mouse and keyboard player in Halo Infinite and the history of Halo. I mean, we've never had a mouse and keyboard player place where he has. We haven't really had games where mouse and keyboard could play until Halo Infinite, but here we are. He has been incredible. The rise of Wootum is something that, I mean, I know we get the unlocked episodes and we get to focus on a lot of players. I would love to see one about Wootum. If not this year, next year, of course, because it's not going to happen this year. This is the last event. Media would have to work very fast.
The powers that be will definitely be thinking about it. He is definitely a player people would love to know more about, particularly with his career with Space Station over on Splitgate as well. So this isn't his first competitive outing. He has found Halo Infinite, and it's fit him like a glove, I can tell you that for a fact. 27, 7, and 20 with the ball in his hands as well, 48 seconds. He really is trying to pull his team to victory. Breaking shot's going to drop down. Ryan Noob down to no shield as well. A lot of damage being done by Woodham, but nobody there to get the kills. Chick's long haul.
Enemy has the ball.
Breaking shot's going to hunt him down. Jimbo's top goal as well. Rain is going to close in on that as well. So at the moment, Complexity doing damage, staying alive, and really getting kills without any trades.
You know, with every extra kill, with every extra round win from ITB, every extra map win, I get closer to my potential fate with Jimbo. I had a couple of people came up to me and they were like, oh, why don't you think ITB are going to win? And you make a joke saying you're going to kiss Jimbo if they win, like they won't win. It's like, no, I want them to win.
Do you want to kiss Jim?
I would celebrate with a full-on smack on the lips to Jimbo.
A full-on snog.
No, I didn't say full-on snog.
Snog.
No,
I've said it.
Just to clarify,
because I'm up to the ante. Dan will snog him.
Into the Breaches admins will definitely be watching this, and social media. You can't say snog.
The contract is legally binding.
It's really not. I would love to see a European team win.
I thought you were going to say I'd love to snog Jimbo.
I would love to see ITB win. I mean, I'd love to see a European team win. I will take Legend winning, of course. Did you see Legend? You did. When Legend won the MVP, the tears in his eyes, the emotion. Yeah. I mean, it really is historical for Europe.
It pulls at your heartstrings as well. Particularly because I've been watching him, commentating over him for such a long time.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful moment. But again, our attentions are not on Legend. They're on a different Frenchman. As Chick is in this one, currently sitting at 18, 10 and 23. This game is neck and neck, all tied up 1-1, 42-49. These next couple of moments are going to be pivotal, and Ryan Noob really punching a hole into the breach defense and soaring forward.
And I haven't forgotten that Ryan Noob dropped the Baggins after round 1.
There has been a Baggins.
And ITB wouldn't have forgotten it either. So you better make sure that this killing spree does turn into more ball time, which it has for Complexity. There's only 2 alive, but it's a 2-on-2. And Wootum's going to be the first one to push in, but Ryan Noob's there and waiting. But Jimbo is able to double down, and at least that ball is played. It's out in an area that's a little bit more vulnerable, but it's a 1 versus 2 now on the map. Chick's the last remaining player, but Complexity can't really grab that ball because of where Chick positioned himself.
The ball is in a precarious position. Breaking shots, quite happy just to watch over it and force into the breach into some uncomfortable positions. Widow's down to no shields. Mighty's is 2. Breaking shot. 2-3 shots went to Beggin, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't going to upset the cause because the player was down to no shields. Only one really needed to find a home. Breaking shot, soars forward, slides into Jimbo's face, and accepts his fate with the trade. Complexity rotate the ball in towards Elevator now, and they can have a setup into the breach. Have got to try and break this. Camouflage, look, that could be exactly what they need.
Need to be looking at the likes of Wootum here, who's been having a great game in terms of slays, to be able to get those openers, and there's a whack onto Rain, which will allow Wootum not only to get the kill, but also to get a little bit of ball time. But he says, you know what, I've got a shock rifle. Oh my God, if he had connected with that,
hit the face there,
I don't know what I would have done with myself.
I'd have lost it. Chick gets Huss, Jimbo gets Rain, and a full rotation of the ball towards Blue here. I like the work they're putting in here. There is a player inside Blue that needs to be cleared out. Chick has that information. You can see that's why he's a little bit hesitant to push into it. Getting tagged up from over at the shock rifle by Huss.
3 dead.
This is good. This is perfect for ITB. They now have the Blue set up. They now have the opportunity to play the ball. Unfortunately, though, they haven't cleared out tower. They haven't pushed forward, so they do not have the comfortability of knowing that if a player in tower dies, they can play the ball. They're going to have to fight off the back foot here. They've done so successfully. Ryan Noob and Rain, off that initial push, have fallen, and now Complexity start to spawn towards goal, and that is perfect news for Into the Breach. That's exactly where they want them.
Well, 17 more seconds needed for ITB to win this map after being 1-0 down, but here comes the Complexity push. This ball is going to have to be played, which it will be. And now ITB going to have to refocus about trying to regain map control. They get the first. Can they get another? Yes, they can. Chick is on a tear. Sticks him.
Into the breach, into the bizzle. Chick's giving him the wiggles. Mighty soars into pipes now, ball in hand. Spins around, puts shots down on breaking shot. Has the help from Wooten there as well. They only need 6 more seconds, but the ball is down. Happy to play this one patiently. Unfortunately, Mighty stepped out just a touch too far. Wooten is going to get pressurized here. He's got to try and stay alive. Prioritize living. Huss down to no shields, but Jimbo is 2. These next few moments are pivotal because if Complexity can get their hands on the ball, they can get a perfect setup. Chick's in big trouble. Grenade goes down. Not enough damage. Tries to get the trade. Gets the stick. 4 dead for Complexity. Jimbo's got hands on ball. Into the breach. Will win game 1.
Forget Chick. Call him Shtick instead, because that's 2 sticks that were big for ITB as they take the round. And despite the fact that the Baggins was dropped after the first round, I said, ITB, they're a team. They will remember. And they come back to take the first map here. This is going to be a brilliant series. Very surprised that these teams find themselves here, especially Complexity with how good this roster has been this season. But, wow, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. But, of course, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2.
Slayer.
Welcome back, folks, to game number 2 here. Into the breach, up against Complexity in the elimination bracket. One of these teams is being sent home and their season is drawing to a close. It's their curtain call. It's fight or die. And at the moment, into the breach, they're fighting. Complexity, they're dying.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were going to commit to that, but yeah, they are. Complexity, it's strange because the round one, I mean, what we arrived to, remember we arrived 30 seconds into the game. They were dominating ITB in the first round, but the response was incredible. And I think that speaks volumes for how ITB have grown as a team throughout this year. They went from a team that was always struggling in pool play, getting stuck in a three-way tie, being eliminated or dropping into the elimination bracket, to a team that were getting over the final hurdle, a team that was able to finally beat those squads that had avoided them so many times, evaded them so many times. And I just think that they have that belief in themselves now, that they know that they can get the job done and they can get back into games.
Yeah, I think it's indicative to where the team is now as Complexity go forward dead, that when they play against the likes of Complexity and even teams like Rebellion, as Mighty's rips the body of Huss, when they lose, they're genuinely disappointed that they didn't get the win that they felt like they could have a couple of moments had gone their way. That's how competitive they are. That's how competitive the HCS is. At the moment, the score currently sitting at 14-5. Into the Breach have started this one hot. Mighty's 3-3-0. Can they continue this momentum and really put Complexity to the test here? Because you got to fear for Complexity if they go down 0-2 here. Just the sheer weight of expectation would be they will tumble out. With the way their tournament has gone, already being upset in pool play, this has not been the Halo World Championship so far they would have wanted.
I mean, a top 6 last event. Complexity probably thought they would come into the Halo World Championship and be able to breeze through pool play. Alas, they finished 3rd in their pool. They find themselves in the elimination bracket. They find themselves 1-0 down. They find themselves 20-7 down in game 2. Rain still yet to get a kill, may I add. I don't want to point him out too much, but...
An assist, though. Just got an assist.
You have to call a spade, you have to call a goose a goose.
Would you say rains, it pours?
Blimey.
Mighty's rips the face off a breaking shot.
Rain got his kill, though.
That's all we're here for. Success. This is the true success story. Ensuring nobody gooses at the Halo World Championships. That's not what we came here to see. Mighty's gets the fresh sniper rifle, puts the fresh ammunition into the magazine, rolls backwards. He tried to play it there, you see. He was trying to get back into a position to toss it off the map. Unfortunately for him, wasn't doing Huss then. This could be the road, this could be the avenue to get themselves back into this game. 25-14 now. Sniper rifle in the hands of Huss. If he can just start hitting some shots, creating some openings for his team, that's what they need. That's what the doctor orders.
Yeah, I think once you see Complexity get a few back-to-back kills like that, you want to slow the game down a little bit, ITB. Yes, you have a very commanding lead, and you could have played in the way that you just continue your pace and you continue to snowball and you just dominate the competition. But once you give up the sniper rifle, which also has a lot of bullets to work with, may I add, you have to be a little bit more strategic with your pushes. As speaking of being strategic, Mighty's will regain his sniper rifle, and he's already been able to put a few headshots down on the board. I'm sure he's going to aim for a couple more here.
Ryan Noob thought about going top tower. It was a good thing he didn't, because Mighty's was waiting for it with the sniper rifle trained. As he pushes forward once more onto Nest, surveying the land, weighing up his options. 3 members of Complexity not really stepping out of line. Breaking shot is going to him, but he's going to sit behind that box. Mighty's recognizes he has to get himself out of trouble here. Woodham and Jim elsewhere, though, on the map. They're doing a lot of damage, getting themselves a lot of kills. Huss has gotten a trade eventually. But this, so far, Dan, is complete control and domination from the Europeans.
It's a 13-kill lead. And they're happy to take this one slow. Force Complexity to try and do something here. Every time Mighty's presses his right trigger, I feel a little tingle.
Yeah.
You just feel like he's got something a little bit special. And to have the sniper in your hands when you have Woodham on your team, by the way, always... Oh, what? Ooh. Like, he's just wasting ammo and just says, actually, I'll waste this last bullet on your body. To have the sniper rifle whilst you have Woodham on your team, demonstrates what a good sniper you are. Because, of course, mouse and keyboard, we know, usually would be the ideal sniper holder. And see,
no,
we told you.
We called upon this.
We told you, Ryan Oob. You drop the baggins will come back to you.
Naughty, naughty, naughty. Sometimes the baggy becomes the bagger, and vice versa. Speaking of baggins, do you leave your tea bag in or out with a cup of tea?
Whilst I'm drinking it?
Yeah.
I take it out.
Of course.
Of course.
You want to be a heathen. You'd be a heathen to leave it in.
You steep the tea.
Yes.
Also in the correct temperature of the water. You have to boil it.
Yeah,
Some of these Americans,
I
they
don't-
only boil it till like 50. I'm like, that's not even boiling.
I'll get emotional if I start talking about how the Americans make tea.
Jesus.
They're a problem. They're an issue.
Well, I mean, the team that's in hot water right now is Complexity.
That was good from you.
God, I'm brilliant.
You steeped that at the right temperature.
42-26, and sadly for Complexity, you really struggle to see a comeback into this one. It would have to be something miraculous. First, they need to get the sniper rifle. It's going to be Jimbo's chance to have a little bit of a show with it. And actually, the grenade does the job for the first one. 7 more kills, and ITB will be 2-0 up and 1 map away from sending Complexity out of the Halo World Championship.
Huss and Rain do get a couple of kills, so they're over the 31-point threshold, so it will not be a steak dinner, but a lot of work to do, and not a lot of time to do it. It looks as though this one's very much trending towards a European victory in Game 2, and like you say, it's a long road back then, because typically the way ITB are playing here is breaking shot, peels one off, heads back to top middle, thought about dropping it for his teammate, but thought about it again. Thought and rethought and funkin' thought. Bottom tower now with sniper rifle, but being pressurized a lot. Chick's last man standing for his team. ITB now just require 4.
Breaking shot, defending his tower. Sadly, I don't think that ITB are going to go anywhere near it. They don't need to. 2 more kills. Make it just 1 more kill now for Into the Breach. And unless we see something crazy, which we won't, Mighty gets the last kill on the board. And Into the Breach, 2-0 up here against Complexity. And 1 step away from securing themselves into the top 8.
Ryan Noob's got to be thinking, why did I do that?
Why did I?
That was a mistake.
You opened a can of worms.
He really did. He started brewing something, and he didn't have the rest of the ingredients that was needed, because you start laying the bag down in round 1. He done the same thing against Optic not so long ago as well. And the exact same game mode, if I'm not mistaken. And the story played the same. So, Ryan, you got to stop doing that to people.
Well, will we see Complexity come back into it, or will ITB follow up with a 3-0? We'll find out right after this break.
Enemy team score. Kill incoming. Kill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Team took the hill. team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 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 Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Welcome back, folks, to Game 3 of this elimination bracket match. These two teams fighting for their tournament life. The person that does go out will be eliminating the position of top 12. So they are the stakes as it stands. And for ITB, it's about pushing forward and building on what the successes they have had this season. And what a story it would be for them not to just get to top 6 then, top 8s. Like you mentioned before in this series, they want to get to top 4. They want to be in the same conversation that Quadrant was just a year ago.
Honestly, when you talk to ITB, you talk to Wonderboy, the coach of ITB as well, like, after every tournament, it feels like they say, you know, bar a few mistakes, we could have beaten X, Y, or Z. Like, they seem to be so close, and they genuinely think that they can beat the biggest and best teams in the world. So, in their mind, they're like, we can win this World Championship if we play at our very best. However, it's difficult to play your very best in every single game, every single series, but that's where the experience comes in from some of the North American sides, where they do really have that stamina to play for the long days. And sadly for the likes of ITB, for the likes of Quadrant, they have fallen short every now and then, as Mighty almost locks down a double.
Solid body shot connects as well. Good work from the Dutchman. Jim, currently 5-0-1. Speaking of good work, he is doing just that. His first flag capture is going to be so important, and you've got to feel complexity again. They can start to get themselves on a roll and perhaps put this series to 2-1.
Oh.
Maybe they can start to build upon something, but for Into the Breach, if they were to get it, you start to feel like momentum is well and truly on their side, and the complexity will be tumbling out. Right now, it is complexity we're pushing forward. They're laying siege to the ITB base, so a lot of work for Into the Breach here to clear out the play defense. Jim top middle, Brutum as well. They're going to combine. Breaking shot doing so much damage to both players, keeping them no shields, but Chick elsewhere gets the flank, Jim gets the overshield, and now the Europeans can march forward. Now they can look to threaten a flag capture of their own.
Well, an overshield and a flag run, albeit falling off the map. This one should be relatively comfortable to get the majority of the way, but it depends where complexity are here. Looks like Jim should be able to comfortably plop it in, and it will. ITB take the lead. And Jimbo still has a tiny, incy-bincy little bit of overshield left to work with as well. He almost looked
He
almost looked at breaking shots saying, should I?
Yeah, he's like, breaking shots probably not the one.
He literally, he looked up at the name and was like, no.
No, not breaking shot.
The time's not right.
Not breaking shot.
Me and breaking shot are cool.
Me and Ryan were not on speaking terms at the minute.
Not on speaking terms.
He called me a Brit moments ago, so.
He called you a Brit?
A Brit, yeah.
He called you a Brit?
A Brit, yeah.
How dare he?
Well, Jimbo and I.
Yeah.
We were both together.
Where was that?
I was in the restroom during the break.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Because I walked in and then two were there, and I said, well, this is awkward, lads, isn't it? And Jim said, you made it worse by saying it's awkward. And I said, that's exactly what I tried to do, Jim. They both laughed, but then Ryan New with a parting shot called me a Brit, and I got to say it hurt. But now I'm rooting for his demise.
You never call an Irishman a Brit.
Never do that.
You never do that. And that's one thing that ITB doesn't have, is an Irishman. Quadrant do.
They used to. They used to. Glory used to play for ITB before he was poached by those pesky Quadrant boys.
Those darn Brits and French.
They were more French
More
at the time.
French. Well, breaking shot has a sniper. He's already hit a couple of good shots here. 8 minutes remain. There is still plenty of time for complexity, but as it stands, they would be eliminated from the Halo World Championship in top 12. And it does beg the question of what happens. Of course, year 4 of the HCS has been officially announced. Congratulations, Shurs, you have a job again, we think.
No, they've confirmed that there will be a year 4, not that I will be involved in year 4.
That's
so
very true.
Still a concern, it's still up in the air.
If complexity were to go on to lose this series, get knocked out in top 12, where would these players end up? Would they stick together? Well, at the moment, they say, we don't even want to consider that because they will tie the game.
Oh!
All right, they tie the game.
Yes. There be moments. 1-1, 4 dead for Into the Breach, so an opportunity for the complexity, not only with that flag capture to push forward and threaten again. ITB in big trouble here and could fall victim to a double cap if they're not too careful. Huss will eventually get taken down by Jimbo. 2 dead, Huss and breaking shot in the respawn screen. ITB have a full complement of players on the map, prepared to put down damage. Wootum then up towards the flag podium, does a little bit of damage, but then drops down. Bait and switch is in full effect here. Jimbo gets there, puts this fist in the face of Rain. In the face.
Glad it was there.
Chick gets a kill as well onto Huss, before ultimately getting taken down. Very back and forth this game. Could go either way.
Enemy flag
All 4 members sent themselves into the flag. Some would say they were going into the breach.
Into the unknown.
Sadly, they weren't able to really get that flag as far as they would have liked. Wootum had tried to move it and groove it whilst also laying down suppressing fire onto the players that were following. And now they can maybe go for another pull here. Jimbo just tosses it out to test the waters. How cold is said water? Is it hot enough to boil?
Is it at 50 degrees?
And is it hot enough to steep a tea, is what I meant to say. Overshield's going to be
Is it hot enough to boil?
I mean, I have boiled water before.
You boiled water?
You know when you put
it was already boiled if you boiled water.
You boiled it again.
It's still in a state of boiled there. You haven't boiled water. Oh, God. Overshield for Ryan Noob. We are delirious. He just peeking left and right. Not too sure where he wants to go. He has finally decided on a path and a route. Will get meleeed over. Shield will go down, so Ryan not able to put that one to work as he would have liked. Currently sitting at 6, 6, and 12, and that makes me happy because, again, I'm rooting for his demise.
Just because he called you a Brit.
That's all.
Ryan, just to be...
That's all it takes.
To be clear, I do not stand with Jersey on this one.
That's because you are a red coat.
Can't say that.
Why can't I? Just
I don't know.
You wear red coats.
Do I?
I don't know.
When have you ever seen? Never mind. Right, 5 minutes remaining. Complexity, their tournament life on the line here. Into the Breach are in the driving seat in terms of the series, but 18 kills for Breaking Shot. He is doing everything he can to keep Complexity in the Halo World Championship. Huss takes the fight. Wooten will trade out. Flag starts to move, and Breaking Shot will be there to cover. This is looking good from Complexity.
Breaking Shot escorting the flag over towards the pistol area, keeping Mighty's at bay as well. Great work from Breaking Shot. Ryan is going to slam this one in. Complexity show signs of life, not only tying this one up, now the score is 2-1, and all of a sudden question marks lay at the feet of ITB.
And ITB just need to not panic here. You still have 4 minutes, and you still have 2 other maps and modes, but you also don't really want to go into a map 4, into a map 5, because then that's when that seed of doubt starts to creep into your mind. One thing that European teams have been guilty of in the past, maybe not so much in the present, is panicking a little bit and giving up some of these leads. But now there's an overshield. 3 are dead. 2 are going to be spawning. Chick can move, but he's going to be moving the flag towards them here. They have to fight together. I think Chick considered maybe I can grab that flag and run it the other way. He thinks, I wish I would have ran it down low.
He was looking for the path of least resistance, and unfortunately he ran it straight into the fresh spawners. A miscommunication on the side of ITB, and that could be a detriment to the cause, because that was a real opportunity to tie this game up, but now all of a sudden time can start to be a factor as well. Just a touch over 3 minutes to play. This is the sort of game state that Complexity thrive in, Dan. 2-1 to the good. They can play defense and really start to frustrate the Europeans here. Jim will toss the flag out, but you can see Complexity taking up unorthodox positions, applying pressure and ensuring this flag can't get anywhere quickly.
Jim arrives at just the right time, though. He's going to be able to get that one and move this flag. There's a lot of nades. If he can stay alive, it's big. Oh, it doesn't quite keep the flag around the corner. Mighties will be there to follow up, but this is going to be a good attempt at a flag run. ITB have a 4 versus 2 lead in terms of slays. Yes, okay, 1 on the side of Complexity, but this should be a cap for ITB.
Mighties runs this flag down. It is not the route you usually take, but it's effective. 2-2 now the score.
I do have a bone to pick with you whilst we have a small lull in the game at 2-2.
Okay.
Yesterday you said route.
Yes.
On the main stage.
Right.
Historically, you've given me so much crap for
Right.
saying Americanisms, right? And you said route, not route.
You know, here's the thing. Data and data, route and route are the things that I will substitute on the fly.
Well, they are Americanisms.
But, well, one is and one isn't.
Correct.
Yes, but I will use
You just
them.
use both.
Yes.
And that's okay, is it?
Yeah.
But when I say pants instead of trousers,
Yes, that's
suddenly
you're,
I'm the bad guy.
Yes.
All right.
You figured it out. I didn't even have to say anything.
Flag is tossed out, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. On the other side, though, flag will be pulled. ITB down to just 2. Wootum and Jimbo going to have to do a lot here to stop Complexity from catching. And the overshield just come up. This is looking good for Complexity in the moment. Huss. Oh!
A sliding Wootum cannot evade the headshot from Huss. And pressure being applied now on the ITB base. Will it be enough to buckle and break them? Another headshot from Huss. Mighties is in the grave. Chick's in big trouble as well. The overshield continues to be a factor, but the flag is still down. It is not making any progress right now.
Complexity quite literally fighting for their lives at the moment. Stepping up to the plate when their backs are firmly against the wall, but ITB are still holding strong. Maybe another attempt at a grab, but it's not going to happen. Flag sent back home. 1 minute 10 before we start to consider overtime here between Complexity and ITB. It's been a brilliant series to watch so far here on the Bravo stream. But I am unsure how it's going to conclude, because ITB looked like they were cruising, it looked like they were very much in control. Then Complexity suddenly had that 2-1 lead. You'd think they were going to sit back on it. But in a moment of magic, has ITB tie it up? Is it going to be a mistake that loses this game for either of these teams, or could it be a moment of brilliance? 3 are down and flag is moving.
Mighty has some damage on him already as well, so this is going to be a difficult stop for him. Ryan Noob, with a lot of momentum, soars forward. A lot of ITB spawning over towards this part of the map as well. A lot of pressure being applied. Ryan Noobs prioritizing trying to live. That sticky grenade is not going to land. Wootum's kill breaking shot, but he's not the point, and he's not the problem right now. The issue is Ryan Noob. He's made it up the back ramp, he's made it past the sewer, and he's going to try and slide this flag home. There's nobody from ITB there to make the stop, and Complexity shows signs of life. They get back up off the mat, and they're waiting to fight.
How important could that be for Complexity? That break, the bathroom break that they had, maybe was just the key to success here, to mentally reset, refocus, and re-attack the ITB boys. And they do find themselves back into this series. And dare I say it, we have a series on our hands.
More of that series will be coming very, very shortly. A quick break. When we come back, we will have Game 4.
King of the Hill. Hill incoming.
And we're back, folks. King of the Hill on Solitude here. Complexity up against ITB. Complexity down one map in the series so far, having previously been down by 2. And we're very close to being clean swept. But is that now the lifeline that they needed to get themselves not only back into this series, but push their tournament on and keep this run alive? ITB with very different ambitions and aspirations. Camouflage for Wootum inside of the hill, and what can the Finn do? Breaking shots, trying to spot him out, and he's done so successfully. A little bit of progress has been made. Might ease over towards the hotel, no interest in checking out. Matter of fact, he puts one in the grave. Rain, top middle now. Chick gets a kill over towards the U-turn as well. So damage being done across the map. Both these teams still try and jostle for position, still try and get some semblance of map control. And because the camouflage and the shock rifle were up at the same time, ITB have now been able to capitalize on that chaos, on the carnage. They're inside the hill once more. Ryan Newell's positioned over towards his poster stairs. Mighties gets the pick.
I'm looking forward to this one as well, because both teams are very successful at this game type, this map and mode. ITB have a 60% win record. They're about 4-2, I believe, if my memory serves me correct. I know that Complexity are unbeaten on it, though, but I believe they've only played it 3 times. So you know, take from that 1 year. Like, it could be 3 times, but you might have played a couple of teams that finish in top 16. So you take it with a pinch of salt, but all I can tell you is both teams know how to play it successfully. Now, ITB very close to taking this first point, but Complexity now fighting tooth and nail to try and hold them off. 2 versus 2 on the map. Jimbo gets the first opener, and Jimbo's going to be able to step in and should be able to secure the point as well as a double kill. I have to say, all jokes aside, I think there was a lot of questions asked about Jimbo over the years, right? As he was starting to get a little bit older. He's still a very young man, I will point that out, but in terms of Halo players, he was getting a little bit older, and he was often being the scapegoat in some of his teams. His performances, maybe his statistics didn't shine up as much. He has really stepped it up every single tournament to demonstrate why he's such an integral part to this team.
He's almost reinvented himself. It's testament to how good Jim is, recognizing that, okay, maybe I'm not the Slayer that I was in the past. I have to adapt my game to what the team needs. And that's what he's done here. A huge double kill, gets inside the hill, captures it for his team. And that can be a real pace setter now. It's something to build upon. And as the team starts to roll, the confidence starts to flow, you start to think, this series is ours for the taking, and we're going to send Complexity home.
Another player I've been very impressed with, Breaking Shot. Last event, he blew everyone out of the water with his performance and how he was playing. Statistically, was up there with some of the best. He was up there in the top 5, I think, at one point throughout the weekend in terms of KD as well. And if Complexity are going to get back into this series, I feel like he is going to be a key factor. Has to play with that confidence that we saw back in Salt Lake City. And he is confidently approaching Chick in the moment, but you don't want to walk into Chick when he has the shock.
Puts him away. Gets 2. That's all ITB need now to confirm their second hill. They're in cruise control right now. Complexity are in big trouble. They're on the ropes. And ITB are swinging for the fences.
Do Complexity start to sweat a little bit here? Or are they going to be able to calm down? This is where you need a player like Ryan, who has that experience, decade plus of experience. Might be over a decade and a half now of experience from Ryan, to be completely honest. To say, look, it's not over until it's over here. You can very easily get back into this game. Plenty of time. All we need is this next one. You don't want to go 3-0 down. 3-0 down on Solitude, and then you might be starting to pack your bags and thinking about heading back to the hotel. They've done very well in this third hill to keep ITB back, and they've scored so much already.
ITB probably contemplating, do we just give this one up? Such has been the stranglehold Complexity have had on it so far. Wootum is bottom middle. He doesn't look like he's got long left for the world. The hill is now going to rotate. Breaking Shots, camouflage, dissipates. Jimbo continues to jiggle peek over towards this poster stairs. Mike is going to combine and connect with Chick to make sure Ryan Newup gets taken care of. Chick now bottom middle in a 1v1. He comes out on top. Huss takes him down. Rain turns his attentions towards Boom. It's very scrappy right now. A lot of kills being traded back and forth. And although Complexity lost out in the numbers, the spawns have favored them. They spawn towards Loop, which means they are in prime position for this hill. Ryan Newup's down to no shield. Somehow, someway gets that stick when he had no right to. But it's ITB who stand inside the hill, but will they stand strong?
This is a hill you can definitely milk some time as well. Really frustrate your opponent by kind of stepping in, forcing them out of their hidey holes, and then you take the fight, step back out, step back in a little bit later. You don't need to overcommit to it if you're ITB here. They just need to make sure they don't allow Complexity to get full control and get a lot of time on the board, and that's why Wootum happy to step out, happy to try and help and assist his teammate if there was going to be a push towards Yard. But Complexity have successfully been able to break any sort of setup from ITB so far.
Wootum desperately running for his life because Complexity, the Vice started to close in, and he knew as soon as he lost that member in Yard, he was in big trouble. A victim of timing more than anything else because he jumped up to try and help Chick in Yard, and as he dropped down to help the player bottom middle, of course those two players pushed in. It was a wonderful push from Complexity, but it hasn't borne much fruit for the moment. Ryan Newup, he is crafty, he is sneaky, and he is hiding. Oh. Back loop. Oh, hang on a second. Things are getting more awkward now as Jim and Ryan Noob exchanging some, what should we call it, Dan? Some unsavory moments.
Could be fisticuffs later. How I'm seeing it right now, but if this fourth hill, but the third for ITB does go in their favor, with only a couple of minutes left on the board, you start to worry for Complexity's chances here in this series and this tournament. Breaking shot, though, will get a lot of damage that Rain can follow up on. Complexity will now start to score towards this one. ITB on the back foot a little bit. Off spawn, Chick's going to have to work in tandem with Wootum. And they do get some slays on the board. And Rain and Breaking Shot are now going to have to fight back to back to keep ITB out.
Wonderful play from Rain just to shoot that grenade. Nice. Did he get the stick? Yes, he did. Rain doing so much damage on the map there. And off the back of that, Complexity managed to keep control of this hill, keep control of this driveway. 3 members of ITB went down for a moment. They can start to score again. Ryan Noob steps inside the hill. 3 members of ITB positioned bottom middle S1 area. Mighty's is S2. So they have all this side of the map to themselves now, do Complexity. Ryan Noob ventures out, ventures forward, tries to do damage for his team. Huss and Breaking Shot have got a couple of kills, which is going to make this one a very difficult break for ITB. Ryan Noob's down to no shields. He continues to garner the attention of ITB. These next few engagements are going to be pivotal for this hill, and the first pick, the second, and the third have gone the way of Complexity. They're going to tie us up 2-2.
And they are right back into this thing. And how frustrating is that going to be for ITB? Had they won that hill, that could have been the game, it could have been the series, but now they have given Complexity a ticket back into this map, a ticket back into this tournament perhaps. As not only do they have camouflage now, but they also have control of this hill. Temporarily did, now they back out of it. The push comes in from ITB.
Complexity showing resilience in this series. With how the first couple went, it looked as though they were down. They were all but out. They're showing what they're made of here at the Halo World Championships. So much experience on that stage. A couple of young guns to boot as well. Breaking Shot springs to mind. Huss. Rhino's been to World Championships in the past. And he has hopes, he has ambitions of making this one his best ever. But do this Complexity team have what it takes to get there? Because right now ITB stand in their way and they're about to capture the third hill. Breaking Shot has to hit shots. Rain is forced to back away. Are they going to give this one up? Rain is in peril. Jimbo's in the hill and into the breach. Retake the lead.
1 minute and 20 left on the clock, and it's the bottom middle hill. Arguably one of the most difficult ones to solidify. Into the breach are certainly going to play time here. And they are just going to play Slayer. They're going to try and keep Complexity out of this hill for 1 minute. Sounds easier than it actually is going to be, though, especially with Rain getting a double. But there's the response. ITB just need to position themselves in that way that they can clean up whoever takes damage in the hill.
ITB's plan is good, but how is the execution? They're spawning over towards Snipe side. Complexity have a player positioned inside the hill. They're going to keep on scoring. Breaking Shot and Rain are the last 2 players standing for the team. Mighty's gets the kill on S1. He must be down to no shields because Breaking Shot is trying to get there to get the kill. Mighty's shields has just come back for now. He's getting tanked up all the time, but he's forced Breaking Shot out of the hill, which eats away at that clock.
Down to now 40 seconds. Ryan Noob does tag 1. Breaking Shot gets another. But they need to start thinking about time here. They might be able to get to about halfway before the spawners from ITB start to arrive. There was only 1 alive at the moment. But now the rest of them are going to be on the map and trying to disrupt this hill. This is good time though for Complexity. They are giving this a bloody good go.
Complexity fighting for their life. Into the breach. Have got to get him out of this hill. They've made up so much time here in this one. Huss goes down, as does Breaking Shot. Ryan Noob gets 1, he's down to no shields. Mighty's gets that kill. Complexity are not standing inside the hill. All 4 dead now. And with 13 seconds, time is dwindling down. Breaking Shot spawns inside blue, and he cannot stand on ceremony. He has got to get inside the hill. He continues to try and do damage. He steps inside. Wootum is there. Wootum falls. An opening, a moment in time here for Complexity. Can they fight? Backs against the wall. Chick with a huge double kill. Rain stands inside. Chick get a triple kill for him. Mighties gets one too. They run out of time, and ITB win the series 3-1. Complexity's season is over.
Complexity knocked out at top 12. ITB move on to top 8. And sadly, as Richie was alluding to, that will be Complexity's tournament done. That's their season over for all their hard work for the top 6 they saw in Salt Lake City. Now they will see a top 12 here at the Halo World Championship. A disappointing ending to their season, but on the side of Into the Breach, how far can they go? Top 8 already secured. Now they can start to think about top 6. A great series indeed. Europe reigns supreme in this one. Complexity have to go back to the drawing board for next year of HCS. Of course, we have plenty more action coming up on the Bravo stream. We'll go for a break, but when we come back, we'll have even more Halo World Championship action.
A little bit, throw this grenade, let them walk in these traps, and here just 7-kill lead is gonna be really tough for Cloud9 to turn this one around.
Yeah, let this C9 team make some mistakes is what Pure's probably thinking here. And they'll continue to just add on to this lead. Now Talek wants to maybe go for a play with this Quantum Translocator. That was the play.
Yep, kept a little momentum. It was in a safe spot, but you had to tippy-toe right as you landed out of that QT.
Hey, you know, I respect him for being a little cheeky with that. You know what I mean? He was trying to get into the corner, hide it out a bit more.
Also, that 3, you know, a 7-kill lead now, only a 4-kill lead, so 3 unanswered slays there from Cloud9. Let's see how they ice it up here at the end. I mean, looking really strong so far.
They're all bunched together.
They're
oh my gosh,
lumped up. And sometimes that works, but when you get hit by grenades, that is not going to work out well. Look at this, all trapped in the rat tunnel. Last shot has the opportunity to back away. Rat tunnel has to fight their way out.
And that is going to be Pure benefiting from that fight. So they're just 2 frags away from being able to win game 2. We talked about C9 needing maps like this, needing these map 2 wins in Slayer in order to get to that King of the Hill, but it's going to make the challenge that much more difficult. You only have 2 kills left for Pure to grab, but C9 can very well come back into this one. It's not out of it quite yet, C9, and if they get that S7, if they can bring that one across, maybe clear out these players in mid, they could have an opportunity, and I just saw the snipe was grabbed.
Yeah, it was snagged, and who has it? Manny. Okay, 3 kills.
No dumb deaths.
Now, one thing that Cloud9 needs is just a little bit more ground on the map. It feels like anytime we've seen them, they're all clumped in all 3 or 4 in one spot. So I like this. Spread out towards Nest. They know that Sniper is going to be this fear factor. So Pure aren't going to be able to poke out as confidently. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, plenty of time to get a couple picks. I like this play. Just play it patient. See if someone oversteps.
I want to see Cloud9 just take map control. I just want them to just continuously push forward here. Because I feel like at this point in time, with this sniper in your hand, you have...
What they're doing is perfect. I don't think they need to push any further. We've seen a lot of their pushes get shut down and
that's fair. Good
die.
Call. Yeah.
You don't want to get some whirlwind at the very end where you're just able to trade out a couple melees here. There's 49. 1 kill more for Pure to close out game number 2. They're pushing against Manny and crew. They get the pick onto Manny.
Oh, man.
Huge picks there at the end, but that got scary for Pure.
That really
got
did.
real scary.
5 minutes remaining. Enemy team nearing victory.
And dominating this game number 3.
And also you have to wonder as well, right? Like game 1, you had a bit of a delay on that stage, and then you get into it, and you don't really contend much against a really talented oddball team. Then you go into Slayer Live Fire, you're getting kind of spanked around a bit, but you make that big comeback happen. You get 11 big kills, you come back from an 11 kill lead, excuse me, and you cannot lock it up in the end. So for Cloud9, it has to be frustrating to play against this Pure team when they're eking out these wins in those moments.
Yeah, and honestly, based on the way that Pure are playing right now, so far in this game, I feel like you just want to try to close this out quick.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of time on this clock where if you just start to try to slay and play defensive for 9 minutes, Cloud9 could slowly and surely get back to this game. While they're down, kick them. Pure, if they want to close out the series, grab that 3rd flag, get these next couple slays. They've been super efficient with it. Close it out.
Walshy, schoolyard bully confirmed. There it is. We just found out while they're down, kick them while they're down. But I do agree with that though, Dave, because C9, if they're in the position that they're in right now, Pure have all the momentum. Might as well just continue to ride it to the promised line, right? Until you simply just can't anymore. Ooh, Drunk almost got a haircut there. There he goes. Came back around for the shave.
Septify getting that pick there. They got the sniper down Pure. We also see Talik taking a long flank route here. We're gonna have to see what is gonna happen with that flank, because this could either be great and he flanks and gets the kill on the sniper, or he leaves his teammates out to dry, and all of a sudden Cloud9 are on the offensive to get a pull, and there's Talik going down. So that flank completely ineffective. What can Cloud9 do with this? This is a scary time for Pure. You do not want to let them back in this game. And you remember that stat, GB? 100% of the time that flag's grabbed, Pure has not recovered it. Let's see if that stat holds true right now in this flag run.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have much of a chance to go back and get it when Septify's taking their faces like this. And everyone off spawn, they got 3 down, and then at that point, there was just nothing that Pure could do out of it, and that is a cap.
This is the double cap territory.
Run it back.
Oh, look at Manny is still up front and center. We still have Septify over on the sniper bridge. The only saving grace Pure has right now is they still have a sniper on the back of their base, so this flag going towards sewers is not going to be safe. I actually don't know what the route is here, throwing that flag when they have that sniper back there.
Septify wants to play his life here. He's going to wait for Sab. He needs Sab to just go and clean up some of those players in the back. It's going to be a double kill.
Not a great
they're running
here
into each
from
other.
Cherish either.
He saw it too.
Some points he feel like he's, Cherish thinks that he's drawing some attention, which he is to a degree, but at this point, you need to fight out of your base as a team. Cherish trying to desperately stay alive. This flag comes back. Who is going to get the recov and who's going to get the cap? Looks like there's option to let that flag reset on its own.
Yeah, and Cherish
just a couple seconds away, but
they know where he is. They're just waiting it out.
I don't hate this play here from Septify. He realizes it's too good to be true. He can't just run this one in, so he has to get a few slays. There goes Septify. There goes Sab. It's a 4-on-2. Well, I don't know if the stat still holds true. This flag has not been returned yet.
Can they get the return?
Flag has not been returned.
If they get the return, history will be made, and I expect everyone in this building to make an applause happen. You don't, you send it back.
Oh my God.
They're gonna do it, Dave!
History, and to be sure, since they've never seen this in their entire life, all four jumping on the flag just to make sure it goes back.
There you go. They get the recov, and history has been made for Pure. But jokes aside, though, man, they still have this lead. They still have some decent map control, and I think C9, you know, they did a lot of things right there. But you gotta give some credit to Cherish for making himself a difficult individual to remove from that side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess credit to Cherish there. Like, I thought it was a massive mistake to grab that flag because I think you just got to be more in the slaying mode, but it looks like you did a bit of both. Toss the flag out, hopefully create some panic. Return towards sewers, went over towards the snipe side, doing some damage and buying, I guess, a little bit of time for Pure to get out of their base. So kudos to Cherish and Pure for breaking out of that setup and not allowing a double cap to happen where Cloud9 were perfectly set up for a double cap.
And making history.
And making history. Yeah.
And making history.
That's the more important part.
Of course. All right, well, Pure gets their snipe now, and C9 will get the overshield, so they're all right with that. They're going to need to put this thing to work here. There you go. Nice play. Just jumping across. He's got the help from Manny as well, so they're going to try and chase that player down low. They know where he is, but the snipe's doing some damage there. Be careful, Suspector. He's got to stay alive.
Yeah, just buying time over here in the courtyard. His teammates are going to be the ones that are going to be his eyes and his ears, pointing out where everyone's at, and then he gets to lurk around here. Go over from Mohawk, get some shots in, eventually go to the front jump, get the flag grab.
I like what we're doing here for C9, right? They get
pull. That's a pull. Yep.
And they got to
You're not chasing the back of the base, so I like this play from Suspector. You're basically going to fight anyone who is visible at that time, but as soon as they scurry to the back of the base, you pull that flag and punch them. Suspector somehow gets finished all the way over that far in the sewers. Cherish has an angle over from the hut. And Cloud9 are going to have to weep as they see their flag recover all the way in sewers. They did so well up until that point, but cherished. Second flank, second flag recovery.
Making plays, man. This young man has been impressive. Doing a lot of excellent work here to try
those nades.
Yeah, you know.
Them sizzle sticks.
I miss them. Big fan of them. 4 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock. Pure looking to close this one down. One flag cap is all they need. But for for C9 and the boys, they know that they have it. They've done it. They almost have secured 2 flag caps. That would have been the game. That would have been the map. So I'm feeling a little confident here for C9. But when it comes down to those moments, you got to clear those angles so that Cherish can't get like a free shot on a player that's running down low like that next time.
Look at this. Cherish is still holding this attic over here. Or sorry, Pure is still holding this attic over here. And they know the push from Cloud9 has to be coming through. Looks like they get them all over on the opposite plat. That's all 4 down. They're in a position to grab it. In fact, flag's already on the way. 2 members respond, Suspector and Septify, but they are not going to be having a great angle to get this one stopped. And they are slowly but surely watching their flag run all the way back. Wait,
flag got returned.
Did flag?
I think
all off the map?
Yeah, I think it did.
Oh my God.
That's an opportunity.
I was just going to say, that's the most desperate and terrible time ever in your tournament life is you watch that final flag go in, you can't do anything about it. Someone smiling down upon Cloud9 as that flag falls off the map and they're getting a pull again.
Oh my word. Opportunity here, but Pure now. Back into this one. Find Sav as well, so they know exactly where that is. And here comes the pull now. Bring this one down low again. Is what happened to what happened previously to Cloud9 going to happen to Pure? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. Talik is cleared back of the base. He's around the corner. Here he comes. No one in the vicinity to stop him, and that is going to be it. Pure lock it up. They move on, and C9 is eliminated from the Halo World Championship.
You know they are not feeling great. They were a team.
Enemy captured your flag. Enemy flag returned. Stronghold. Enemy team scoring. 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 Enemy team scored. Enemy team nearing victory.
Hey everybody, we are back at the Halo World Championship, and well, I do want to let everyone know that I'm going to be rolling solo right now. It's going to be Sentinels going up against ITB, and well, we were talking about ITB earlier and the success that they have managed to gain, so massive, massive opportunity for them here. Sentinels as well, both teams certainly do not want to be put in a position here to have an early exit from the Halo World Championship, and I haven't done a solo cast in a while, so I'm actually having fun, Aries. You know, it's gonna be pretty good. Should probably put up chat, see if people are like yelling at me or something. All right, well, let's go ahead and get the lay of the land here, shall we, and see what we should be expecting, because with Precision getting this control up top of the overlook spot here, it's kind of pinning down the boys on ITB inside of Trams. So got to make some moves happen here. Oh, wait a minute, massive, massive play coming through, and actually, this one's just shutting down the one player down low toward the B steps now. Falcated can't seem to go toe-to-toe there in that situation, ends up losing his life in that one. Booba Doobu does identify that player that Falcated ran into. Never mind, actually. Booba Doobu ended up getting clipped there. I want to say it was from Mighties. He's already sitting with 4 kills currently. Most in the lobby. 6-6 tied here. Where, of course, if you are a Sentinels fan, this is a very, very difficult position to see them in here. But, you know, the talent on this lineup, there's certainly going to be opportunities for them to find themselves in Seattle and make a deep run. Both of these teams certainly capable of it. Veterans across the board now. Wootum pushing in, trying to see if he can get a little gully with that one. Wanted to get the double kill, but ends up not securing it. A trade coming through here, and we're back 10-9, excuse me, 1 kill separating. Now, as we see where Sentinels are posting up here and what's going to be coming up, playing for that camo, right? Putting some eyes on it. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of that, over toward ATM, you got Wootim, who might want to try and go for this one, but instead it's going to be Lethal, ends up meeting him there. Well played. And Lethal ends up getting the camo, and look who decides to join me now.
What's going on over here?
Freaking believable. David Mary Beth Walsh is here to commentate some Halo, people. It's his real middle name, by the way. Fun fact.
I'm sorry you all had to endure that. A one-side conversation like everyone at this point has with Golden Boy.
Hey, you know what? I am a cornucopia of knowledge, all right? And I will have you know, sir.
You're getting 0 vitamins or minerals from that cornucopia. You're getting absolutely nothing. Nothing of nutritional or intellectual value.
All right, let's see. I am going to pull up chat here and see people mad at me, so let's go ahead and do this.
Oh, I don't want to look at chat.
Yeah, why not, dude? I don't give a crap. I'm 36. You think I care? You're 40. Why do you care? Dang it. All right. Well, hello, everyone. So we're back in this one. And overall, though, man, this has been a very close game, Dave. Back and forth, 17-17, as you can see here. But since the beginning, it has been 1 kill, tied game the entire time.
And what was map number 1? Do you remember?
Did we miss? We missed map 1 too. Yeah, we were in the middle of that series. What was map 1 again? Sorry. We're drawing a blank. All right, it's all good. I'll find it.
We'll figure out what map 1 was after this, but obviously Sentinels coming off to a strong start here. And both these teams having to kind of rally back right after a little bit of momentum, you know, winning a series before this, but they are knocking out squads early here at HWC.
Yeah, man. This is
2 of these teams get 7/8.
It's frustrating and sad.
You want round 2.
Want to see these guys keep going, man, but you know, you got winners and losers, you know what I mean? Name the game in the tournament. Gotta fess up, you gotta, not fess up rather, but you gotta put up or shut up in those moments where it counts the most. So
there's 3 down there for Sentinels. This could be the opportunity for ITB to make something happen. They see the spot where these spawns are happening, and looks like Cafe/Neon Side and Budum kind of asking for a big fight there.
Oh,
doesn't have the backup that he was expecting or needed there. A couple players over at that tire gen just not able to get cleaned up, and somehow Lethal across map also picks off Jimbo. So what I felt like was a situation that ITB should have been able to roll in a few more kills. Turns out to be 2 or 3 kills in the favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, and some good movement around the map, you know, just putting themselves in positions where they will catch ITB off guard, which is what Lethal had done there in that exchange just a second ago. 6 kills now, and you're starting to see the separation begin to build for Sentinels. And ITB, where do they identify, you know, the weaknesses? How do they, you know, crack the egg, so to speak? of Sentinels and how they've been able to peel away a little bit more with this lead here, because it had been a very, very neck and neck the entire time, but a few good round of slays that Sentinels managed to gain, and that was pretty much all it was, right? And ITB now, where are the gaps? Where are the openings that they could take advantage of, right?
And Precision, seeing opening himself, gets taken out instantly though. I don't even think he got a melee there, so that's unfortunate there for Precision. Not an effective push, but he saw his opening and decided to take it. Figured he could flank through ATM, but these players, they're on another level. They just realized, all right, we've been watching here towards tires or ATM a little bit. Maybe look back towards that angle.
Wooten was not ready for that one at all. Good aggression that we're starting to see from Sentinels. They want to lock this one up as soon as they possibly can, right? Get that map 2 victory and just send the European team home. But of course, for ITB and the talent on this lineup, there is definitely going to be a fighting chance here for them. Want to see Chick maybe a little bit more output on his end there, but you know, if anything, Wootsum and Mighties, they've been putting in some good work thus far. And you got yourself another camo up for grabs here. Sentinels, and I mean, no one's really been able to get firm control with this. Yeah, I think we have one good camo grab, and that was really it.
And look at that brilliant play by Precision. Realizing he cannot grab that camo, not in position for it, and so decides to flank on through B stairs and re-enter the fight from tires and gets that back smack. Many other less experienced players would just go straight for that camo, grab it, die, drop it out in front over at Palms, but there's just like such a heads-up play for trusting teammates, for knowing that they can follow up and grab the camo after, but then, like I said, repositioning and re-entering the camo fight, not just making it a one-and-done thing.
Yeah, giving yourself a different position that can maybe, you know, play a factor in your success, giving yourself the, you know, whether it's having your teammates there for your coverage or even just, you know, the small plays where you can identify where you can move around the map and take advantage of the player maybe looking to just regenerate his shields back, you know, playing a little bit more passive, you know. And if anything, ITB has kind of just been stuck with no real opportunities to be able to try and make pushes happen effectively. Jimbo's going to be in no man's land, and Chick is going to be the last one to die. And I mean, that was basically as, you know, as good as it gets for Sentinels, a 50-36 win. Honestly, couldn't have asked for a better way for this game two to happen for the boys in red.
Yeah, Sentinels looking fantastic here in their elimination bracket run so far. This could be a second win, a second quick win for them. We'll have to see if they're able to close this one out, but that'll be it from me and GB, and we'll be back for game number 3 in just a little bit.
Working with Renegade so well there, and the rest of FaZe starting to pick up the pieces as well. There's Royal 2, there's Renegade, there's 4 Space Station members in the black screen for now. As FaZe answer back here, starting to find a little bit of momentum on this third hill.
Big control here coming out of Snakebite. He hasn't left Snipe Tower in what feels like minutes of play, and as you can tell, it has translated on the scoreboard as well, just about 10% left.
Just got a little bit of info there as well. You saw Bounce head cut for just a second. And now FaZe, after capping this hill as well, are pushing forward almost immediately. It's 3 dead for SSG. And take yourself back a few moments. After that first hill, it was SSG who capped and then managed to pick up the slates on their way to the next hill. FaZe are doing exactly the same thing right now as they transition to driveway.
Could not agree more. It's been a very different past few minutes compared to the opening of the game for FaZe. And they look like they are right back in this game. We'll see if they can keep controlling here one dead each side.
Stella stays alive, but Snakebite will be in position to have a little bit of hill time here. They'll be re-challenged though by Stella, who couple back the thrust is going to be enough to get the trade, a killing spree, which has been pretty much the signal for things to turn good for FaZe in the last few moments coming in from Snakebite, but the trades make this push a little bit more dicey on both sides. Camo coming up in 5.
Amazing to watch that entire spree from Snakebite's POV. That was just a clinic of how you play this game, how you use a power-up, how you play patiently as well. Let's see where this next power-up goes.
SSG have control of the inside of the map, but they're losing a couple of players. Control is one thing, picking up the slays is another, and somehow Frosty comes out of that battle not just with the kill, but with his life as well. Camo should be secured here, and Renegade will pick it up once again for FaZe.
Has to be mentioned, FaZe Clan was being outslayed 26-17. They are now outslaying 40-35. It is an unbelievable slaying comeback. It might also be a King of the Hill comeback as well if they can secure this hill and tie the game 2-2.
Not just the camo here for FaZe as well. Snakebite's got the shock rifle. Legend gonna find out the Renegade. He's got a battle rifle in his back pocket as well. It's 2 dead for SSG once more as Renegade takes over. Picking up a little bit of hill time, but now he turns his attention to Bound, using that camo to his most effectiveness at the moment, making sure he's the player furthest forward to pick up these kills.
Good fall from Renegade. Look at this, especially if he gets this kill as well. There's a lot to talk about and what he's just done. World 2 has the help. That's not an easy nade in yard on the palm tree. It's a beautiful nade. He also doesn't take any nade damage, and look at the hill progress as well.
That was a big thing I wanted to point out here. The slays are going the way of FaZe. The map control is in the favor of FaZe for the last few minutes, and the hill time is coming alongside it. Keep your eye on that efficiency. We are going to keep beating that drum, because that is the only thing that stops FaZe in these big moments. It's 3 dead on the side of Space Station momentarily. It turns into a 2v2 as Bound will find Renegade. It's a trade in and around that driveway. 4 dead for SSG. Last player alive is going to be Snakebite, and he should be in position to secure this hill.
Look at the way Snakebite and Renegade played that there at the BR. Beautifully done. They make sure they don't trade both of them, and they're able to get the second hill as well. What a comeback. What a swing from FaZe in the late game.
All of SSG have rotated and stacked over to that snipe side though. Camo's going to be coming up again, and it's been FaZe who have controlled that power up for the majority of this game. Legend gonna have his shields broken here. Snakebite follows it up as well, a little bit of a pre-shot around that corner. Knowing that Legend was gonna have to poke at some point. He could get to one himself, but the time, look at the time on this snipe side hill. FaZe have been picking up kills, but they haven't been able to break into a position to flip those spawns around and get inside of that hill, deny Space Station that time.
Somehow Snakebite stays alive, and more importantly, Royal 2 comes away with the camo. Continued camo control coming in. Let's see how Royal 2 plays this.
Now we're seeing those spawns start to be flipped. Eco gets taken down. The camo's still effective here. Legend is going to take a little bit of damage, but can't find Royal 2. The camo being used once again to its full effectiveness here, and FaZe have SSG 2 dead once again. It might be 3 in a few seconds time, but look at the time. Look who's in this hill, as unfortunately it looks like FaZe might have lost a few members in this game. We will have a technical pause, but we will be tied up at 2-2.
Whoa. Unbelievable.
Catch your breath.
You see a shake of the head there from Royal 2 there. My God, that game went absolutely out of control in what you thought might have been a runaway victory for Space Station. As I said, they were outslaying 26-17, end up 2-0, and instead, at the point of the reset, FaZe was outslaying 55-45, and we were tied at 2-2. Has to also be mentioned the kills that we saw coming in from several FaZe members there. We talked a lot about how Bound was the first to be on double digits. Not far behind him, Bound at the end of the game there was 18 kills. Snakebite and Renegade both on 16, and with significantly less deaths than him. Huge, huge plays from both Renegade and Snakebite.
Really big swing started for FaZe when Snakebite went on that killing spree. Managed to just get control of that camo and put it to use. They not only won that 3rd hill, but of course won the rotate for the next hill as well, to flip those spawns and make sure that they were going to force Space Station have to push from the areas they really didn't want to push from on that map. A little bit of a quiet one for Stella in that first game that we've seen by his own standards, 9-15 for him. But a lot more Halo to be played in this series, and you know a player of that quality, of the standard that he is, he's going to have a big impact at some point in this series.
Absolutely is. I got to say, for FaZe fans, we take a look at some highlights from the game so far. For FaZe fans, I think the latter half of what we just saw is going to be very encouraging. I think there was a lot of reason for concern coming into this series, and there was a lot of reason for concern after the first 2 hills. However, FaZe dug deep, and let's just talk about that killing spree from Snakebite as well that we saw on screen. It was amazing disciplined camo control. It was amazing teamwork, the way he was able to hold down posters and hold down S2 for the entirety of that hill. And in the end is able to even get a lot of teamwork here. By the way, fantastic work from our observers and production team all the way to keep us on POVs on the hill as we're getting ready for rotates. I love this play from Renegade as well, the way he was holding down yard, and just fantastic teamwork all around from FaZe on these last 2 hills. Here specifically, that's not an easy nade. It's even harder in H5. And then it doesn't take damage, able to lock down yard this entire time. FaZe, it feels like they just woke up.
Yeah, I think there were certainly I think waking up is one way to put it, and it's the correct way to put it, but
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2024 B stream. We got Into the Breach versus Sentinel. Sentinel's up 2-0 right now. Golden Boy and Walshy back on the call. You just saw the action unfold between FaZe Clan and SSG. You can catch all that action over at twitch.tv/Halo.
But right here, our eyes are on Sentinels. 1 kill apiece here going into this game number 3 with Camo in the hands of Precision. I would like to actually see him jump on this hill with Camo. I feel like there's a lot of times where Camo can be more effective to run around and get slays. Here's a time where I think Camo can be very effective in the hill. Most times we've been seeing Camos really be effective for 1 push, and if you don't know where you're pushing right away to get that fight, which you already got that kill over Needler side, might as well scrap up some time. I mean, this hill, Battery Hill, is just going to be one of those times where it's a little bit of back and forth. You're going to get a couple round slays, grab a little bit of time. A couple round slays, grab a little bit of time. So I feel like right there, they got a couple slays, scoop up that time.
Boo Boo Dubu, though, looking to scoop up some headshots here, but he hasn't really been able to locate them. That being said, he's still been tagging, and it's been slowing down the pushes for ITB, so that has allowed Sentinels to at least fight from a comfortable position. But just as I say that, though, you see 2 members of Sentinels go down. So this is going to put Boo Boo Dubu in a precarious spot here to have to win this one out. Ends up getting a trade for his efforts. That's basically it. And now you can see how ITB are looking to bring this one back over, flip it to the other side, and get that control of the hill, just like they're doing right now with Jimbo.
All right, Jimbo and ITB, let's see how they answer back here. We saw a decent amount of Sentinels control up until this moment. So here's the first chance where we get ITB with control. And then also it's interesting the level of pressure that they're just pushing over at control. But somehow all 3 fall down. They lose the battle at control, they lose the battle at batteries, and Sentinels back in the hill.
That all happened in a moment. Like, it just
it's tough.
So
it's
fast.
Just how it goes sometimes. Like sometimes like, oh, we lost our fight on this side and we lose the fight here. And then other times you also have the opposite where you win both fights, or a mix where you lose one fight on one side, win the fight on the other. But right there, not going in the favor of ITB. Once again, this first hill is going to be captured by Sentinels. I don't think ITB are in any position to challenge this from Plat.
And you can even see the way that they're positioning themselves right now too, right? They have conceded that one. So 1 point goes to Sentinels here. ITB far from out of this one. Granted, this was a tough one to, that last hill was tough to watch because ITB, big battle that they won, possession of the hill, it looked like things were gonna start to cook for them, and then just a wipe, just 3 players down, and then the last one just got scooped up, and before you know it, that was it, right? So I think if anything, ITB, they need to be very, very mindful of that.
Yeah, but also insanely efficient here from ITB on the second hill. Look at this, they're already about 70% complete with it. They've just, the entire time when they've been slaying Sentinels, they've been sitting in the hill. And Sentinels basically have to get 2 full rounds of wipes plus hill time in order to somehow bring this back. So here's the first wipe.
For wipe.
Let's see how much time they give this one.
Well,
I mean, they'll get about like 30% uncontested, but you know ITB are going to first worry about position. They realize they just have to do 1 good push and 1 good break.
Yeah, and also too, like for Sentinels, and while that was excellent progress we were seeing, we're also seeing, right, how tough it is to kind of cross that midpoint of the map and make your way over here. That was
here comes the second wipe. We talked about them needing 2 wipes.
Yeah. And they're looking like they're setting this up nicely. Here comes this push, though. Should be happening any minute now because they know that it's been a little too quiet for a little too long.
I like
Gotta
this play
these
from
guys.
Precision, though. I like this play from Precision. This hill's not going to be decided by Precision waiting in those last 10 seconds. It's going to be decided by these next kills. So he jumps in, he engages his fight over at back Hydro. Falcade cleans up the last one. And here's hill number 2 going for Sentinels. This is dangerous here for ITB. A hill that they had 70% completed. Felt like they over-panicked. They weren't on the same page as they spawned that last one. They had somebody charging over towards glass, fighting there. They had somebody over towards batteries or batlets shooting hill without anybody in a real position to actually finish off hill.
Yeah.
So it just felt like a disjointed effort.
Yeah, and disjointed, I think, is definitely the word of the day when it comes to what we've been seeing for ITB in this particular map, for sure. Maybe they can find themselves here, but you know, with the way the Sentinels are playing, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so here. Granted, ITB has the capability to be able to do this here, but Boo Boo Dubu, the moment that this guy starts to really begin to feel himself, it is very problematic for everyone else. So ITB have a lot of things that they need to worry about on top of the objective that they have just struggled to be able to control.
Yeah, and just once again stuck on 1 position on the map. I guess they have that spot of glass, but they really need to get over towards pipes or elevators to actually be able to contest here over at Needler. I mean, even when they get control, it's like only if somebody's on the Needler itself, they can't really get an angle. And okay, last one alive on the map. Gonna cap this for his team.
That's a great one.
Who's gonna, all right, at least ITB get the better spawns, but already shot off spawn, so Jimbo, one shot, can't do anything long haul. Looks like Precision gets the finish. Sentinels are not slowing down here.
No,
and this is just slowly falling out of their grasp. This is so dangerous, and Sentinels, sure, they can slay a bit, but with how fast and how good they've been on the objective, they want to go for this 4th and final hill. They are not going to slay for 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
And I think they know that they have it to do this, right? Like, they have the current, you know, momentum, right? The feel, like they know, like they don't have to play the time. They don't have to get tricky with it. They can beat them down and win by points.
Yes, and the difference here is you're not going to see Sentinels jump in a very neutral situation or where they're down, but when they have the advantage and the positional advantage, they will jump in just to, you know, put that timer against ITB. And just like that, Lethal's going to grab this next camo. Boo Boo still racking up that time. They have to make a quick push, and there goes 2 down. And I gotta say, that might be game right there with that double kill. I don't really see how they're gonna stop it. Their chick tries to desperately get Boo Boo out. Lethal letting them know that they're sending them home, and devastating 3-0 in that series with a commanding 4-0 there in King of the Hill on recharge. So Sentinels looking scary here on Saturday.
Yeah, devastating if you are, you know, an EU Halo fan, but if you are a Sentinels fan, and I know there are a lot of them, you are ecstatic with how this is planned out for Sentinels. They have done an excellent job in this series, shutting down ITB, a team that honestly came into this event with a lot of momentum. We were hyping them up big time, but unfortunately, that's going to be the run for ITB.
Commiserations to them, as Sims would say.
Yeah.
So, but ITB, they're going to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they're doing for next season and how they're going to be mixing up rosters. But that's the worst. You got a full day and a half left to watch of all the teams competing, and you don't have your next major tournament for quite some time.
Oh, yeah. All right, folks. Well, that's going to do it for us. We'll catch you guys next time. We'll see you soon.
Yo, camel shock and 5. Camel shock and 5. Tram one hit. Yo, good on. Come in. One shot. Silo dead. Yo, posters are top mid right now. One time in. Nico, might be U-turn, John. Yeah, and loop as well. One shot. So I'm making a flank now. Yeah, they're triple flank. Come on. One shot mid. Nice, PJ. Another one. Just keep looting. Silo. Legend hotel shocking. Snip dead. Yo, LR, PJ, LR. Blue yard. Bounce LR. LR, PJ, LR. Could have dropped. Drop out somewhere, guys. I don't see him, man. Drop one. Nice, PJ. Holy fuck. Can you make that? Two LR. Yeah, they're stacked. They're both weak. Buy time. LR and soda. One in LR. You win tram, John. One tram. Behind you. Save. One in hell. Yo, shoot one you guys want. Yeah. I got you. Last two hill, guys. They're both weak. Hotel side. Hotel side. Good room. I got you. A blue. one in blue. One in blue. One in blue.
Top gold, you guys. Top gold, you guys.
One dead, red fire.
Top gold, you guys. Top gold, you guys. I died.
Fire's dead. Another one on Matt.
No one fires. Yeah, I got you.
Keep playing this shit, guys. More time we can waste, the better.
We did.
Bottom mid, they're gonna mark it.
Kill bottom mid.
Brad, I'm playing for this.
We can dip. 200.
LR, kill me. Play to waste his time. Play to waste their time.
Yo, repulse down dip. Yo, top gold B.
Where's he going, bro? Where's he going? As finesse as possible. Finesse as possible right now.
No, he's top mid, John. I see him.
Out the comms and 30 seconds left in this game for FaZe Clan to close this out, but Space Station are just a hair's breadth away from making this 2-1.
Beautifully done there. I was so lucky on the listening to have that timing. We'll have a chance to break it down, but with only 17 seconds left, FaZe have played this beautifully in the late game.
However, they're now losing numbers. Starlight's going to win that fight, and SSG have a chance. It's a slim one, but it is at least a little bit of light maybe for them to make this game interesting. They're inside that hill. They will cap it. 9 seconds left in this game. Can they get their feet in the hill?
That's the question. Can they get there? It's not going to be easy hill to hold. Keep an eye on the kill feed. 3 dead. That really should be it.
That's going to be it. 4 seconds left. Last player is in front of Renegade. He'll give the information to the rest of FaZe exactly where he is, and FaZe will strike first here in our winner semifinals.
And how about that listening? Off the first spawn rotation, FaZe was in a lot of trouble. They weren't making it happen just yet, but most importantly, you heard the coach Royal One saying, guys, continue to burn the clock here. Huge credit to, you see what Snakebite did? He repulses from the truck to get away from the cafe angle to go towards dip to get the hotel kill. Beautiful, very specific angle plays coming in to make sure that they stop the hill before it's finished, and they kept Space Station fighting for the hotel, for the cafe, and for dip for so long, what felt like minutes of play. Absolutely beautiful late game management from FaZe.
You want another example, burning a little bit of time off the clock and certainly getting inside of the head of a player. 3-2 inside of blue.
Yes.
No shields for what felt like 30 seconds or so. I thought at one point Legend was going to start throwing dollar bills at him because that Poltage was going on far too long for him to enjoy.
It was going on forever. Beautiful, as you say, from Royal 2. Throughout that entire game, and especially in that moment as well, just eating so much time off the clock and making Legend just sit in cafe for far longer than he wanted to, without a doubt. As we said, FaZe looked completely different here. This was the moment we were on the listening, right at these exact moments of the game. And it was really good slaying control coming in for SSG, and you thought it was going to be it, but here it was. Look how they stopped them on the doorstep of the hill. And big kills coming in from Renegade as well there. And in the end, they get their 3 dead on the rotation. They force SSG to get quite desperate in that hotel push, and they will take game number 1 with a score of 2-1. FaZe leading SSG 1-0.
Hey, Halo World Championship, baby. We don't know what's going to happen, but FaZe will strike first. Now, moving into Slayer Livefire as our next game, and boy, am I excited to see what player gets their hands on that sniper rifle that's going to be up top middle. Taking a look at some of the FaZe stats from this season, not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Not too bad at all. Look at the average margin. When they win big.
Don't you forget about FaZe Clan. As we said at the Halo World Championship, there's a lot to look at here. Look at Livefire Slayer, 7-1 in 2024. Quite a margin as well at this level to be a 5.8 kill margin on your victories. 9-1 in their last 10 Slayers and 29-9 overall. And you might have been counting out FaZe this year. Don't forget, they're at a Halo World Championship. They are your defending world champions in the same exact building that we are in right now on the same exact main stage. They've hoisted a world championship trophy. They're looking to do the same again.
This is a very interesting statistic as well to show, you know, a lot of credit is given to these two for their leadership. You know, the way that they talk in game, communicate about how their teams move around the map. Well, they also get the job done when it comes to the kills. You're looking at both sides, both positive when we're looking at the KDs on either side at the moment in these Slayers. So they know how to get it done. The different branches they have to their game, I love this because it really does show it's not just the tag of you are a leader, you are the person who is making the play calls. In game, they produce results as well.
Without a doubt. I mean, these guys are consistently putting up the numbers that they need, as you said, to not only be known as those roles, but also be the in-game leaders as well, that fans and teammates alike will look to in moments like this. FaZe Clan leading SSG 1-0. And just in case you haven't been following this year, but you know these names, don't forget, these two teams could easily be our grand final here. So to already have them facing off against one another in a winner's semifinal just tells you what's at stake.
Moments away from game number 2. Interesting. I wonder what the psyche was like for FaZe Clan coming into this event. It's very, very rare throughout Halo history in the last 5, 6, 7 years that a team that features Royal 2, Snakebite, hasn't been talked about by some people as being in a grand final, as a Halo World Championship. After the season they've had, you can maybe understand why some players, some teams, some fans would be understanding of that. But I think that just lights a fire under them. I think that is exactly the fuel that they needed coming into the Halo World Championship to try and prove people wrong. And yes, there is a long, long road to go, but I think we've got to just reiterate, the last time that these gentlemen were on this stage, they lifted the Halo World Championship trophy.
That's right. You know, as soon as they touched down here in Seattle just a few days ago, they had that feeling, right? They remember what happened the last time they were in this city. They remember what happened the last time they were on this stage. And yes, it's been a rocky year for them without a doubt, but they have not forgotten what they accomplished here and what they've also returned here to do again.
Like I mentioned, a lot of steps still have to be walked on that road to getting their hands on the Halo World Championship trophy for a second year in a row, but first game away from Space Station is certainly going to be a good one for them. Just to, like you say, rekindle those good feelings, those good memories, those fond memories. As we take a look once again at what we have to come in this series, and you get the feeling, Andy, that we are at least going to see Strongholds recharge, and more than likely, we're going to go to that Game 5 Slayer Streets.
I get the feeling, and I also have a hope that we might get there. That would be
selfishly.
Yeah, very selfishly, I think, and also for everyone in the building, everyone watching at home, I hope we get there. FaZe, though, they've got the opportunity to get us out of here even sooner in terms of how this series may go. And you can kind of tell on the looks of the players on SSG when we were just in those players' camps. There's a lot on the line in this series, and neither team wants to drop to the elimination bracket because the teams that you will find down there are also out for blood, and we've already seen things getting mixed up in the elim bracket.
Crazy to think as well, the only two teams in Halo Infinite to win an event from the elimination bracket are the two teams who are sat on this stage right now. So whatever the outcome of this series is, you wouldn't be surprised to see either side lifting a trophy when it comes to that final moment on Sunday. Into Game 2 then we find ourselves, and Renegade for FaZe is going to find that snipe immediately, but only gets to fire one bullet in vain.
And as we said earlier, FaZe fans, of course, going to be very happy with not only what they saw in game number 1, but the way that game number 1 was handled. And it felt like, as we said, that they just woke up as 3 will fall for FaZe off the opening. The first 3 kills going to SSG.
And they get control of the camo side. However, Frosty managed to run away, scoot away with that sniper rifle. So SSG are going to have to be a little bit careful on how they play this one. That jiggle peek again from Bound. Gets damage, doesn't take damage. Frosty with the sniper is still making this interesting though. Frosty going to be challenged now by Bounty, hits the body. Frosty's coming back for more. Frosty, a little bit of help came in there from Royal 2 on the big door. But the camo, I think, is still available. You can see everybody's just running at each other at the moment, trying to get the better of the numbers. And Stella says, that's all cool, you create the space, I'll grab the power up.
In the end, FaZe able to get an extra kill at house. So they keep the game within 2, but as you say, most importantly and most notably, it is going to be Stellar and SSG that come away with the camo. Let's see how he manages this push.
Eco found one. That'll be traded out by Stella. Snakebite's weak at the back of this pillar as well, and it should be another kill being picked up here by Stella. He will find it indeed, and now the support comes. Look at the cavalry arriving just in front of Stella saying, you've done your job, now we keep you alive.
Beautifully done there by Stella. Let's not forget he had 2 spikes and 2 frags he could have used in that battle, but he's so disciplined. He knows he's going to win that peak battle, and even if he had taken the time to throw a grenade, a player like Snakebite's going to catch you out. But instead, Stellar able to just win that one cleanly. But still, as quickly as we say that, still just 9-7, a 2-kill game as FaZe answers back.
So fascinating to watch these two teams on this game type. It's all about the first pick. It's all about first damage. And then off the back of it, you're going to see teams flood. And there you go. There's the first kill. Eco gets a second. And now SSG will just run you down. They will try and find those next kills. Snakebite down to no shields, but escapes with his life. Eco finds another one, though. And finally, he will fall. So Space Station, knowing they have numbers on the map that right now aren't thinking map control. They're thinking get numbers into fights, find 2v1s, and put the pressure on. Now it's 14-9.
And they do it so well, as you say, to get that 5-kill lead. It was just a 2-kill lead, but it's really, really good continued aggression that came out when they got the first 2 kills. As you said, they continued applying that pressure, and now it's a 6-kill game.
Still a 6-kill game, but it's going to turn into 7 in a few moments' time. However, no, it's not, because Snakebite with a remote detonation from downtown keeps Royal 2 alive, who then comes back to get a trade himself, and we find ourselves now with a little bit of a tighter game. Legend has to QT out, recognizing that it was not worth the risk taking that fight.
See what he's able to do. Stellar also probably going to take a quick jump here to see Plat. Yes, indeed. So they're going to find a battle here back tower in just a moment's time.
2 players from FaZe in and around where Legend finds himself right now. He found one. And if he knows there's another one, no, he did not. Renegade falls from the heavens, and with that camo, gets that back smack.
Let's see what he does here. Game now within 3. Let's not forget, it was just 16 to 10. So FaZe does so well to get 3 kills back on the board, and now make that 4 kills. It's just a 2-kill game.
Well, there's frustrating moments there for Eco as well. He probably thinks he's got the better Renegade. He's got that first shot, but the camo of Renegade just pokes around the corner and goes, hey, let's make this a little bit unfair in the favor of my team. Uses that repulse just to scoot up and above where those grenades are going to be. And now FaZe are very much back into this, a 2-kill difference between the two teams.
The repulse, of course, also taking him out of the sight line, which is really well done. In the end, he's taken down, does not have the help he needs. Let's see if FaZe can flood. Looks like the answer right now is no. 23 to 17, 3 will fall for FaZe.
Frosty last alive, SSG making a little bit of a run now. The gap opens up a little bit more between the two teams. Now a 6-kill differential as Renegade and Royal 2 will combine. At least to find one to chip away at that. Legend and Snakebite will trade at the back of the tower. Stella is still here. Renegade is gonna try and chase him down. Stella decides it's time for me to try and get back to my teammates and just play my life for now.
All 8 players up on the map here, and now once again we return to a 5-kill lead, 24 to 19. Let's see what SSG can do here. It's a listen in a Space Station game.
Roll 2. Run shot training still. 3 dead, 3 dead. Snake let's go. I want A,
QT is up.
Dummies. Shot me cut. Yeah, they spawned A, one spawned A behind me. I'm going tower, Kevin. Dummies. I can't. Camel going dummy door right now. Dummy door into top tower. They cut top mid. Top tower still. You're gonna be screens. One shot me cut. One top tower. They're gonna be screens, guys. One nest right now. Stuck. Shot training. Stuck. One to make cut. Cement.
Halo and Pie.
Watch us. Dice.
Stay like
Dice on me. You're dead, Brown. You're dead. Kill me. Pillar door. Snake bite. I'm going top in.
Keep pound alive.
Watch your put him in. Look top mid. Two top mid, I think. Two top mid, back to first.
Keep on guessing.
That's great. I got another one dice.
Pushing back in, guys. One back green, training.
Tower, the micro screens. Look at Big Cup. I'm going to legend.
Weak dice.
Nice in top tower, guys. Big Cup. One shot, Bound. One shot. Top tower, legend.
Two cut. One coming. Two dimmer.
Yeah, whole team on radio now.
Nice.
7 kills the difference between the two teams at Space Station. Not only looking to take over this game, but maybe equalize this series and make this game 3 very, very interesting. 6 kills now the difference.
Was a 2v2 in the map momentarily there, and great camo control as well. There's a few things that Heal might said. First of all, he said, just keep Bound alive. Also, you heard him say something like, keep him guessing. Look at Stellar's numbers right now. 16 and 7 in a game that they lead by 6. Unreal.
He wants to snipe as well. Instead, it's going to be his teammate who collects it. Legend now. A bit quiet game from him, 7 and 10, but give him a few sniper rifle bullets to make some noise, and you'll certainly hear it on either side of this stage. Frosty going to be challenging. Survives for now. Another challenge going to arrive on the top tower. Hits the body, but not good enough. Royal 2 will survive.
2v2 on the map. If Royal 2 stays alive here, things stay interesting as well. The bomb almost does it to Eco. Eco's wise to it. Those kills will be traded out, but we are in the territory now of the game where trades really will continue to favor 17 SSG. Stellar somehow on 17 kills when the next closest is 11.
I said that he was going to have a moment in this, and certainly a game in this series. He's too good a player not to. Well, he's having exactly that in this game number 2. 17 kills for Stellar for Space Station. And that is carrying them closer and closer towards tying this series up at 1-1. However, FaZe's not out of this. This isn't a huge lead to try and overcome. We've seen swings. If you get a 2-3 dead situation, then FaZe can certainly make a run towards the end of this game. SSG just trying to slow it down, though, making sure that they're in positions where they can guarantee some trades.
Absolutely. The crowd also here, let's go FaZe Clan chant in the room because they know that FaZe can absolutely bring this back. They've done way crazier in terms of comebacks, and now still 43-37 with 4:36 left. Everything to play for.
Snakebite's got the sniper rifle as well. Look at this route from Stella. He was trying to sneak under a couple of line of sights and manages to find one. That now brings them within 6 kills of closing this game out. Snakebite can't quite connect. Got to keep his eyes on this camera, though. Has to stop SSG getting this, because if they do, that could be curtains.
Down by 6. They need really good set of plays here. Bound, I think, steals the camo clean. That could be daggers here. Legend somehow gets away with that as well. It will be traded out, but 46-40. Bound with the camo certainly could end it here if he plays this correctly.
Taking a very interesting route as well. They would have seen Bound escape. But they certainly don't see him top middle at the moment. Damage being done by Bound. Now he tries to relocate, calls that out to his teammates. However, look at the kill feed. Frosty and Snakebite will be there. Royal 2 has no idea where Bound is, and now it's just 3.
What does Bound do here? Behind enemy lines, trying to make something happen. Solo! This is what Bound does! Flies in, 49 on the board.
Eco finds another. And now SSG swarm. They hunt down that final kill, and they will find it. SSG tie up this series at 1-1 off the back of the camo plays coming in from Bound.
Wow. Bound loses 2 teammates. Doesn't worry about it. He goes into a 1v2 at tower, isolates the battle in the back of the tower, does his best Owen Wilson impression. Behind enemy lines, picks up a solo kill. The rest of the team floods C-Plat, and they get that 50th kill on Mud. That is why you have a player like Bound on your team, right? Against all odds, where he's already taken damage, he'll fly into a 1v1 with a commando and come out with a kill that he has no business getting. 50-43 is your final score in game number 2. SSG takes it.
Take a look back at some of the highlights from that game number 2 in the series as well. You're looking back on big moments, not a huge amount of like big snipes being hit. It was such a tactical, it felt like tactical warfare between the 2 teams, right? It was slow it down, wait for the first damage, wait for the first pick, then we go, then we flood, then we try and make sure that we come out of this engagement with numbers and the kills on our side. Stellar though. I mentioned he'd have a few things to say about which way this series goes. He ends up in that game with 17 kills to his name, the 10 deaths, a +7. But the impact that he was having throughout that game and just finding sneaky angles and making sure that no damage got away without being converted.
It has to be said as well, Stellar not only leads his team in kills by such a margin, he's tied for the most assists as well. He goes 17, 10, and 8. Excuse me, 18 and 10. Whatever data we're getting is wrong. 18. Don't want to sell him short.
Yeah, sorry, Stellar, we owe you a kill.
We owe you a kill, and we've made up for it. Speaking of making up for it, SSG's made up for that game number 1. We're now tied up 1-1. Take a look at some CTF stats between these 2.
These are the players who are usually doing the most of that flag running and the captures for their team. This is from the HaloWC. This is from the tournament itself. You can see the 3 flag caps per side for Legend and Snakebite. One more steal, but the CTF KD, I mean, if you've got players who are running flags, capping flags with those kind of KDs...
Those are crazy. That's a crazy stats card.
Going to win games.
That is, okay, normally you get one of those 3. Someone is either capping flags, stealing flags, or they have a massive KD. But instead, both of those players are blowing out the water in all 3 categories with a ton of steals, a ton of caps, and an insane KD. Talk about an all-around CTF player. Legend and Snakebite just popping off for their team.
Very, very impressive stuff. I mean, it's crazy. If you take away those flag caps, you take away the flag pulls, and you just put the KDs up there, be like, wow, these guys have looked really good in CTF game times. I want to talk a little bit about Forbidden as well, though, because this is such a fast-paced game type. This is a game type which is going to show us what level we're expecting to see from these 2 teams. Because I was going to say, if you look at 2 teams in the Halo Championship Series who are running a flag as 4 go dead, and they have a clean run home with everyone in respawn, these 2 teams, if you ask me, like, who's going to double cap? Who's most capable of doing it? We've seen both of these teams do it. On Aquarius, we've seen them do it on Forbidden. Yeah. So going 4 dead here for either side, you cannot. It is simply like, rule number 1, whatever we're doing right here, do not go 4 dead.
Yep. This stats card, another example of just how close these 2 teams are. In 2024, in CTF all up, this is across all CTF game types. Very, very similar records, 17 and 7 and 16 and 7 respectively between SSG and FaZe. 3rd and 4th as well in the category. But I agree, Mark. If you said which of these 2 teams can double cap on Forbidden CTF, I would say yes. That's it. I would say absolutely. That could totally happen here.
I would provide you with the adequate amount of caffeine required for you to answer properly. But it's just a crazy statistic from both sides, and they're 2 teams who just statistically are outstanding. They have redefined what a role is in Halo over the last 3 or 4 years. It's not about being the objective player anymore. There's no such thing as the objective player. It is who is furthest up the map and who is in position to do that work at the time. And then for the rest of the map, if you're not that guy, you're not that guy. You know, Halo's evolved past that now, where you have tendencies as a player, but everybody knows the responsibilities they have to win games of Halo. You can't rely on that player anymore.
Everybody needs to be able to do everything. And I think those CTF stats for both Snakebite and Legend kind of give the perfect indication of the type of player you need to be in modern day Halo to have success.
I agree, it's evidence of that. Normally you only get, if you're the player pulling, you are very rarely, the player that's capping. But they're doing both of those things while putting up unreasonable numbers at this level of professional Halo. And they're gonna have an opportunity to add to that tally here in game number 3, CTF forbidden.
Gonna be a snipe battle to start this one off, and that certainly gets the juices flowing on either side of this stage. Stella gonna be the one you would imagine who's gonna try and push for it first on the side of Space Station. On the other side, always interested to see who does go for it. Will it be Royal 2? Looks like he was thinking about it, but not gonna get the chance to get his hands on that weapon because Stella is starting as you would expect.
I love that from Stella, just playing whack-a-mole. He doesn't care how many times he shoots, he's gonna get the kill there. It might have taken 3, but he takes down Royal 2 off with a tough angle on the Mohawk. And in the end, they're going to work together here on their own Mohawk to try to flush out this kill.
Lost Renegade, though. No idea where he went. Finds him. Eco will find him. That's going to be 3 dead. Royal 2's just come off respawn. If you want to see how far in advanced SSG have been on the map after picking up those kills, FaZe haven't even moved their sniper rifle off the stand yet. It's still there, and I'm pretty sure the Legend just picked it up.
This could be big here if they're able to maintain snipe control from both of the rifles. That would be massive, and FaZe knows they need to fly out of their own base. They cannot allow this setup to start to choke them.
There's a body. Not going to be the headshot, though. Now you're going to see Legend finally taken down. 2 players from FaZe decide we can double up here and try and clean out our sniper. And look at the pressure now that Stella's under. One thing you can do with Stella, we know the phenomenal ability he has, but if you can focus in on him and you can try and make the shots as difficult as possible, he's still going to hit some, but it's going to be less than if you're not pressuring him.
Renegade picks up 2 there. As you said, if Stella hit both of those shots just now onto the open ramp, we would see them pulling and running a flag right now. But instead, as we've always said, it's just the smallest of margins here in the current meta of this game. FaZe is able to get out of their base, out of their open ramp, and I love the expedience with which they did that. They are now pulling a flag of their own.
Eco shields are broken as well. Frosty doing some great support work here, just to make sure anyone pushing up is going to take a little bit of damage, but he gets cut down by Eco initially. The flag was moving momentarily and still is moving, but SSG may be in a position to stop this one as they do have some presence top middle. Overshield is coming up as well. Legend, your job is to make sure that that flag is looked after. The rest of SSG trying to get that overshield. 3 were dead here, and the hot spawns do come in, so this is going to be a little bit awkward for SSG, but they do get this return.
They get the return. They get the flag off the stand, but you have to think that was more of a safety pull, just to kind of pull attention away from the re. They do get the return. That flag will almost certainly return as well. However, most importantly for SSG, Snakebite does not round that corner single-handedly, and we're tied up 12 kills apiece, still 0-0.
Trying to wonder where that overshield went, if it was played off the map, if someone had it burned, if someone just fell, but it's FaZe who are 2 dead for now. Maybe 3 dead in a few seconds' time if Renegade's not careful. Tucks his tail between his legs and manages to scarper back to the Mohawk. Eco's hunting him down though. 1v1 here between 2 players. You can see that Eco went for the trade, but Renegade just had that first shot.
A little bit of extra damage there coming in to not allow the trade to come in. Threat Seeker goes down. We'll get some more info off of that. And Renegade looks to stay alive in the back of the base. There's going to be a lot of this in this game. Just looking to try to be a nuisance to stay alive and force the enemy towards you.
Both snipers are up. Did they forget about Renegade? They'll know he's around here somewhere. Renegade furiously pinging. Eco, oh, big win. 1v1 now, 1-to-1 now when it comes to those individuals.
I was going to say, how about that? I mean, how often do you see that as Eco's going to win, not just the battle as 3 will fall for FaZe, but also he'll win a sniper. Oh my God, fast pull coming in.
2 snipes. For SSG, they've got 2 snipes in this situation. They've got the FaZe snipe, they've got their own. Eco can't quite connect on Frosty, but now he knows where the pressure is going to come in. Nobody in front of him means that he's got to be careful of that main ramp. SSG looking for a few more kills before they try and force this one.
Ooh, Snakebite staying alive there is huge because they have not continued, even though with 2 snipes, and even with this control, the flag run has not continued. Even though it looked like SSG had every piece of the puzzle, in the end, they cannot get the flag off of the Mohawk. It will stay, and it will return. We're still tied here after 4 minutes of play.
They see SSG trying to keep the pressure up, though. Even though FaZe make a really good defensive play. Stella's going to have that sniper rifle himself. Overshield is coming up once more. Frosty going to challenge. No scopes! Is what this man eats for breakfast. That is another incredible shot from Stella.
Don't give him 3 chances because he's going to hit him. We've seen it now too many times, not just in the season, but in this game as well. 3 dead. Flag we're going to start for Stellar as well.
Here's the snipes, here's the no-scope, gets the kill to open this map up, and now he is running the flag. Can he get past this pillar though? No! Just gets cut down before he rounds that corner. However, look at the power on the map. that SSG have right now. Legend, he had a snipe, he's got the overshield. He's going to try and force this one home because he knows he can eat these bullets on his route back to base.
What a route as well. What a route. He gets a snipe ammo on the way back as well, but he gets pinched from his own hut. Let's see how he plays this.
Space Station got to look for some kills here. They know that they can't run this one in without pressurizing. Oh, Stick comes in from Frosty out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, Frosty with the double. Sleepwing stand up, wait for Paul.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Halo World Championships. I'm Jersey1. Joining me as per usual is Danny Gaskin. Despite GB's valiant attempts to try and steal you away for this cast, and Quadrant up against Pure in an elimination round 2 game here, so the stakes are you lose here, you go home. You're well aware of that by this point if you've made it to this point of the competition. And for Pure, season looked to be going pretty well for them, but the last couple of events they've stumbled and they've faltered. In Quadrant, that's very much the story of their season as well. Promising in patches, but also they've made some mistakes along the way. Overshield for Tolic now, pushing through the White Hall. Quadrant, not quite the force they once were on Strongholds, but definitely a tough test for anybody.
Hello.
Hello, Dan.
We're here.
We're still here.
World Championship, Pure versus Quadrant.
That's what I just said.
Already 42nd of a lead for Pure, and yep, if you win, you get top 6. And I think that top 6 is the bare minimum that both of these teams would want to achieve at the World Championship, considering how they've placed throughout the season. But only one of them can get there. We've already seen Into the Breach eliminated, so Quadrant, the last remaining European side to try and go toe-to-toe with North America. At the moment, they haven't really been able to get stuck into this game, but now they finally get a little bit of control, so Pure are going to have to try and work their way back into this one.
It's interesting as well, right? You've got players on both teams that in the past have finished top 3. You look at Sika, SLG, of course that history-making moment in Texas, and for Pure, it was at the Halo World Championships where they managed to finish top 3. That would have been with Druk and indeed Tolic. The teams have changed, things are not quite what they used to be, but they're all still trying to figure things out, put together the best roster they can to really make a splash on the international stage. Overshield popped up once more. Snipe Drone has intentions of going for it. His issue was he was out of shields, and last shot capitalizes on that.
There's probably some pretty rough memories for some of the Quadrant members when they used to be on Ascend and they were knocked out. I think, was it the World Championship? They were knocked out by Druk and Tolic as well?
No, that was...
No, that was Charlotte,
that
was it?
It was, you're thinking of E United one time. And Ryan knew.
No, but the time when the final moments, 50-49.
I don't think it was Worlds.
Wasn't Worlds, but it was definitely a LAN event. Druk and Tolic and the rest of the boys on streets, knocking out Snipe Drone.
Anaheim? No, Anaheim was an invitational. We're never going to get to the bottom of this. We can just keep naming events. One thing we do know is it did
Meadowlands,
happen at
09.
Druk Engine 2. Snipe Drone in his sights. Snipe Drone's in trouble because he's got 2 members of Pure bearing down on them. Somehow manages to escape with his life. Glory doesn't know. Shield Seeker drops in. The score currently 74-41. A being contested and converted here. Quadrant get that one over in their control, but only for a brief moment as Pure drop back in, seize upon the weak players, and recapture A. This map right now is pretty frantic. Neither team really in complete control, and we do know this map mode combination has got the potential to spiral out of control, particularly if you fall victim to a triple cap.
Which is what Quadrant are trying to do at the moment, but C is going to be flipped on the other side, so no triple cap right now, but it does mean that they can start to pinch over towards that C side. Last shot gets the opener though, so this is going to be difficult for Quadrant. You want to try and back off if you are Glory here, just stay alive, play your life, and try and fight with your team. Keep an eye on that overshield as well, because that's going to be popping. Very much likely that Pure are going to try and dive on it.
Glory goes down. Seeker was the one who actually soared on the overshield, got it into his chest as well. That's going to be huge for them. Down in the game, but not by much. Seeker will tip forward now. He wants to navigate this without taking that much damage. Wants to keep his overshield as healthy as possible, and he's done so successfully. He's going to need all that he can to push this fight on the Druk, who has the use of that thruster pack. A and C now in control for Pure. So it's the per man setup, but either way, they're scoring points right now.
Yeah, Quadrant gonna have to try and break through. Ideally, they want to play for A here because the Glory falling, Seeker then follows up, so this is going to be a failed attempt, so it is going to be more points on the side of Pure. And they also find the last straggler as well, so they're going to continue to stagger these spawns, making life even harder for Quadrant.
Talik down to no shields, currently sitting at 9, 6, and 6. Having a pretty good game. Pure need him. Keeping performing as best as he can. They're going to win this series. Trying to right some wrongs in the past here are Pure. And right now, giving it a bloody good go because they were about to lock in a triple cap, but for Snipe Drone, shutting that one down. Cherish is inside B, he captures it for his team. And now it's Quadrant who have that AC hole, which is very difficult to keep in your control because there's so many lines of sight that you have to watch and it's almost possible. You get impossible, you get spread too thin.
Well, this is going to be Quadrant's chance to score heavily. B and C in their control. A is going to be where the spawns are, so they, again, are going to try and get aggressive, try and get around the slays, but Glory does convert that one. I was going to say, if Glory goes down first again, it might have been a bit frustrating, but they do hold on to the trip cap, thanks to the early damage from the Irishman. And then just like that, Quadrant are going to gain the lead here, and Pure need to stop this bleeding ASAP.
This is that triple cap we were worried about. Either team can get it in. It's like a sharpshooter. It's not long before you're tapping out. The overshield still remains up. Talik should be able to get it. It's in his possession. It's in his inventory. But Sika, soaring out of the sky, puts him in the dirt, grabs the overshield, just about catches it in his chest. No, he doesn't. Did it fall off the map or is it still on that podium? Snipe Drone's gone looking for it. It doesn't seem to be there. So the information that he had wasn't good.
I think it was there.
It was there. Here it is. SLG's got it now, but Anna's got it. So it may as well have not been there.
They fought very hard for it, though. A valiant effort.
It's like that episode of South Park. And I'm just going to put this into a... And it's got it.
They literally sacrificed 3 bodies for that overshield as well. Feels bad, man. Now Pure, they are back into it. And they have the chance to maybe suffocate Quadrant here, but 3 of them have gone down, so Lashor has a big responsibility to stay alive here, but he challenges. Yes, they're going to be scoring and only a second behind, but now Quadrant are going to be able to pick and choose where they would like to set up here. It looks like B is going to be their first priority because it will allow them to score alongside C.
And if you're wondering what the score is in the FaZe clan up against Space Station Gaming, if you're following your favorite team here, but also wanting to know, keep your finger on the pulse of the scores around the rounds. FaZe clan down 2-1 to SSG, who have just won the Capture the Flag on Forbidden. So that's the score over there, twitch.tv/Halo, if you want to keep up to date with what's going on there. But on our screens, of course, we are taking care of business with Quadrant and Pure. Loser goes home.
And the winner will have to play against one of those teams dropping down from the winner's bracket, and it's not easy when you've got SSG, FaZe, Shopify, and Optic all waiting in the upper bracket at the moment. No drop is going to be an easy game. As it stands, it's all the top seeds rightfully being placed where they should be in the winner's bracket, but maybe there could be some disruption down in this elimination side. Sentinels, of course, progress into the top 6 after being into the breach, so they'll also be waiting for one of those top 4 teams to drop down.
That would be a criticism I would have if I was a player. What do you mean that you're telling me if I beat Quadrant now I have to play Optic? What kind of reward is that? Or I have to play FaZe or Space Station? We really need to figure that out. How do we make it easier on players?
You can only play what's in front of you, and I do feel like a lot of teams and players, it's been an age-old thing in Halo where you start to look at that bracket of who you could be playing, and oh, we might match up against X and X round, and you get too bogged down about the who's and the whys rather than actually just playing what's in front of you and playing the game sometimes, ignoring the names that might be across you on that main stage or side station. And Pure have been able to not only retake the lead here, but also lock in a trip cap. And Quadrant now struggling to try and break out. Tulik converts that into a kill.
You can see Glory desperately trying to reload his weapon, but for him it must have felt like a musket. He was reloading it for weeks, taking damage all the meanwhile. Just could not fire off a shot despite the player in front of him being down to no shields. And that might be indicative of what way this game is going for them here. They have everything they need. They just don't have the ammunition to fire that killer blow. 223. Those points are climbing to 250. Quadrant are in trouble of going down 0-1 here in the series. And you've got to wonder with this team, they're such a confidence team. They thrive on really building on things and getting momentum behind them. They lose this game 1. Will that really dent their confidence, and will they start to wither away? For Pure, they very much think the same thing can be said for them when it comes to confidence players. If they win this game, do they then go from strength to strength because of it? Overshield for Druk. Quadrant in big trouble. Seeka in even bigger trouble. 5 fresh shots to the back of his head. And all of a sudden, Pure are bearing down on victory, and they do secure it. It's going to be Pure who draw first blood, and Quadrant have a lot of work to do.
How much will that hurt Quadrant as well? Our strongholds, which has typically been a comfortable scenario in place for the Quadrant boys. Sadly, they go 1-0 down, and we'll have to see whether they can battle back in the second map. As for Pure, this is exactly what they would have wanted to start this series as. Gaining confidence builder, and showing us why they are a team that can definitely break into that top 6, if not top 4. As map 1 done, we'll get map 2 underway shortly.
Slayer.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2024. And you're probably thinking to yourself, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like Jersey and Gaskin. That's because it's Golden Boy and Walshy. We're just trading it out because Onsen and Bravo are supposed to be doing their jobs anyway. And they're doing it on the A stage, so we're covering for them here. In any case, so when I had asked them what had transpired in that game, and they said that Pure won as strongholds against Quadrant, that's when, you know, ears kind of perked up a little bit. You're like, oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, that is dangerous because you know Quadrant goes into those series, they see a stronghold, they're like, all right, we got that game. What are we worrying about the next 2 wins we got to get?
Yeah, there is certainly a bit of uncertainty there for Quadrant, right? Considering that now that they've lost on one of the modes that have always been rather good to them, it kind of makes things a little bit more challenging for them. But in any case, so we'll see what SLG and the rest of the boys can do. As this is Slayer Streets, and there are plenty of opportunities here for Quadrant to find success, and could be coming in the form of this awesome collapser to force these players off of the cafe area. And now they're going to try and corral them in the back of the map, and be able to pick up those kills. A 3-kill lead for the Euros.
Yeah, let's see how SLG and crew decide to keep pushing this. It feels like too many members fell down right there. So they have to stop that push now. And now are they all stuck over the Neon side, or do they have anyone tram? No, it looks like they're all stuck at Neon and Tower.
I got to break out of this one. Create some spacing for themselves here. And will be a kill from the grave, so you'll be glad to take one of those when you turn around the corner and you didn't even know that someone was going to be there. Because he turned that corner with the idea that there was no one around, right? So, hey, I'll take a trade in that instance, keep that lead. But it's fragile.
Look at this. Bolt just set up this trap for someone around that Neon. And did both turn at the same time? Unfortunate timing there for Sika and crew as they both turned away as I believe it was Tulloch rounded the corner at that exact moment. So despite that uncertain timing, or unfortunate timing, Glory still 7 kills on the board. 3-kill lead here for Quadrant. So if you're wondering if they're all shaken up, I didn't know what that looked like up there.
Did not know that was even a thing.
There was like a glass tunnel there.
I thought this whole time, for some reason, you could just jump all the way up there. I never even seen that, but yeah. Glory has been great. He really has woken up in this event here for Quadrant. We've been seeing some great moments from him, but you're definitely going to be leaning on the rest of guys like Snipe Drone, right? Players who have been prolific when it comes to their slaying. You want to see him kind of pop off.
And sorry that I got distracted for a moment. The crowd went a little wild. They showed a glimpse of me and GB on the main stage, and the crowd just could not contain themselves.
They were shocked. They were like, oh, so beautiful. No, Space Station Gaming just won. Did they win the series? I think they won the series.
They won the series.
All right, well, and I guess you and I are going to be casting FaZe versus Sentinels on A to close off the day here. So that'll be a wild one, without a doubt. But for now, though, we'll keep our attention focused on here, close game. But, I feel like this has kind of been the MO of this event. Like, Slayers that are like 1 kill differential, and then out of nowhere, they just 10 kills out. Massive leads.
Yeah, it feels like players have either just got better at getting these sort of trade outs, because I feel like we haven't seen as many snowballs in this event so far, where it's a situation where a team gets 1 or 2 kills and then all of a sudden they roll over, get 2 more kills, they go to the next spawn set up. Doesn't feel like as massive of runs in general.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It seems like when those runs do happen, it will come.
That's a little bit of a lag out.
Yeah.
So we'll be going to a break in just a moment, but yeah, looks like we'll let the TOs decide that hard job of what is the final score here before we head into that issue, but we'll let them get that all situated. We'll be right back.
Slayer.
Welcome back to the B Street. I tried to do a Golden Boy impression and gave up 2 words in. It's Onset and Bravo, if you hadn't guessed. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Great to be here. Straight off the main stage here to Peck stage, to the B stage, backstage.
Where we belong. Pure one up in the series against Quadrant in our elimination round 2. And from the restart here, we did have Quadrant with a slender lead, but it's only just the one. Still the slenderest of leads, but Pure off the opening will get the red gun, and Last Shot was doing some work last time we saw him with his weapon in his hands.
By the way, we do have to apologize for anyone watching the series because you probably feel like you've just been passed between different sets of parents over and over and over again, and really you're just looking for a home, and we understand that. We're happy to provide that for you for the rest of the series, and having to deal with different pairs of casters. Maybe you've also just been treated to the most variety of casters ever in a Halo Championship Series. We're not sure what the angle is, but we're happy to be here with you. We should mention here, and we're sure that both Jersey and Gaskin, as well as Walsh and Golden Boy, have talked about this as well, but how much is riding here for both of these teams? The story of the season, highs and lows for both of these teams, and even higher highs for Pure. Quadrant, of course, run the risk of having the season that will largely be forgotten if they were to exit here.
Yeah, somehow Snipe Drone comes out of that position with a double kill, but you're completely right. Pure find themselves 3 dead. And, you know, there was a lot of conversation about who is the best team in Europe. Who is the best team now with ITB stepping up? Unfortunately, for ITB fans, they have now been eliminated from the tournament in the top 8. But this is a chance now for Quadrant to stake their claim and reclaim the throne, if you like, at the Halo World Championships, to say that they are Europe's #1 once more. A little bit of drunk POV, always an exciting thing to watch, but if we can take him down as the flank now comes in, and Quadrant will start to pick up a bit of momentum here.
Yeah, and you also hope, once again, of course, as us neutral fans of this series, we would love to see this one go the distance. We're coming right off of a FaZe SSG series that, while tightly contested, didn't go all the way, just went to game number 4. So we'll have to see if this series has even more distance in store for us. But as you say, it's Quadrant up to quite a lead now. 9-kill lead at 34-25 as they look to tie the series up at 1-1. All eyes on bottom mid for Camo.
Yeah, really impressive, this stuff from Quadrant, actually. It looks like old Quadrant, right? It's the pace. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone playing at the same pace. Everybody collapsing when they get initial damage. And off the back of this camo, they might be able to extend this lead a little bit more. Cherry stays alive for just long enough. SLG should be there on the pink streak to trade that kill out, and is. So it's a 2v2 on the map for now, as Last Shot has that red gun, Stalker rifle back in his hands once more.
Oh, very nicely done as well. Wastes no time. Decides to repulse up to get the jump on the balcony. And in the end, Glory does get taken down as a result. Really nicely done with the 2-shot as well. And that brings the game just to 37-28, but a lot of work to do for Pure if they want to bring this game back.
Certainly is. A long, long way to go for them. Seeking a push. Repulse just not close enough. But Last Shot with a really important headshot there. I mean, if he loses red gun in that position, wow. Then he doesn't do that to Seeker a few seconds later in this game. Might be going Quadrant's way. He's kept them in it with this little run.
Yeah. Look at this. Might need some help as well on Snipe Drone. He will get the help. And just like that, the game comes with an 8. But now you're at the territory where Pure cannot continue trading here. At the 40 mark for Quadrant, they're going to look to do just that. With an 8-kill lead, it's very comfortable. 2 full spawn rotations ahead right now with 4:45 left on the clock.
Well, the good news for Quadrant is barely any ammo left in this gun, so the red gun will be out of commission. They have slowed the game down off the back. What happened in the last few moments as they tried to flush him out? Snipe Drone with that opening pick with the Commando. Maybe they'll think about pushing this once more. Good damage coming in. He does have 1 repulse to play with here. Glory finds another one in the feed. And that's a 2-for-1 trade in the last few moments here in the favor of Quadrant, who already have that lead.
Good shots. As you said, does have the repulse and the plasmas, and now help from Talik as well. But now a 10-kill game. And while Pure has done well to make sure they stay in this, it's still a huge margin against them. And now in a 2v1 in Tram, that will not be easy. Camo up in 7 seconds. It's 46-34. This should be the final moments for Quadrant.
9-3 in this game. Snipe Drone at the moment. This is from the restart, of course. SLG will trade a couple out. Another opportunity for him to pick up some doubles. Doubles will be collected. Tolik has to run for his life, knowing that there's only 2 deaths to play with now on the side of Pure. And even though he's no shields, he survived for long enough at least to get back to the comfort of his teammates.
Let's not forget, when we joined this game, it was essentially neck and neck, all tied up at the midpoint. What a game here from Quadrant, as they only need 2 more to close it out.
Drunk no shields. SLG finds one, gets the beat down on the second. Seeker will finish it off, and we are tied up at 1-1 now in the series. Quadrant will win Street Slayer by 50-39.
king of the hill.
Welcome back, everybody, to the elimination bracket. Welcome back to Quadrant versus Pure, and we are tied up at 1-1 in the series as Quadrant did indeed take the game number 2 Slayer on Streets by quite a significant margin in the end. And now we find ourselves a little bit of recharge with some King of the Hill action.
And you and I were talking in between these games. To be honest, it's great to see these two already in the game number 3 tied 1-1. We'd love to see this one go the distance just because it feels like these two teams and their stories deserve a fantastic series here in the elimination bracket.
Camera in the hands of Glory, trying to get away with this fight without trading out. Unfortunately for him, Torlik just hit some beautiful, beautiful shots to take him down. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Glory to put that camo to its full effectiveness in the situation. But early time here, almost half of that first hill has been capped on the side of Quadrant. Pipes control, of course, so important to this. Control of this first hill. Cherish is coming on the flank, but SOG head on a swivel. Bandit on a swivel as well.
Really nicely done, almost as you saw against that stick off. And actually, maybe if it was just a foot higher, it might have caught Torlik in the feet. In the end, he's taken down, though, but not before Quadrant gets just about 40%, maybe a tick more, on the board in the first hill.
Sandro finds one as well. He's also going to get the info onto Torlik. Unfortunately, just didn't quite have the timing. As it's a 2v2 at the moment. Elevator spawns coming in now as Seeker decides to try and fly forward and deal with that player inside of the hill. Druck's going to be behind him, though. Still 2 dead for Pure. Last shot trying to stay alive at Pipes, and when you're looking at position, you're looking at spawns, Pure do have the better of it when it comes to access of that hill. So at the moment, Quadrant kind of trapped in and around Elevator.
Ooh, nice damage coming out of the last shot as well. We'll see if they can convert. SLG is actually going to get the first opener, which is going to mean they have to hold here in Pipes.
Just slowing this game down. Quadrant maybe working around the front of the hill. Maybe thinking about the fact that they just have a bit of an advantage when it comes to time and forcing last shot to step inside of it before they try and do something else. Snipe drone, he'll be taken down. Really good baiting and switching.
Wow,
a good awareness
nice.
coming in from last shot as well. Seeker does a great job to actually trade in that situation, but last shot with the 2 kills at least creates an opportunity for this time to be picked up now by Cherish.
Ooh, Cherish gets kind of caught out a bit. He tries to maybe fish out a kill bottom mid. In the end, though, he does really well to stay alive somehow through all this. Finally, he's taken down, but just about tied up now on the first hill between these two.
SOG's still alive, and he's got the camouflage. You saw he just jumped up to top goal. Pure won't know that, of course. Seeker will pick up the kill, and that'll be a double kill for him. As Snipe Drone now sits inside that hill with Cherish the last alive, and Seeker getting the info on where he is. You imagine that it's going to be spawns in and around the elevator for Pure. The question is, can they get close to this hill in time to stop this conversion and this point going in the favor of Quadrant? One player does fly through. That's going to be taken care of as well. And Torlik, as last alive, cannot stop SOG putting his toes in the hill. It will be 1-0 to Quadrant.
And SLG even pokes out. Even though he gets taken down, he forces that shot from Torlik on the cross. It was 3 dead for Pure, and now they're going to try to fly out along into the sneaky. Shots looked good. In the end, Druck makes sure to trade before he goes down. Paves the way now for last shot to try to go stacks, but SLG had something else in mind.
SLG, 1 grenade gets lost to the abyss of geometry. Still has his shock rifle to play with, though, as Quadrant had a little bit of control in around the hill. Last shot trying to cross now. Torlik trying to push. SLG trying to run.
3 dead here. Seeker going to be the only player who's on the map for Quadrant. He's going to try to make something happen. It looks like long haul sneaky side. He's going to have to, right now, you can tell, kind of fighting from glass, it looks like. Unless my depth perception is crazy. He was in glass. He does get taken down. Camo coming up at 25, but it's a lot of time on the board for Pure here.
Half this hill already capped. 2 dead still for Quadrant as well. This might be an opportunity for one more push for them, but Druck with those continual shots coming in from the Bandit. Snipe Drone's trying to create enough of a distraction for the player around the back of Blue here, seeking to get in a position to flush that hill player out, and that's exactly what he does do. So even though Snipe Drone dies in that situation, you can see the formulation of the plan. What he was trying to do is bigger picture play from him.
Exactly. Snipe Drone would have loved to have won that peak shot battle, but as you said, it was more important that he was able to get Druck to no shields. Druck tries to get a kind of within striking distance of the melee as well. That doesn't happen. 2v2 on the map momentarily.
It's going to be the last efforts here from Quadrant, but they'll be dealt with. The last 2 players alive will be taken care of. Torlik not only survives and wins the fight, but gets the camo as well and jumps back to the safety bubble that's provided to him by last shot. We are tied up at 1-1 now with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the game clock.
Nice job from SLG to shut down the camo and essentially make that shroud cover. not too valuable in the end as the camo will be neutralized, but most importantly, we are tied 1-1 here in the game, as you say, 2:43 left on the clock.
Elevator spawns being controlled by Quadrant, so they have the better spawn situation here for this hill. Cherished, no shields, still alive though, still poking, still prodding. He's got a grenade which might even up this fight a little bit. Druck now pushing through the mid-bridge, and Druck will find the opening for 2.
Enemy team took the hit.
2v2 on the map. Cherish needs to win this. He's really in a tough spot, though. He's getting singled out. Did have help from last shot. The timing wasn't perfect from Pure, but in the end, it will be them who step in the hill. Still 2 dead for Quadrant. They will look to add some time on the board, but Quadrant, once again, 3 dead now. So an opportunity for more time for Pure.
Last shot knows where Seeker is as well. Cherish still deal with him. That was essentially a staggered 4 dead for Quadrant. So Pure should be able to get a good chunk of time here. Last shot just smartly, they're just going to block the elevator spawns, making sure that nobody was unaccounted for and surprises him. And now they can just focus in front of them. Little shot for the shot's going to hit, but not deal with SLG as he's still alive bottom middle. But look at the time on the board here for Pure off the back of that 4 dead.
I really do like the discipline there from last shot. Oh my God, great angle. Does it again, Druck! Popping off here with the shock. I was going to say, I like that discipline from last shot because even though you lose about 10 seconds of time, you just make sure that you can set up plays like this where you're going to eventually get in the lead. It's a lot of patience and discipline as Druck continues to run back elevator.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff coming in here from Druck as well. Should be good for another one. Just snapping onto headshots a little bit quicker than everyone else at the moment. As Quadrant will be 3 dead, and last shot and Pure step in and around that hill once more to collect a little bit more time. SOG's trying to buy time at the moment, but he's not going to be able to. Last shot deals with him. There's Seeker as the next, and last shot is 11 and 8 at the moment. Only Druck is beating him in the feed. When it comes to kills, he's 16 and 11, as Pure will now go 2-1 up on the hills.
Man, beautifully done there from Pure. As you said, Druck 16 and 11, and last shot 11 and 8. It feels like they were only collecting kills in 2s there in the back of elevator and Whirlpool, and even though it was well-constructed pushes coming in from Quadrant, Pure was just wise to it. 3 dead yet again. Seeka 4 dead. And this will be more time on the board and, more importantly, spawn control and map control coming in for Pure. They continue scoring, and last shot is going to slow play pipes here. Oh boy.
He's got help coming in from elevator as well. Goes for the stick. Isn't good for 1 trade, but the damage done. You would imagine Druck should be in a position to pick up yet another double. No. Glory just got his shields back in time. And now Glory
wait a second,
turns a situation that looked like a bad one into a good one. It's a triple kill for him, and Quadrant all of a sudden have full map control, feet inside of that hill, and a shock rifle in the hands of the Irishman.
Pure is going to want that one back. I don't even think they knew that they had last shot on Dorito there. I think they thought they were going to get away with that pipes push, and man, he would love to have that pipes push and that damage back, because just like that, we're tied up on this hill. Things could have been so differently if that had played out in a different way.
Glory now going to bottom middle. Hits the body, cleans up Cherished as well. Quadrant halfway, way over halfway, 2/3 of the way to capping this C-plat hill. But for now, they're just going to have to slow things down a little bit as Glory has fallen and lost that shock rifle. Glory, by the way, kind of the shining light here in this game for Quadrant. 18 and 13 for him at the moment, and leading, or joint top, I should say, of his team in assists as well.
Yeah, amazing stuff from him, and Quadrant just somehow, Glory staying alive also in the pipes on that play, and then getting that triple as well. Not an easy play, and it has brought them not just back into this game, but also back into this hill. And now with 2 dead and last shot all the way on glass, to be honest, this could be the final moments of this 4th hill.
Interesting to see if anyone tries to stop this conversion. It looks like they're trying to set up for the next one, but Seeker has a chance to break this almost immediately, because as we tie up at 2-2 and Quadrant get that hill on the board, Seeker with this camo has a lot of responsibility here. Sneaks past Druck as well. This is important though. At least he didn't get beat down in that situation. Druck just didn't see him whatsoever, so he gets that kill, secures it, and now doubles the hill bottom middle.
See what he can do. He has a little bit of camo left. Can he wrap the corner? I think we all knew was dissipating pretty quickly. Camo will dissipate. We'll see if he can still get a kill here in long haul.
Just saw Shimmer from Cherish Spartan as well. Gives his position away.
1 minute remaining.
This is big. 1 minute left on the clock. Tied 2-2.
They're looking for these kills before they step in. There's a player on the sneak, and I don't think the Seeker knew it. Cherish managed to kind of slide through numerous players. Picked up 1 or 2 kills on his way to do so. But they want to control this C-plat at the moment. You can see how much value the Quadrant are putting onto this. Druck is going to find a kill himself at the back of blue, and now you can see Seeker's just trying to play off information, play off damage, and make sure these numbers don't get too heavily in the favor of Pure, but they have. Seeker's now last alive.
Things are getting nervy here. You could tell Neither team wanting to be the aggressor and the one to make the premature mistake. You can just feel that on the map right now as Pure will go into the lead on the 5th hill.
SLG finds one. Snipe Drone will follow it up as well. It's 2 dead here for Pure. And now Seeker becomes the flanker. Do they want to try and force this hill though? Do they want to try and close this game out right now? Or is it more of a thought of don't lose at this point for both teams? That's how it feels.
It really does feel like that. I think you put it perfectly. Both teams playing this really cautious. Shroud goes down just in case SLG needs it, but pressure coming in as well from Glass.
Seeker and Glory will fall when it looks like Pure are trying to win it. Camo in the hands of Torlik. Last shot finds one as well. It's 3 dead for Quadrant. Last alive is Glory bottom middle. He'll go down as well. A killing spree perfectly timed.
Oh boy.
With 4 seconds left on the game clock, Torlik stands in this hill with Camo. And it is so difficult to flush him out.
I don't know if Glory needed to make. I don't know if Glory needed to make that move. That hero play bottom middle there. It's now pinched them with 1 second left. Let's see how this plays out. If he goes down, of course, if he steps out, we will now go into next point wins territory. 2 minutes are added to the clock.
Sandro trying to hunt him down. The Camo disappears just at the wrong time for Torlik, but he does have a bit of support in and around the C plat. Cherish is going to be there. SLG has the shock rifle, and SLG might have to make a monstrous play. Otherwise, it's going to be the game going over to Pure. He hits a big shot, a massive shot to stop that time.
Massive, massive shot. Now both players that are alive are here in Long Haul and C plat. How does SLG play this with Quadrant?
He's going to find one, but there's the back smack. He forgot about Cherished. And now Cherish tries to take down Seeker, hits the body shot. The nade isn't going to be good. The second one gets caught in the Geo as well. Seeker survives.
This is wild. Pure still only needing a little bit of ticks here. Still a lot of game time left here on the clock.
Drog just peeking and prodding. But most importantly here, Pure inside of that hill. They're trying to force this right now. Look at the time at the bottom of your screen. They're doubling up. They're tripling up. Seeker tries to get in. Torlik thought it was done. And finally it will be done. Pure will go up in the series 2-1 with a very, very nervy win on both sides. You would say a nervy game, but the win goes the way of Pure.
Opportunity now as it slows down just for a moment. 2 members of Rebellion inside house, one positioned out towards the camouflage, and a cycle's touching towards scoreboard. They're trying to get information. They're giving up quite a lot of map here. They're inviting the pressure on from Optic Gaming. Mental's going to step out now over towards Cuts. Suppress hits top middle. They've managed to isolate Lucid. Lucid managed to get a trade on the way out though.
And that's a big point for Shopify Rebellion, isolating Lucid. The reason why he's the #1 player on this mapping mode throughout the season is because he can just manipulate the map in any way he would like. You think back to Lucid of old and how he would use a repulsor to bounce around the map and find kills, isolate other players, but instead they are almost waiting for him, Shopify Rebellion, picking him off, and then they push afterwards. Lucid does just need to be a little bit careful he doesn't get caught out too many times.
4 kills the difference. Optic Gaming with the lead. Trying to extend that here. Quantum Translocator used for Formal as he gets away, but unfortunately for Dead Zone, he does not have the same tools at his disposal. A trade for Mental and Lucid. Camouflage for Soul Snipe. What can he do with it? What influence will he have? Players start to rat up, start to turtle. He's completely missed Dead Zone here. The rest of his team are going to think that place is free. And as a result, Dead Zone got cycled, but Soul Snipe answered back with a double kill. Loose over towards bottom middle. He's backed away from the camouflage. Snipe rifle is top middle. You know Soul Snipe wants to get right with it.
I mean, Soul Snipe getting up 2 kills is always going to be a success in terms of a camo play, but missing dead zone did hurt them a little bit. It could have been a bit more flawless with their push. And now Soul Snipe's going to be shut down. Now he doesn't have the camouflage to work with. Sadly, you're going to have to drop down to bottom middle here, which is going to give a lot of map control to Optic Gaming, even with Mental and Cycle fighting their hardest over towards tower. Trippy should not be able to get that kill.
Sniper rifle changes hands, but fortunately for Rebellion, it's for Mental. S7, long shot, it doesn't matter. Put an active reload in it, because he's about to rip faces if he's given the opportunity. Lucid's back green. Mental lines him up. First shot's not going to be good for anything. As a matter of fact, that's where his run ends. Sniper rifle falls. And Trippy's got it once more. We're all tied up. 8 minutes and dwindling down now on the clock. Just as we hit this halfway point.
Round 1. Ball incoming.
Find ourselves in game 4 here in our elimination round 2 game between Quadrant and Pure. Pure winning a nail-biting game number 3 on Recharge. King of the Hill. And you have to wonder how much that might have taken out of Quadrant. Now we find ourselves back on live fire and we find ourselves with a little bit of an oddball to play.
Couldn't agree more. As we said, there's so much riding in between these two teams. Druck's going to go right back into the mix, see what he can find around Rat Tunnel, and very nicely taken shots, carefully dodged. No scope as well. Just so much riding for these two teams. To think that their seasons are going to end here, or I should say that one of their seasons will end here, is wild to think about. And it illustrates just what these two teams and all 8 players have been through all year long. Druck not done yet. He wants to end the series here and now.
Yeah, Druck doing a huge amount of damage. Think about the bodies that he's just hit in the last few moments. Doesn't quite connect on that one, but teammate will take care of the damage. Glory already flying out to try and pressurize him, and it's something I have to be maybe a little bit worried about in the first few moments of this game for Quadrant side. There's a lot of tunneling towards that ball. Not a lot of thought process in how we try and regain a little bit of numbers on the map before we turn our attention to the oddball. And finally, it seems like they've just slowed it down a second here, as they will stop Pure from scoring. Only a few seconds on the board either way as far as time is concerned, but SLG finds a last shot in the chimney and probably turns it into ash.
Druck there challenges from cuts there into the back of the tower. Maybe thought he had a little bit more help or a little bit of collapse coming on C Black. This is surprising for me to see him challenge that in the way that he did. It looks like maybe just a miscommunication coming in the end from the side of Pure, and as a result, it's going to be Quadrant who are off to an early lead here at the 23-point mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a turnaround here from Quadrant. You can see that even with Glory in the death screen, they've got Pure kind of trapped at the back of green. Little repulse back up towards the top middle. Is going to catch Cherished off, but cover fire was good. Seeker now has to turn his attention towards Tolik as the rotate is now coming in from Pure, from the garage over to the power-up spawn and back towards the tower. So really good awareness of the situation and the position of the Quadrant players coming in from Pure.
Oh, nice little nade there from Sika as well to get the splash onto the cuts, but I agree, it's a little bit of a scoop rotate coming in. They didn't actually have all the kills on the board that you would typically need to. Last shot will go down, but not before playing the ball. They do really well to just narrowly get in the lead, though. Pure with a nice little rotate all the way from Camo through C-Plat into Mud, and they go up by 1.
Well, that could be a big, big
oh
nade.
boy. Oh boy.
Somehow finds one as a killing spree for Seeker, the perfect time to jump on board. And a lot of talk, understandably, this season about the emergence of Legend, but remember, he did it alongside his longtime duo in Seeker. So this is a good opportunity for him to step up, share a bit of the success we've been talking about for his fellow Frenchman, and really drag Quadrant back into this series.
It's a really good point. We should mention for Sika and SLG, and of course, to an extent, Snipeshot and Glory, but of course they're excited about what they've seen out of Legend, right? A historic European performance and year from him, as 3 will fall for the side of Pure. It's going to actually be forward Druck as a spawner. But it's one thing to really take note of. Sika and SLG have watched and have probably been proud of their former teammate Legend, but also thought, hey, we would love a little bit of that spotlight and limelight as well.
And one way to do it, you got to go and earn it. Glory gets one. Spike grenade lodges itself into some sort of joint. Maybe the meniscus.
Might have been indeed, actually. 3 dead now for Quadrant. Oh boy, almost 4. Druck just narrowly misses. Should be able to clean this one up unless SLG has one of the best peak shots. He does for a second. Oh boy, Druck actually comes back and bodies. Really nicely done. Sniper, I was going to say, kills it. I didn't think Sika had the angle, and he didn't, but he did get the help that he needed. And still, after all this chaos, all this carnage, it's still just a 15-point game.
And again, it's Pure just out-rotating Quadrant at the moment. Like you say, it's not a huge amount of difference in the time between the teams, but You think about the setups, you think about how it's been earned. It's Pure have been rotating that ball away from Quadrant, whereas Quadrant have been relying upon the more traditional setup in and around the garage area. Now they have, off the back of the forward there they managed to pick up, Quadrant have that set up themselves. If they can hold for 1 or 2 more pushes, they'll find themselves up by 1 round to 0.
Trade coming in there for Sika and Last Shot. And as you said, Quadrant still just holding on the window. This is going to be very comfortable. 3 dead now. Druck is your last player alive. He's all the way at green, and to be honest, based on 85 on the board, this could be it right here.
It could be it. Pure are going to have to make a desperation play here, but Snipe Drone has enough about him just to stall this out. I mean, they can just stand still at this point. Last Shot finds 1. 5 seconds left. The nades come in. Should be in a position to be comfortable enough for nobody to get close, and that will indeed be Quadrant winning round number 1 based off those 2 big holds that they had in and around the garage in the small window.
Great point. And a great reminder of why I'm here in the commentary booth. I probably would have rotated that ball and I would have died all the way right next to scoreboard.
And I would have had you. I killed everyone anyway.
I appreciate that. I rely on that, but too heavily if I'm completely honest here. First round goes the way of Quadrant. It's a comfortable hold in the end as they go up 1-0 in ball and look to, of course, send us to a game number 5 if they have another round on the board.
Well, here's Glory on our screens. A little bit of a slow round number 1. Only 4 kills on the board for him. Also only the 6 deaths, but with these power weapons, he is the kind of player who can all of a sudden just heat up and start to take over. And that's exactly how he looks to start this next round. He'll get the camo off the back of those shots he hits as well. That's another power-up that's been earned by a player. And now he can start to go to work. Druck rotating that ball away towards the back of green. He's going to force Glory to make a play here.
Let's see what he's able to do. I wonder if Glory can... He's been spotted out. Tolic spots him out from Nest, actually. Beautifully done, the eagle eye.
I want to know how thick Tolic's glasses are.
I was going to say, what is this guy? This guy knows something we don't here. Maybe a play ball coming in eventually. No, Tolic's going to hold. And somehow, we just had Glory approaching, by the way, with the snipe camo from sandbags. Maybe preventing, I think everyone's thinking the same thing, preventing maybe the play ball. Instead, Tolic eagle eyes from Nest like a freak. And now he holds the ball.
It's the only way to put it, you're right. Like a freak.
Freakish.
I can't see more than 8 inches in front of my face.
I can attest to that.
And Tolic is spotting camo players out from
miles.
Training towards sandbags. Impressive stuff from him. Druck with the spike grenade is going to find 1. SOG and Seeker will answer back though, and the numbers start to line up here as Snipe Drone goes, hey, this worked back here last time. Let's bring the oddball back towards where we had our success and see if we can do it again.
Yeah, did you guys have fun last time? I'm thinking the same exact thing. Pure does have 29 points on the board, but with this rotate and with 2 dead, that could be cut down significantly in the next few moments of play.
It's like we get out for food and you ask if I want to try something different, and I'm like,
no.
You know exactly what I'm ordering, and it will be the same as last time.
It worked last time. It's going to work this time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it here. Here comes the 2-man push from Glory and Snipe Drone on a window. Nice
really
nade.
Good nade. Glory just runs in and hits the body shot as well to clean it up, but
team nade in the end.
Seeker's going to be the last alive, yeah. All the good work undone by a single wild
team nade.
Unaccounted for grenade.
Let this be a public service announcement. Do not nade your teammates. If somebody's in the window, no pre-nade. You gotta trust them.
The irony of you saying that, by the way.
Yeah, my God.
The amount of times
that I've pre-naded
cross-mapped me.
It's true.
I'm like, why are you throwing a grenade at me from green to garage?
I think because I always know where the action's gonna be.
Okay.
And I never know how fast you're gonna get there. You know what I mean? You're always so quick.
Wait, no. I'd actually argue that you're bang on every single time because where exactly your grenade falls is exactly where I am. Anyway, Glory wins the fight.
41-8 here in favor of Pure, still controlling. 2 dead though, so with SLG having another kill, that's going to be a stacked 2 dead, meaning the spawn rotation will be tricky for Pure, which really, if you look at this, as long as they continue to hold, maybe even get another opening pick, they probably can tie this game up on this hold alone, but a lot of pressure coming in through house now. SLG is aware of it.
SLG with a good grenade, tries to step jump back up as well, but Tolic was ready for that one. There's the trade coming in, and Snipe Drone doing what he does best. You find him in this position when there's bodies and kills to be finished off. There's not many times he's going to miss out on a tasty-looking double kill like that, but with the 2v2 and Druck coming away with the sniper rifle,
Enemy has the ball.
The ball is back in the hands of Pure, and Seeker has to be careful at just not getting peeled early and being the first pick for his team.
Key door angle for Druck. Has help from Last Shot as well on that bottom mid angle. It's actually going to be Snipe Drone who clearly tries to grenade. Oi! Doesn't hit it. Last alive, as you said, Tolic's a spawner. This will be Quadrant now scoring again. And as I said, it didn't take 1 hold. It might take 2 holds, but they are poised once again to tie the game. They're only down by 20.
Interesting to see Glory going for a little teabag there as well. You notice that?
I actually didn't.
Little teabag coming in from Glory onto Druck's body. They get the ball back in their hands as well. I wonder if he's trying to get in the heads, maybe just try and motivate himself. Maybe motivate his team to see if they can turn this series on its head, as they certainly have turned this round on its head. They will go into a lead now by only 1 second. About 2 minutes 40 or so left on the game clock. Torlik is still alive, but as he falls back down, he decides it's better up there. Tries to return to see if there was something he missed the first time.
Yeah, tries to sky there. That angle can be beneficial if you can catch a player, especially a player on controller, of course, specifically. They can't really react to that height. In the end, it does not pay off. A 1v1 here at scoreboard between Druck and Sika is going to be a little bit messy. Sika wins it, but not before last shot starts to wrap as well. 3 dead for Quadrant. Last shot's going to hold. SLG is the only player on Keydor, and we'll see if Cherish can get that kill. He does. That will be 4 dead in the end. Snipe Drone and Sika are your first spawners, but it will be a lead change as Pure goes back into the lead.
And now that rotate that we were talking about before comes in once more because of the spawns. He's moving it towards those spawners. He's got a player on top tower. However, that player on top tower is going to have a lot of pressure to deal with. Torlik does a great job of clearing the way. And look at this continual rotation. It's almost the entire scenic route.
This is good.
That's being shown right now. I could be selling tickets, tour tickets of live fire.
This is the APG-esque rotation, by the way. We haven't. Oh, Snipe Drone coming in with the camo. Last shot has to get the play ball. He does. Maybe even some extra damage as well. Can you imagine if he got that kill?
4 dead. SLG grabs that ball and brings it back towards his spawner now. You imagine dummy spawns, maybe A spawns. It's going to be A. SLG has to change his trajectory where he thought might be the best place to take that ball back towards the pillars, where his teammates will be waiting. Sika tries to fly in there to clean up that damage, but we are going to see yet another lead change in a few moments if Pure cannot break through here.
Sika eventually gets taken down, but he did get 3 players weak, and he bought a lot of time on the concrete angle. In the end, they had to work really hard to take him down, but still just a 3-point game at 77-74.
Glory gets another trade top middle, but it's 3 dead for Quadrant once more, and just at the wrong time because Druck finds himself a sniper rifle. Last shot, he's got the ball in his hands as well. Druck is making a bit of a meal of this, but finally hits the shot, hits the body onto Snipe Drone as well, and ends up, even though it looked a little bit awkward, doing the damage required to maybe find Pure, tying this game up at 1 round apiece. SLG, the last hope, not going to be in there in time. We are going to a final and deciding round here.
And this is dangerous here for Quadrant, because let's not forget, they just came into round number 2 thinking, okay, we did everything we needed to. It was a very comfortable finish to the round, and they're already maybe thinking about game number 5, but instead, Pure had something else in mind. We're tied 1-1, and just like that, Pure is only 1 round away from maybe sending Quadrant home and ending their year.
I think one of the craziest stats I see in this game at the moment is Torlik, 9-21. Which is very
really surprising.
Yeah, he's been one of the most consistent players for Pure. And that's across 2 rounds, only the 9 kills. So the fact it is tied up at 1-1 with him struggling just a little bit in this game shows there's a lot more to come from Pure, which is a slight worry for Quadrant.
It really is. I couldn't agree more. I think it's surprising to see Torlik with a low number like that in this game. Druck picks up a Hail Mary and the double kill off the QT, 4 dead.
These QTs are getting stickier and stickier, man, I'm telling you.
Tell you what, I'm glad to see the maturity of the QT, because I think you and I were thinking the same thing, and maybe a lot of people at home were thinking the same thing. When the QT first dropped in the game, it was pretty minimal, the impact it was having, and you just felt with something like the QT, especially players who have been playing this game for a long time, maybe a few decades, that the QT can do nasty, nasty things where you can get away with things you should never be able to, and we're starting to really see that here. 22-15 off the opening in favor of Pure.
Torlik looking to hit the G-slide and make this fight difficult, but SLG's there to support Glory. And SLG, I think, did actually have that sniper rifle. Druck's just trying to stop Glory getting off the ball, but there's SLG again, just playing bodyguard. A really, really smart play from both SLG and Glory in that situation. Glory trying to buy the time for his shields to come back, and SLG challenging off his damage to make sure the numbers add up for him.
Will be an early lead change there. Cherish was the last player alive. He decided not to push in. On power up side, he tries to go pillars, and it's 3 dead again. So even though he tried to wait for teammates and construct a pillars green push, he gets shut down. It was a lead change quite a while ago at this stage. It was 22-15, and now just like that, Quadrant out to double the lead of their opponent here at 44-22.
Looks like they might try and wrap this one towards green as well. You can see Glory's trying to get the ball there. Snipe Drone is going to collect and pop it back in the post towards bottom middle. Cherish with the peak shot, certainly winning this one. It's a jiggle battle between the two. It's almost as if they like to flirt with each other, but nobody wanted to break the ice.
It's true. Both of it trepidatious. Ooh, last shot tries to get an angle, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Actually gets a trade there he might actually be happy with in the end with Glory, just because it was a little bit messy. Now back over to Cherish, who gets taken down. I gotta say, by the way, Torlik picking up 5 kills in a row. All of a sudden, he's just like that on 14.
Different,
yeah, stat line looks a lot different than it did minutes ago.
However, the score is all in the favor at the moment as it stands. Quadrant's score, 44-24, a 20-point difference between the two teams as Torlik decides to put the gun away for a few moments and collect a bit of objective time. Cherish has got the camo as well. This is, like you say, a really, really big moment. SOG gets the pick, though, with that sidekick, and now they can try and pressure this boy, because Torlik's trying to position himself with that odd ball.
Where are the nades? Look at this.
He could do the most damage. There's the double kill. It's perfect play just from everyone in that situation.
Beautiful from Cherish. That's such a difficult play to do perfectly because you have players pushing cuts. 4 dead. Beautiful from Cherish. Beautiful from Pure. Unbelievable. Cherish needed the players to go into a straight line so that he could use the nades. If he goes for a back whack, if he just starts shooting, he's going to get turned on. Instead, he lines them up like dominoes with the grenade there on the power-up, and just like that, it's a huge lead change. They're up 60-44.
Quadrant's tournament life and season is on the line now. Pure 2-1 up in this series. Seeker, big moment for him, finds the sniper. Takes it out of the hands of Pure. The ball will be picked up now by Quadrant. They have power weapons, they have map control, and they have Pure members in the death screen. Can they go on a run to keep their Halo World Championship lives alive here? Cherished in 1v1. Seeker finds 2.
Very big. 4 shots left in the sniper rifle as well. Seeker needed that double. The rotate's coming in right away. Can they get the ball away? Essentially tied up here at 60.
Oh, he just
accidentally repulses the ball. That's going to make things a bit clunky.
Won't cost them too much here. 2 body shots is certainly going to make sure it isn't too costly. Snipe drone finds 1. Knows where Cherished is. Cherished has to wrap away. And now Seeker grabs that ball as the sniper rifle ammo will be expended.
Still 1 shot left. Yeah, you don't want him holding. You want him to at least get the body or the head here. He does get the head. It's a huge shot.
That's
and it's also
shot.
a lead change now, 72-62.
A huge, huge, huge shot. Not just difficulty level, but like you say, the lead is now all Quadrants, and they're back in this small window setup, playing their corners, being obnoxious and difficult to be taken down by Pure members. Glory finds the first one, Seeker finds the second. The killing spree is perfectly timed, and the oddball is back into their hands. They are now 12 points away from closing this out.
And it might have seemed like a small detail. That's why you make sure your sniper is not holding the ball, even with 1 shot left. 92 points on the board.
Snipe drone finds 1, but Quadrant find themselves 2 dead. Glory finds another just to trade things out. Camo's coming up as well. Cherish wins the big fight bottom middle, but there is Seeker. It's a 1v1 on the map. Druck is trying to chase him down. Seeker has been such a nuisance. Seeker somehow has bought enough time here for Druck to have to back down and get into a position where he has to wait for help from his teammates.
Ooh. What does Torlik do here? 3 dead.
Where did the camo go?
3 dead. Snipe drone was the only player alive from Quadrant. And off of the damage, as you said, from Druck, somehow Torlik scoots the ball. No play ball yet. No play ball. Keep an eye on that. It gets played. How does Snipe drone play this? 3 dead. Druck is the only player. Druck's going to force this one, drop down, so he should be able to pull the ball away.
Should be able to get this. We are going to a game 5, everybody. Quadrant will win it. Quadrant will clutch up in the final moments, and you have to give so much credit to the way that Seeker played that final round in those final moments. A killing spree that was perfectly timed, and not only that, he even cut down the oddball carrier from Pure as they were trying to get towards back tower. A brilliant end to the game from him. Big snipe shot hit as well. And we will see you in a few moments for the Game 5 to decide whose tournament life will continue.
Metal hits the shot, shuts down the snipe. The flag is out again, but there's nobody there to run it. Suppressed is going to be the one. The responsibility rests on his shoulders, as it does for Mental with the sniper rifle. How much room has that flag got to go? It's still moving. It's still grooving. Soul Snipe desperately needs help here. He gets the touch. He's down to no shields. Lucid is closing in. And the shock nades keep on tickling him. Lucid closes the distance, and he's going to send his flag right back home.
Yeah, sadly that flag just didn't really go anywhere for Shopify Rebellion, and that might be the game disappearing right in front of their very eyes as well. It had to be then, you feel. Mental was in a good spot. He managed to do enough damage with the sniper on the player that was on Mohawk, but the two players off spawn were able to delete Suppressed instantly. Mental's going to try and go for a ramp run here and may just be able to get through, and okay. Still time here for Shopify Rebellion. But they need to get a couple of kills. Cycle gets one, Suppressed gets another. This could be a cap.
This could be the run. This one could be good. 3 dead. Dead zone, last man standing. He's not going to be able to get there. Cycle puts him down. 2-1 the score, but only a minute left to play.
Right on death's door with Shopify Rebellion. They just had one more breath to work with. Mental misses the first, trying to connect maybe with a second, but isn't going to be challenged. Now will be challenged, but needs help. Cycle's already gone down, Suppressed falls too. Oh my. 3 are dead on the side of Optic. Map control will still be in the hands of Rebellion here.
Just like that, Lucid closes the distance and takes down 2 players who are down to no shields. Flag gets sent home again. And we ask the question, will Optic be punished for sitting back? But Rebellion have really forced them back, applied the pressure, flipped the script. But as time starts to dwindle down now, Rebellion just don't seem to be able to get the slays required to push forward. They're laying siege to Optic Gaming space. But Optic Gaming are standing strong. The final seconds then. Mental is close. Can they get something? Can they get close to it? They've got a touch, and in their last breath, have they been able to do enough? Trippy's the last man standing. Trippy shuts one down. Is there anybody on the side of Rebellion? He's going to keep on pushing this forward, his Cycle, driving it forward up the ramp. Lucid tries to get close.
That flag's still moving. I don't think anyone can stop that. And just out of nowhere, Shopify Rebellion tie us up and send us to overtime. Optic throw that one away. With 1 minute 30 left on the clock, Rebellion fight their way back into this game. And they say to Optic Gaming, you can sit back, but we will break down that wall.
Off the reset, we go again. Down 0-2. Rebellion find an answer. Against the odds, against the time. But will it be enough? Because the onslaught doesn't stop now. You go to overtime, you've got to do it again. Dead zone will fall to Suppressed grenade. Lucid's got the sniper rifle. He pops the shields of Mental. Those two are going to be sniping and counter-sniping all game long.
I think what's important is Rebellion were able to stop that initial push from Optic. They grabbed that overshield. It was Formal yet again who had it. They sniffed him out. They were able to shut him down. The early control does not benefit Optic in the end, especially doesn't even get them a flag run. Instead, we're going to get a bit more of a standoff. Lucid does connect with the headshot. And again, he's going to be starting to focus once more on trying to find the opposition sniper.
Suppressed soars off the map, makes this one pretty easy for Optic Gaming to just walk on in. Have Rebellion now just open the door off that one little mistake. You've jumped out of bounds, leaving your team to fight off the back foot. Suppressed has done so successfully, shutting Lucid down. But now you've got to take care of Formal. Mental does so. An opportunity for Rebellion now to push forward and get a flag capture of their own. A Suppressed welcomes a sniper rifle into his hands.
Slayer.
Can he find the faces though?
For so long in this game, Rebellion have been down on slays. They're down by around 14 at the moment, but it all amounts for nothing. The fact they were able to get those 2 flags back to back with mere moments left.
Well, here we go then, everybody. A Game 5 with the Halo World Championship tournament life on the line for both of these teams. Quadrant win the onboard live fire to send us here. Pure find themselves in a position where they can break some European hearts for North America. This really is what you come to the Halo World Championships to watch. It is an amazing moment. Unfortunately, we're going to have to break some hearts.
We are. It's amazing to watch, as you just saw. You know, as you're waiting for this match to get back underway, you've also got Optic and Shopify at 1-1. No surprise to see these two teams tied 2-2 with a Game 5 to separate them. But we've said it all series long. It needs to be said again. It is crazy to think about what these two teams have been through. Neither of them want to go home here at the World Championship.
Oh!
Everything to play for. 4-2 off the opening.
Glory has the shock rifle here, which is important. You saw how close the Quadrant played together there. Any glimmer of a camo, they were going to immediately jump upon it. 5-2 of the opening, though, as Drug finds the kill onto SLG. So now Glory has to re-rotate. But one thing I'm very impressed with Pure at the moment, not peeking, not giving him a chance to hit some shots.
And things slow down immediately. Unsurprisingly, like we said, this is how much is on the line here. You get so much packed into a Game 5 like this. Pressure coming in to see if Tala can hit the shots that he needs. Glory pushes him back very, very well. Eventually punishes him as well. 7-4 now. But as I was going to say, as the pressure continues here on Glass and Luke, drop it the thrust.
Glory just got baited in a little bit there. Seeker will find one onto Drak. Actually managed to turn it into 2 by the looks of things, but a 4-kill difference has been essentially established off of the start of this game, off the opening strategy that was won by Pure. SLG with a really important pick, and all of a sudden you see, look at Pure's positioning. They're all trapped in and around blue. They're trying to stall out some kills, and somehow or other, Larshot gets behind enemy lines and finds 2 himself, looking for the triple onto Seeker, but Seeker survives long enough and now has to deal with some pressure himself.
Just like that, still 13-9 in favor of Pure, and Glory answers back to make things within 3, and they're going to need to make sure they don't let this game get out of hand. And even though there's big comeback potential on this map, you don't want to find yourself in that territory if you can avoid it. But finally now, as it slows down for just a second, you think of how much goes into a Game 5 here, right? You think about the personal stories of all 8 of these players on the stage, and this can be said about every series here, of course, but so many hours of scrims and practice and conversations just simply come down to a game number 5. It almost feels unjust, but that's the name of the game here at the World Championship. It's 16-14.
Back and forth, but Quadrant is slowly chipping away at that lead. It was 4 kills a few moments ago, and now it's just the 2. The camouflage and the shock rifle are coming up as well. Camo is going to be grabbed by Snipe Drone, and he gets away with it. Full shields for him as well. And now you imagine that the plan would be for him to get that shock rifle in his hands and drag Quadrant back into this game.
2-kill game, and as you say, camo under control. They're going to snag the shock right now, and you could not ask for a more poetic setup to a comeback. It's a 1-kill game. Snipe Drone with the game in his hands here at this moment.
Pure trying to rotate away, but look at the position from SLG. He wants to be aggressive. He's trying to push these kills, but maybe a little bit too aggressive at that point. Like you say, a little bit over the top, trying to push the pace a little bit too much. Especially when you've got that shock in your hands, you can just take the time to push off of the back of the damage. But Seeker follows up, finds one himself. We have a tie game. Snipe Drone's about to come in for a little bit of a surprise here. It's 3 players from Pure in front of him.
Oh, does he get the flank here? I don't even think they knew he went glass, so they're trying to push posters. It's been a full base trade, and now they come back blue. Snipe Drone's about to be in trouble here.
Quadrant about to be in trouble here. They tried to flush him out, not going to be able to do so. Cherished. And Snipe Drone survives just long enough for the teammate to arrive and give him some help. It is a 19-19 game at the moment. Nothing separating the 2 teams as the camo is about to pop once more.
As you say, not an inch. You wonder if the camo is going to be the thing that really starts to separate and the game starts to open up. Snipe Drone's going to push this on Druk. Wow, gets the help. Beautifully done. That's 2 dead. They should be able to get camo here.
We'll be able to get camo, and they get the kills around it as well. Cherish!
Oh my.
Comes off the lift, and Snipe Drone with a killing spree to give Quadrant the biggest lead they have had so far in this game. It is now a 6-kill advantage for them, and Pure are starting to get a little bit trapped on their spawn.
We have really got to talk about Snipe Drone's patience. How about the camo to the shock, to the slow play? He's still alive, by the way, off this entire exchange. He's 8-4. And just like that, it's an 8-kill lead. Let's not forget, when he got camo, they were trailing 16-14. Look at what you have just witnessed. It's an unbelievable series of plays from Quadrant to now lead by 8.
Glory finds another one as well. Glory having a really big game for 10-5 at the moment, but the spree from Snipe Drone is what sparked it all, like you said. SLG now walking in, making sure that he gets his trade, keeps those spawns being split here for Pure. Sandro just gets spotted out though. And now Quadrant have to watch those deaths. Pure have made it a little bit mixy enough, a little bit messy enough that they're going to start to win the trade fights.
Last Shot knows he needs to stay alive, somehow stays alive through that nade. Can't afford to trade, and now just like that, with 2 dead, it's a 5-kill game.
Oh my.
In the end, Last Shot does get taken down on the cross, but it was 3 dead. And just like that, now a 4-kill game. It was just 28-20, and Pure brings this game back within reason.
Seeker goes up the lift, goes nope, goes back down the lift again. Everyone from Quadrant at the moment is stuck on that snipe side, but they played this well before, but Cherish this time will get that first pick, and I wonder if you're going to see the collapse now coming from Pure, recognizing that they have the couple of seconds advantage to push across the map before the respawners come in. It's exactly what they do. They pick them off, and now it's just a 2-kill game.
This is maybe heartbreak potential here for Quadrant. They've just thrown away an 8-kill lead, and they need to make sure they're continuing to apply the pressure. And they may lead by 2, but what could have been if these last few moments had gone differently.
Sandro just dropped, caught throwing that grenade. Sandro will win the fight, but traded out immediately, and now it's just 1 kill. It's going to be a tie game. It's going to be a tie game, surely. 1 kill still the difference, but SLG down to 0 shields, and there it is indeed, a tie game, 36-36. Whoever can get these next 14 kills first will survive.
Big trade from Last Shot in a 1v2 in Cafe. That's not easy to do, to make sure that you get that trade. That's exactly what he does in the end.
Camo.
Another 1v2 here.
Camo, they spotted him out. And it goes down. It's Torek who had that camo and had the shock rifle, but he could not do what Snipe Drone did before. He will fall. Glory cannot connect with the shot as the player runs away. A little bit of nerves, you can feel it in that shot. But that's the difference between the two teams. How effective that camo was, Torek just did not make the play.
This is unbelievable. The entire story of the year down to this. 2 kills. The difference between Quadrant and Pure in a game number 5, tournament lives on the line. You hear 5 minutes left in the game, but you know it's not going to take that. This is going to be some slow last few moments, but once things blow wide open, you're going to see some aggression coming in from whoever can get the first pick. Can Glory continue to extend the lead here for Quadrant? That's the question.
Trying to take some really funky angles as well here, Glory. Those pressures coming in, backs himself to hit the shot, but no, last shot snuck bottom middle.
What a move.
He picks the kill, and now he gets the shock rifle as well. Another trade comes in the feed. SLG is going to be challenging the thrust. He's going to keep last shot alive, and we have a tie game once again. Glory gets the kill though, manages to scoop up the kill off the back of the damage, and now it's just 9 to go.
All over the snipe tower here. A lot of players on posters on the ramp here.
No shields.
Cherish gets taken down, means Druck has to drop back. And cannot risk this. 42-41, still a 1-kill game. Quadrant narrowly in the lead. We're tied up. Quadrant gets 1 more though.
No!
Tied up at 43.
Glory had to get that kill just to keep this close, keep the lead. If he falls there, then Quadrant find themselves 2 dead. Cherish, though, with a grenade, will find the kill onto Glory and find the trade himself. Quadrant now stuck in that same position, and Torek has a chance to redeem himself. He has the camouflage, and with 6 kills to go, and all of Quadrant just trapped in and around the snipe tower. He's just waiting and praying for damage.
He's got no nades. How does he play this? He's trying to peek around the corner. He picks up the first one correctly. The second one comes from the team. It's beautifully done. 47-44, 3 unanswered kills. Can they get the 4th? They do. It's 48-44 off of the camo grab from Tolek.
And they still have plenty of time on this camo as well. It's just disappeared as I say it though. But you can see that Torek wants the last one. He will get it. A double kill for him as Pure complete the comeback and will keep themselves alive here. Quadrant's year will finish. They will be eliminated here at the Halo World Championship, but Pure will keep their story going.
Druck goes 17-10 in a game 5 to keep Pure alive, not just at this event, but in this season. Goes +7 in a game that they win by just 5. Enormous numbers from him. As we said earlier, Glory also on the other side, 17 kills for him. But in the end, it's Quadrant going home and Pure continuing their run and their story of the season.
capture the flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the HCS Halo World Championships live in Seattle. And the games don't stop just yet. Shopify Rebellion up against Pure. Both teams playing for the tournament life. Both teams very familiar with one another. Of course, some of them teaming together once upon a time and actually having their best ever placement once upon a time. Talik and Druk meet against familiar foes in Soul Snipe. Flag's going to get pushed forward. Cycle driving this one, and almost as quick as a flash. This game started off with a bang. Cycle spins around the
No
dive and
way.
sticks 2 players. What just happened?
That's so good from Cycle. And that might just allow them to secure a flag here. Soul Snipe's going to be able to grab it. Yeah, this is going to be the first flag going in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And remember, this match is for top 4. So Shopify Rebellion just losing out to Optic Gaming will drop down into the elimination bracket, currently sitting in top 6. Pure just came off the back of winning a Game 5 against Quadrant to secure themselves in top 6. So this almost feels fitting. This is the kind of game I think people have been asking for Shopify Rebellion, right? They've had that top 3 placement a few times, but now they have to battle through the elimination bracket to... I'm not saying they didn't earn their position in the top 3, but now they really have to go through the grindy route to top 4 and above.
Well, this is almost uncharted territory for them, right? Because previously they've been in the winners finals and then the elimination finals. They've never really had to get to the elimination finals through this avenue. And there was always question marks. Would you place top 3 when you come up against an Optic or an SSG before the winners finals? But we're going to find out one way or another what these two teams have in store for us. And Rebellion already taking the lead. Cherish is trying to push this flag down long haul, excuse me. Druk will push top tower, he will fall. So this flag is not going to get much progress now. Last shot probably forced to back this one up. As members of Rebellion do come down long haul straight into the welcoming bandit shots, but the flag, most importantly, has been sent home.
You know what the craziest thing is about this bracket is if you think back to pool play, Quadrant beat Sentinels 3-0.
Yep.
ITB beat Pure. But now Pure and Sentinels have just gone on to outplace ITB and Quadrant by beating the respective teams on the other side. And it really is funny how those matchups can work. And it means that both European teams finish in top 8. And of course, there is a third European team ascending baseline who finished top 16. But Europe, is that a disappointment? Maybe.
I think so.
I think top 6 was definitely doable, and they would love to be in this position where you are trying to compete for a top 4. But anyway, enough about Europe. They're not in the tournament anymore. It's all about Shopify and Pure, who can be the ones to march on and get into that elimination semi-final. Because on the other side of that bracket, it's going to be FaZe and Sentinels, which is also another juicy matchup for various different reasons.
Well, I have a wonderful idea if you want to follow me here.
All right, follow.
Europe no longer in the competition.
Yep.
Can we just call this team Pure? And that way we can try and, by association, they eliminate the European team. They can be cherished on a dime. Snipes Soul. And yes, can we just claim Pure as Europe now? And of course, we do still have Legend, so lots to be thankful for. Cherished. He's doing it again, and to the same player. Soul Snipe, you've got to stop walking into him.
Oh, if he had hit that, then I would have questioned all of my sanity. Yes,
or all of his.
I think yes, we can claim Pure.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, we can make the rules really at this point. But for Rebellion, it's going to be how they bounce back after their loss to Optic Gaming. Remember, if you think about recent tournaments, they would lose in the winners final and then they would lose in the elimination final. So they weren't in the elimination bracket for very long. Cherished is just continuing to find heads here. There's 3 dead on the side of Pure, but Cherish is still alive, and he can really be a distraction method here for Pure.
Just quietly going about his business here, ripping faces is Cherished. 7-4-4, behind enemy lines with the sniper rifle. Just spot him out, hits the body, bandit comes out of his pockets, hits the face. And all of a sudden he's in prime real estate to pull this flag out. And although they know exactly where he's positioned, knowing and stopping it are two very different things entirely. Soul Snipe's shields were tagged up just a touch, and that's why he was hesitant to push out and take the fight. And he's been rewarded. His mental's there, and they're going to trade. But ultimately, numbers now favor Rebellion. Druk nowhere to be seen when it comes to getting close, and with good reason. He has his eyes set on Overshield instead. And into the chest it goes. Can he now drive his team forward?
Both these teams trying to fight tooth and nail to see if they can survive long enough to get into Championship Sunday. All 4 dead on the side of Pure, and a chance for Shopify to run another flag here. It's going to be somewhat unorthodox run. It's going to be down under training, it looks like, but the spawns might just disrupt things here. And even after a 4 dead, it looks like this flag might not be going anywhere.
Important for Rebellion. They've already got what they need. A 1-0 advantage. So, it's for Pure to venture forward, it's for Pure to apply pressure, and for them to ask questions of Rebellion, because, like I say, the early pressure, the opening start that Rebellion had, has garnered success, and now forces Pure's hand. They have got to be the ones to move, and ultimately that will then open the door for some opportunities and some mistakes.
Flag's going to be pulled again. This time it's going to be Last Shot trying to run it. It's going to be Tulik and Druk getting kills alongside it, so this flag is going to be moving. Mental's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders! Oh my god, that's one way to stop a flag. Sure, it's still going to be moving at the moment, but Mental has maybe single-handedly kept Shopify Rebellion ahead here.
Taking a look at the slays on the side of Pure, Cherish 9, 5, and 7. But it's Druk with 7, 1, and 12. And he could be the outlier. They need his performance levels to increase here. Down in the game, and they need just a little bit more. And Talik will spin around, hit the body, and it's good enough to take out Suppressed. Soul Snipe will just descope Talik and not make that shot comfortable and easy for him, as he controls Sword for now. Soul Snipe doing a little bit of poke damage. Cherished is there though, along with Last Shot to take out Soul Snipe. So, with a double kill on the board now, Talik turns his attentions towards Cycle and indeed Long Haul. Suppressed is there too, but members of Rebellion spawning up on the flag and indeed over towards that Mauler side. So, a lot of work to be done. But Last Shot locks in another kill. This is good for Pure. They're starting to lay siege. They're starting to see some results. Slays are going in their favor. Damage is being done, but no flag pull for just now. And that's important, hugely important that Cherish didn't trade out that kill there.
Good shots from Suppressed. And Shopify look to try and hold on to this 1-0 lead. They could very easily win this game at 1-0, by the way, and just say to Pure, look, you're the ones who have to make a move. You're the ones who have to try something here. Shopify also have an Overshield to work with. Really, they would love an early map win to get over the hangover of that loss to Optic Gaming. If you didn't see it, where were you? But also, Shopify Rebellion looked like they were going to secure Game 4, send us to a Game 5, but Optic Gaming overturn a over 100-point deficit to win map 4 and to send Shopify down into the elimination bracket here. Now Pure look to maybe try and take advantage of it, but just that early cap, I think, was perfect for Rebellion, just to try and wipe away a few of those memories.
3 dead. Soul Snipe recognizing as soon as Cycle fell that he had to turn his attentions homeward and ensure this flag pull will be very difficult to push forward, doing a lot of damage. And it's capitalized. Mental was there to clean up on the 2 one-shots that were created by Soul Snipe. Good work. When you're last man standing, doing that much damage and ensuring the fresh spawners have a much easier task of cleaning up the pieces and clearing house. That was good. And it means that the questions that Pure were asking, Rebellion had the answers.
Pure need to ask a few more questions, I think.
Maybe in a different language.
Just try something a little bit different.
Pasta.
Sniper's coming up, and Suppressed is going to be more than happy to take that one and just sit on tower. Well, he would be if he wasn't dead. Cherish now with a brilliant opportunity to put this sniper to use again, but he does see teammates going down. All 3 of them actually have fallen, so now you have even more responsibility to stay alive.
Cherish then remains down here. It's as though he's expecting a little bit of trouble to come his way. Soulsnipe top tower, and he spotted him out, but Cherish didn't care. Rips the face. Drives forward again for his team. I believe there was a player still over towards Sword. I'm not sure whether he got spotted out. As a matter of fact, he moved the bottom middle. Cherish spots him. Hitting lovely body shots is cherished here. Creating openings for his team. Soulsnipe will have to try and stop this flag. He's done so. Perhaps Cherished could have been a little bit quicker to provide that cover fire when you hear your opponent is firing and you hear flag carriers taking damage. You can isolate and deduce where it's coming from, but ultimately the flag's down on the bridge. And Cherish is going to have to do a lot of work here to ensure this flag not only stays alive, but then pushes forward. And just like that, it goes home. And all the kills that Cherish is getting, there's no value being extracted.
No, he did peek out a little bit early as well before his shields had come back previously, and he might have been able to do a little bit more damage had he been somewhat more patient, but they are still alive on this tower side, and they have an overshield. So this, if any opportunity is going to arise, it would come from this push now from Pure. Trying to scout out those players from Shopify, and they found their first victim.
Spots one. There's 3 players isolated in towards the baller now. And last shot picks the pockets of 3. 4 dead go Rebellion. The setup's been broken wide open, and the siege has been successful now. Cherished with flag in hand, tiptoes his way towards home base and ties us up with very little time left on the board.
Have Pure been able to set up for a back-to-back? That's the question. Off of the spawn, Rebellion are fighting into their flag. Been controlled for so long, but now in the final moments, they've suddenly given Pure that opportunity. They do shut down last shot and Cherish, though. Druck, the last remaining player on this side of the map, does convert 1, but can't convert 2. And it may be overtime to try and settle these 2 teams, but there is still 1 remaining lurker. Here he is.
He's been spotted, and they have sniffed him out. Last shot then, pushing green box. Will both teams now settle just for the reset? Playing defense's last shot. Will he be able to push forward, get a flag touch, and just make this one tough? He's going to venture forward, but not going to have enough time. We're going to have a reset. Next cap wins.
So nothing to separate the 2 then, after the initial time allotted.
Overtime. 5 minutes.
Can we see Pure replicate what they did previously with a perfect execution after getting the overshield, and then shut down all those players in the mauler? Last shot's going to be the one who has the sniper rifle, but whiffs a couple. Cherish is looking to hunt down the enemy.
Fortunately for him, he's not going to have to hunt for too long because there's a lot of enemies. As a matter of fact, maybe he wasn't the one doing the hunting, he was the prey. Last shot's in Sword, he's got sniper rifle in his hands. Didn't quite connect with that body shot, it would seem. Soulsnipe did back away, so maybe he got a little something on him. And here comes Soulsnipe up through the runway. All of a sudden, 3 go down for Pure. Druck managed to get 1, as did Cherished. Cherished last man standing. Mental settles for just controlling the sniper rifle as he pushes back home with it. These are cagey moments. These are nervy moments. These 2 teams more than aware of what this series means.
Mental doesn't want to pass up this sniper rifle. Only a few bullets left, but
oh,
he really doesn't want to pass up that sniper rifle.
He didn't. He didn't pass it up, he passed it down.
Send it off the map. Send it to the gods. Storlik now looks to try and, I think, help his team, but he's playing ring around the roses in the moment. They do find Soulsnipe and collapse onto him. This is where they had success before, was gaining tower control, but then utilizing the overshield to push in, forcing the spawns at Mauler, and then collapsing on Rebellion. But they don't have the overshield this time, so I wonder whether they're just going to start putting the motions in place by controlling the tower side. 3 are dead for Rebellion now. Soulsnipe also falls. All 4 are dead. Do you have control of the spawns here? The answer is yes. They're going to be spawning at Snipe. This is a flag run that definitely can happen.
This has been surgical from Pure. Getting themselves back into the game with that flag capture in the final moments. But then pushing to the tower side and then forcing their way back over to the high side, making sure spawns come on the low. He's made it back home as Cherished. He slammed it in. Both flag captures coming through his hands. He ran them home. And it's Pure who take the lead in this series.
Well, well, well. Pure looking to try and replicate the success they had earlier on in the season when they were able to break into the top 4 and be a team that maybe no one expected to arrive there. And to do it against Shopify Rebellion, who previously were the breakthrough team, would be incredible. But that's the first map done and dusted. Pure come back to win it. We'll be back for map 2 shortly.
Slayer.
I told you we'd be back, I wasn't lying. It's map 2 here at the Halo World Championship. We are in the elimination quarterfinals, essentially. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 1 down to Pure. And both teams fighting for their tournament lives and to try and break into the top 4 at the Halo World Championship. 3-1 lead for Pure to start things off. Suppress Cycle and Soul Sniper fallen. Suppress, though, still up with the Shock Rifle. Excuse me, it was just Cycle and Soul Sniper there fallen. I'm going to sneeze.
He did sneeze. Elsewhere, in our other elimination quarterfinals, he's actually sneezed multiple times, folks.
It was 3 sneezes.
FaZe Clan are 1-0 to the good and looking to double their series lead. They're ahead by a significant margin in the Slayer. On this very map mode combination, as a matter of fact. Triple kill, though, for Druk. As we very quickly turn our attention straight back to Druk with the overkill.
Hold on a second. Do it. Cowards. Face him. He's on no shield. It's a great start for Pure. And if you had told me Druk would be playing at the Halo World Championship to compete to get into Championship Sunday earlier on this year, I would not have believed you. He has been through a lot.
I would have had one question. Is the Halo World Championships in Canada? And then I would have believed you.
He has had a tough time this season, but it is great to see him back and competing in the HCS. And boy, has he exploded back onto the scene. He was exactly what the rest of these Pure players were looking for in terms of a teammate to round out this roster. really dominated some other teams at times. Remember, they had that incredible upset against FaZe back in Atlanta. They put their names back on the map when they got into top 4. Boy, would they love to replicate that success. And it could be a matchup with FaZe for top 3 if the bracket goes that way, with FaZe currently winning 2-0 now against Sentinels.
Druk is back amongst the best and back amongst the world's elite, and it's exactly where he belongs. Halo wouldn't be the same and wasn't the same without him. And you heard of the problems, the trials, the tribulations. You feared the worst, you thought maybe his career would be cut short. He's been able to figure it out, he's been able to make it work. And the Halo Championship Series is a better place because of it. The score though, 18-11. A lot of the good work being put down by Druk, currently 6-3-2, has resulted in a nice, healthy lead here. And you just start to wonder, is the occasion getting the better of Rebellion? Because the expectation would be that they would put Pure to the sword. They're good friends, of course, absolutely, but if you ask those Rebellion players, they would feel they are the better team. But right now, it is Pure who just continue to compound the misery of Rebellion. When they need Mental to hit more shots like that, they're going to get back into this Slayer.
For Rebellion, I mean, it would be such a bitter end to the season if they had all these top 3s where they were getting better and better, it seemed, on Sundays, and then they arrive at the Halo World Championship and end up falling short at top 6. And sadly, all those questions where people ask, well, what would have happened if they had had a different bracket? You're going to get all those people that are haters of the game that would maybe say, oh, maybe we were right. So if Rebellion want to stop them from being said haters, they have to try and find a response here against Pure. They're down by 10. It's not easy to come back on Solitude when you are stuck in constant spawn traps, but if you can flip things over and gain control, then you can snowball your way into victory.
I will say, haters are very passionate, and they're also very good at what they do, because even if Rebellion were to win this one and end up in the top 3 eventually, they would just say, well, it was because of some other reason. They're very good at it.
They will always find a way to hate. That's why they're called haters.
That's what they do.
There's a lot of them on social media, I will say.
That's what they do best.
It's not hard to be nice, everyone.
Cherished one player not being nice to the competition right now. 9-5-7, camouflage in his chest as well. 15 kills required to close out this game number 2. They desperately want to as well. How, in what way, in what world has he been spotted out? Not even pushing forward. He was moving backwards, and Suppress seen him.
I feel like it was a lucky grenade that just lit up his outline. Lit up his backside, it felt like.
He was lit up one way or another.
But he is able to survive. The camo amounts to nothing, but they still have an 11-kill lead to Pure. 15 remaining to try and go 2-0 up in this series. I mean, if Pure were able to break into the top 4 again, really would be incredible for them to do it, especially in the Halo World Championships. And to do it against the Shopify Rebellion team who have been so consistently at the top 3. More grenades for Cherish to work with here.
He's emptying his pockets as well. Every grenade getting thrown. Some of them are thrown too deep. Didn't do much damage at all. He will find Cycle, who's already got damage on him. He tries to scarp her away. Suppressed and Soul Snipe there. Suppress will get the kill. It's going to be with Soul Snipe. Druk. He will fall. 12-9-7 for last shot. Speaking of Suppressed, here he is on our screen. 6-2-10. More required from these Rebellion players because none of them really are showing why they belong in a championship Sunday here and now. A lot to do because this Slayer is getting away from them, and it's getting away from them very quickly.
And for the side of Pure, you've got to look at the players that have never made it to not just a Championship Sunday, but a Halo World Championship. This is Cherished's first Halo World Championship. He was dropped just before the last Halo World Championship and didn't get to compete. But this time, he is now on his way to potentially finishing top 4, getting into Championship Sunday. But 3 kills go in favor of Shopify Rebellion as they look to try and force their way back into this game in Soul Snipe with the camouflage now looking to try and gain some info.
Can we talk about just how cutthroat Halo can be.
We can talk about
and
it.
heartless Halo can be. Cherished. On this team now, made it to his first ever World Championships, but it should, by all rights, be his second one. But he was dropped a week before roster lock. Now that team will say that they made the change trying to get better, and that is commendable. But there's got to be a point where the work you put in, you get rewarded for it, but they get dropped a week before roster lock. Like I say, it can be pretty heartless, it can be pretty cold out here.
I think he was on holiday at the time, just to make it even worse, by the way.
He was only off the plane.
Maybe they bought him the holiday just to try and like,
send him away so we can run games with somebody else.
Butter him up as well. Just, oh, you're having a wonderful time in Hawaii.
The beach and the drinks.
Oh, just the pool looks great. But by the way,
did you put an umbrella in that drink?
We're running scrims. And at that point, you're just like, ah.
No, well, I guess I'm dropped then.
See you next year. Well, he has seen him next year, and he is here the latter stages of Saturday, competing to get into Sunday. But all the meanwhile, as we've been joking, it's a 5-kill game now. Shopify Rebellion making a 4-kill game now, and Pure, who were so close to being 2-0 up in the series, have allowed that seed of doubt to start to grow in their mind a little bit here, and Shopify Rebellion have done fantastically at overturning that deficit.
We've been joking, Rebellion haven't been laughing. As a matter of fact, they put themselves right back into contention in this Slayer. That kill is going to be big though, just to put an extra bit of breathing space between them. Cherish continues to fight, trying to land the final headshot with a fade away on the cycle over towards Posters. These are good kills for Druk, good kills for Pure.
Yep.
Keep gobbling up those free kills. Mental's got camouflage though, and that's not something you want to see if you're a Pure fan. I know that much is for sure. Thankfully, he doesn't have a shock rifle, so his influence will be somewhat diminished. Last shot's going to take the reach shot. Last shot almost won the fight, but a 1 kill required then for Pure to double their series lead. And they have. Pure on the doorstep of an upset against Rebellion.
This would be massive for Pure. We've not seen that many upsets so far this tournament. A lot of the time, the higher seed has been winning for the majority. Sure, there's been a few that have cropped up, but this arguably would be the biggest of all upsets that we've seen so far if Pure are able to go down and take Shopify Rebellion out of the top 3. Well, there's only one way to find out if they can do it, and that will be with map 3 that's going to be coming up right after this quick break.
Can they run it for as extended of a period as we saw from Sentinels? I don't think so. I felt like that Sentinel setup was so strong and so good. I would expect FaZe at some point, their game plan here is to get a couple kills and try to turn this into trip cap. They don't want to try to hold this BC setup for 100 points. And just as I say that, B has already been, or sorry, C has already been flipped.
Yeah.
So they have A, B setup now.
Renegade, waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push bottom mid. He hears the slides coming in. Big melee for the trade there. Take out 2 members on each side of the field. So for now, though, with the A and B control, FaZe are perfectly fine with trading out on those players, considering that they have that in their grasp right now. Big reset too, so they'll continue to accrue.
Let's see what he decides to do with this. Throws the QT into bottom B. Does he go decide to defend A, or do you push towards C here? I like this play. You're already there. Get the reset.
Yep.
Row 2 gets this reset, but I don't think he's aware of how many people are around him right now in that garage. Lethal, Boo Boo, and Falcated all rotated on over towards A.
They have to anticipate that he's going to be here because it's such a common spot for the QT, which is why Lethal looks over toward the side. Love that play.
Yeah, but he has no exit back now. What are you going to do on a QT in back there? Luckily, QT is out. That's not going to be a mistake coming out of Royal 2.
Royal 2 now.
But pretty cool move, though.
Oh, yeah, it was great. I loved it. Looked like a movie. You know what I mean?
And honestly, like, players will miss shots when you do situations like that, where you just jump somewhere else obscure. Like, it just sometimes throws that little bit of confusion in.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, wait,
what's going on there? I'm not planning on aiming there, and I know I can still hit this, but what are you doing there?
Yeah, exactly. Throwing him off a little bit here, but Now look at what we're seeing from Sentinels. They want to get themselves another trip cap here. They want to end this game as fast as possible, and they got it locked in, but they are losing C, just as I say that.
Yeah, either way, they're still getting some points on the board. Sentinels just looking like they're outmaneuvering FaZe every single way here, and that's surprising. So it felt like when FaZe got their setup, they first got there around 50 points, and then when they got that setup later in the game, around another 50 points. So it feels like when Sentinels got that first major setup where they got around that 150-point run, you haven't really seen FaZe get back in the game yet.
Yeah, they have certainly struggled to do so. We were commending Renegade for his incredible start, but I think, you know, the rest of the FaZe squad certainly hasn't been able to keep up with him, at least in this game. Certainly possible for them to wake up here, especially with Frosty holding his camo, and he can do some incredible things with it, but he's got to make some plays here because time is ticking.
Yeah, he's hoping to be a bit more aggressive with this, but I think he's between two players there on bags. Yes, you heard those footsteps just barely right behind him, but he was already committed in that direction, tries to get that first finish, and here comes the charge from Sentinels. That's going to be 2 down here for FaZe, and you know they're not going to just stop at that.
No, they're not. They can't at this point in time. With 239 to 111, they have no other choice. They got to play aggressive, and they got to get in Sentinel's face. But Sentinels is sitting pretty. They just cannot put their foot off of the gas here. They got to end it here and now. You got to close this match out.
I really like this spot here from position. We saw this spot being used earlier by Frosty as well, just sitting on that scoreboard side. But just able to dodge any grenades, able to be a factor as soon as anyone goes towards bags. And here comes the AC setup. At this point, you don't really need to get a setup if you're Sentinels. They just need to get some slays and keep any 2 strongholds. It doesn't have to be clean. It can just be any messy setup that they would like.
Well, they want to try and remove this player from A, but they are going to be capping C here, so you won't have Sentinels getting any points right now. 247, you only need 3 points to win this one. You just got to flip B. That's it if you are Sentinels. But they got to do it soon, because if they're not careful, FaZe can run away with this. But here comes the C flip, and you're expecting on the opposite side of that to potentially see the A push there, but a big stop coming through, and B and C still in the control of FaZe.
Precision, the newest addition to this roster, has been stepping it up for this squad. Look at his numbers, 22 and 12 so far this game against one of the best teams in the world here against FaZe.
Trip cap alert, FaZe got it locked in, but they still got a lot of hill to climb there, so it will be very tough. But if they manage to do so, absolute insanity. That being said, B is currently being captured, and look at the push.
It's gonna be tough. Here comes the same setup, the exact same setup we saw before. They hold B, they have someone on Nest Bridge. I like this play by Falcade, backs down, doesn't overcommit towards C, and now is regrouping with his teammates on the charge. So they all commit Snakebite and Royal to commit in C because they were required to. Sentinels come through, clear it out, get C, and we're just gonna see a lot of desperate charges here from FaZe just to keep this game going.
Yep, they certainly are. They got 4 players over here toward B, but they got the flip on C and B, and that is all that matters.
Stronghold.
Game 3 then, folks. Back underway. If you're just joining us, Pure on the doorstep of causing the upset. 2 to the good here. And now we've got strongholds on live fire. Could this be Shopify Rebellion's last outing, not only at the World Championships here, but this season? Talik through the eye of a needle, rips the face right off of Soul Snipe and takes out Cycle. When players start to hit shots like that, you start to think, is it just not going to be our day?
You know what's crazy is I'm already starting to think about all the team changes that are going to happen after the World Championship, especially if Rebellion were to fall here in top 6. I mean, I'm looking at some of these names and I'm like, if you want to make that push to try and be world champions, you could pick up a Cycle, you could pick up a Mental, and it could really push you into that pool of teams that have been up there competing on a Sunday. But for Rebellion, I mean, would they want to stick together? They had such a successful season, but it could all come and amount to nothing if they fall to Pure here. As for Pure, this is their chance. This is their moment to make their own history. 26-0 in the early stages at the moment. BNC, though, is going to be converted by Rebellion.
And there is that strange feeling as well. If you're Rebellion, multiple top 3s this year, but if you bow out at this stage, does it mark your card for the season? Does it leave a bad taste in your mouth? And all of a sudden, are your memories of this year strictly laser focused on what happened at this competition this weekend? It would be incredibly short-sighted, but emotion sometimes dictates decisions. And if an offer comes for some of these players, and no doubt offers will come for any of these 4, because they have the potential to take over a series at any given time. Same can be said for much of the players on Pure. Their consistency can be questioned sometimes, but they definitely have the potential.
I think they're all in that pool, aren't they? They're all in that selection pool of players that are on the come up and could be the difference maker and the next in line when, I don't know, players could retire or decide that maybe they're not good enough in terms of getting dropped as well. And you would be looking at this kind of pool as all 4 dead on the side of Rebellion. Pure looking to really solidify their place in the top 4 here. And to do it, if it was a 3-0, that would be insane, and it would definitely be a statement here against the rest of the tournament.
And Rebellion right now, they look shell-shocked. It's almost like they haven't started in this game. Many people might say they haven't started the series. It's been multiple false starts. What is the cause? Is it simply they're out of confidence? Are they feeling deflated after that loss in the winner's bracket? Were they hoping to drop down here, find their footing? But Pure, they're young, they're hungry. They want success here and now. They're not interested in giving you time to lick your wounds and fight back again. As a matter of fact, when you're down, they want to kick you.
It's a good amount of time on the board, though, for Rebellion now. Off the back of that all 4 dead, they were able to regroup, refocus, and regain some control. Force Pure back. Mental with his sniper rifle, just firing a couple pop shots at the moment, making Pure a little bit more scared to be able to push up. And now Mental will find some of those players that have been able to just seep through up towards the sour side. Sour side, tower side, doesn't matter which side. Doesn't taste good.
Suppressed and moves over towards green. B and C in their control. This is much better. Much, much better. Starting to look a little bit more like themselves all of a sudden. The next round of slays are going to be vitally important. Last shot's on Big Door. Suppressed will use that quantum. Last shot slides out, gets the kill. Cycle falls elsewhere. The last 2 members of Rebellion stationed over towards tower. This is going to be a triple cap once more. What a break from Pure.
Pure on the charge yet again. Soul Snipe goes down. He's a killjoy. He was one of the players who actually has been finding kills. Rebellion need to stop this bleeding immediately, and it's going to be C as their target. Druck is going to do a little loop-de-loop. Take a different angle to try and disrupt. And oh, it's planned perfectly here. Down in the rat tunnel, Druck is making plays. Almost makes it a double.
Good damage though. Oh, great damage. The last shot eluded. The last shot actually, as a matter of fact. As Talik now up through cuts and out the top middle. And down he goes, constantly staying on the move. not letting people know exactly where he is. He gets this kill, no doubt he'll duck away. A double kill for Talik. A and B remain in Rebellion's control, but it looks as though it won't be for too much longer as they descend upon A now, do Pure. A and C then locked in. And again, the first pick goes the way of Rebellion. It's important though, because Druk's got camouflage, but unfortunately for him, his teammates have all died around him. He tries to get the stick, he's giving up his positioning now. He's going to be forced to reposition. He's missed the plasma pistol shot as well. Didn't even get a trade in the end. That one's going to sting.
Yeah, that one's a tough one to watch. I remember Wes once saying, "What are you doing?" Famously for one of Druk's plays on Bazaar. Feels like an age ago that we were playing competitive Bazaar.
Capture the flag on Bazaar. That was a time ago.
They were the days. I don't know if they were the good old days, but they were certainly days.
They were days. There was days there, and weeks actually. We did have capture the flag on Bazaar once upon a time.
A behemoth.
There was a behemoth. It didn't make it into the HCS. Maybe because of the vehicles.
I think we should have just chucked it in.
Why not?
Sometimes I do think to myself, why not be reckless?
It's important questions to ask, actually.
Yep. Last shot, maybe thinking the same thing here. Gets a double, has the sniper rifle.
Why contain your reckless?
Sometimes you just have to let it loose.
Last shot could be about to do just that with the sniper rifle. Trained over towards Cuts, but almost as though Rebellion knew exactly where he was positioned, they all decided to run away.
There is an alternate universe where all three of them ran at the same time.
Hit one bullet.
Hit by the same bullet.
Yep.
And maybe they just sensed that possibility. This game is very close though. Even though there's been a few times of clip clap. Neither team has really been able to dominate thus far. But it is now Pure who are scoring. Shopify Rebellion have to work their way out of A. It's going to be probably a big door push from Cycle just to try and distract while the others all send it elsewhere. But maybe Pure are wise to it here.
Cycle's on sandbags. As a matter of fact, he is being a little bit of a disruption. Camouflage is up as well. Cherish is taking space for his team. Fortunately for him, he was caught with a grenade in his hand, so that gave the opportunity for Mental to slide out and take advantage of it as well. So A and B now in control of Pure, but C's about to flip. 177 points and climbing for Pure. In footballing terms, you might start to call this squeaky bum time for Rebellion because their tournament life is on the line.
I'm not sure that's a footballing term.
That is a footballing term.
I just think it's a term. Happens to be used in football.
I've heard it from football, so as far as I'm concerned, it's a footballing term.
Now it's a Halo term. It's a Jersey term.
It's a Jersey, isn't it?
C taken. A, though, is still being fought tooth and nail for by Shopify Rebellion here, but now here comes Torlik. Alongside the likes of Druk, they collapse together. Torlik and Druk, two names that have fought alongside each other like brothers years in the Halo scene. They take a lead now by 50 points, and they find themselves 50 away from being in Championship Sunday.
Tolik's repulsor just didn't get the job done. Not to worry, that infects 1 and 4 men. There is a helpline for that. Don't you worry, we'll get you sorted. Premature. Again, Druk. No Druk's given. A and B controlled now. 207 points. Climbing now. Looking towards C. Cycle's top tower. With 2 members of Rebellion over towards scoreboard. Mental's gotten the pick. That one's huge. Druk tried to just pick the pocket and take out Mental, but unfortunately for him, he was able to just maneuver his hitbox, crouch down, stay alive. But for how long will Rebellion be staying alive here? They're scoring points here, but a lot of pressure being applied. 2 go down, but it's 3 for Pure. Cherished moving into a 1v1 with Cycle. Cycle's just going to delay this, and that's going to force Cherished to take a different angle. Last shot has gotten a pick onto Mental elsewhere. They now need to pick the right decision. Play call is going to be coming from A. Cherished collapses on Soul Snipe, who was down to no shields bottom middle. A and B now for Pure. 220 and climbing. Rebellion are on death's door.
Pure so close to securing top 4 Championship Sunday. Knocking out Shopify Rebellion, who have been a sure footing in terms of top 3 placements, event after event recently. They were the team who looked most likely to try and disrupt those big boys, but now Pure say, hey, there's a new challenger in town. 3 dead on the side of Shopify, C being taken yet again. They are going to be scoring. They are going to be so close now to Championship Sunday.
So close they can almost smell it. It might be bittersweet to take it from your friends, but no doubt they have every intention of continuing this run. Suppressed his bottom middle. He's taking shots. He's going to survive for now as Talik repositions. Beautiful movement with the camouflage. Now looking up towards Cycle. Suppressed is on pillars. He should have that information. 3 dead. Suppressed is the last man alive. He's going to push towards C, but they're going to lose A and indeed B.
These could be the final moments of Shopify Rebellion's tournament then. One last attempt to try and break a setup as Pure look to try and find themselves into Championship Sunday. 10 more points required. One last desperate push, but 2 just went down.
Trying to find the way, trying to find the answer, but right now only finding the noose. And they're going to fall, they're going to collapse. And Pure clean sweep Rebellion and dump them out of the competition.
The biggest upset of the tournament so far. Shopify Rebellion out in top 6, Pure into the top 4, where they will be playing against either Sentinels or FaZe, depending on how that series finishes. What a performance from Pure as they break back in to where they've already seen once before in Atlanta. Top 4 for them. Sadly, the end of the road for Shopify Rebellion's tournament and their season here in top 6. What will happen? Well, I guess we'll have to find out tomorrow in Championship Sunday. That's going to be all, though, for the Bravo stream here today. We'll be back with more action tomorrow. Do not miss it, because Championship Sunday is going to be excellent. We'll see you then.